A flash of light engulfed a dilapidated church, momentarily stunning an undead horde. Rusty's elemental attack, an explosion of holy energy, devastated the dark creatures before him. Their rotting bodies disintegrated, leaving behind only a few stragglers, who were left with missing limbs and burned flesh. The main part of his armor was left mangled within the piles of burned zombies, but his helmet was safely perched up on a ledge. Another successful run. He muttered as his body started reassembling itself piece by piece. Soon, a brand new body took shape while the old one was discarded. With a leap, he jumped from the ledge and drew his longsword. The few enemies that remained could barely move, giving him an opportunity to use his skill. Let's see. Do you have any worthwhile skills that are compatible with me? After approaching a high zombie, he sliced off its remaining limbs. This monster could slowly regenerate and would not die easily. He positioned his helmet so that his core was away from its mouth, then quickly activated the skill absorption. No compatible skills have been found. There is nothing. This was a first for him. Usually, there was at least one skill he could absorb. It seemed that his metallic body was not very compatible with the zombies, but they weren't the only enemies left. After quickly slicing off the monster's head, he started looking around. There were 2 other zombies like it and 1 high skeleton. No compatible skills have been found. Compatible skills have been found. Please choose a skill that you want to learn. After finishing his search, he found 1 skill from the last high zombie to choose from. Strangling Grasp. Active skill. Perform a grasping attack on the enemy. While the skill is used, grip strength is increased. It was a skill that some of these zombies had attempted to use on him and had even marked his leftover shell. These monsters went down easily thanks to his light elemental attack, but they were quite strong. They could mangle his metallic body with their bare hands, and it seemed that this skill aided in that. However, before choosing, he still needed to see what the high skeleton had to offer. Impaling Lunge. Active skill. Perform a quick lunging attack at a faraway enemy. This skill works best with weapons that have a long reach. He examined the skill the skeleton offered him, and after seeing the spear it had been holding, it made sense. The lunge seemed like a variation of a thrust attack, but it was probably limited to far-reaching weapons. He had seen one of these monsters jumping forward with increased speed in an attempt to skewer him. This impaling lunge seems like a different type of power thrust, it just launches my body forward faster. The other one could be more useful. Rusty's logic was simple, he already had a more powerful thrusting attack. Getting another one could be useful, but a skill that enhanced his abilities once he lost his weapons sounded more appealing. With his decision made, he chose the Strangling Grasp skill. The skeleton was destroyed, and after he absorbed the new skill, the zombie followed suit. Congratulations! You have learned Strangling Grasp. After adding the new skill to his repertoire, it was time to give it a test. His old discarded shell was still there, and before he took it into his storage, he decided to test his grip on it. His bronze fingers tightened around the arm of his former body, and he felt an immediate surge of strength. The grip felt significantly stronger, almost as if his metallic hand had gained a life of its own. He squeezed harder, and the arm began to crumple under the pressure, the metal buckling and deforming with ease. Interesting, it lasts for a few seconds, but it could be quite useful. Rusty knew that this world held many dangers and various types of enemies. Some were resistant to slashing damage, others to heavy attacks. His body had its advantages, but if an enemy with immense grip strength appeared before him, it could quickly mangle him. Satisfied with the new skill, Rusty absorbed the remnants of his old shell into his inventory and took stock of his situation. The church was quiet now, the light from his elemental attack having purged it of undead threats. He had gained a decent amount of experience from the encounter, and there wasn't much left until he would reach his next evolution. However, a large problem was arising. In his pursuit of causing chaos in the dungeon, he was making it difficult for himself to gain levels. This was not his first attempt at AoE farming, and this 8th level lost its resources a lot faster than the others. This was a theory he had come up with: the stronger the monsters he defeated, the more the dungeon struggled to restore them. On this floor, there were more E-ranked monsters than on any others, and there were large quantities of them. Without light elemental spells, it would be quite difficult to cause this much destruction to the scenery. His light was also seemingly doing something to the gloomy environment, purifying it. There is no reason to stay here anymore, then. There don't seem to be any treasures, either. I wonder if it's also because of me. Once he realized that this place had stopped spawning more monsters, he headed towards the next set of stairs. If the hero was correct, he would soon reach a special area of the dungeon. He just needed to get past the 9th level, and then perhaps his journey would be at an end. I haven't seen those adventurers around for a while, so I should probably hurry. The last few days had been rather simple. Once the adventurers vanished, he was free to roam the undead-infested area without a worry in the world, engaging in wanton slaughter without needing to rest. He hadn't realized just how much those people were limiting his progress, but this freedom probably wouldn't last. Those individuals were smart and resourceful. He was sure they were planning something, and it would be better to go through another evolution before they confronted him. After facing off against multiple monsters, it became easy to gauge the strength level of the adventurers. With his current power, he could probably defeat the average adventurer who roamed this dungeon. These people didn't engage in combat with creatures much stronger than themselves, so it was simple to imagine himself in their place. However, he still couldn't see himself defeating a full party of 5 in a fair match without using any hidden weapons or tactics. I wonder what's on the 9th level. I suppose there's only one way to find out. With a little over a week left until the deadline, his plan was to clear the 9th level in a few days to aid in his evolution. Once there, he would then challenge the special 10th floor, and without the adventurers around, it was a chance he couldn't waste. Soon, his metallic footsteps echoed in the silence as he headed towards his next destination. The area leading to the next floor resembled a large opened castle door, and upon passing through it, he understood why. The stairs didn't descend much, and before him lay an old castle-like structure in the distance. What greeted him was not an even larger expanse, but a bridge leading to a single massive structure. Surrounding this castle was a high ceiling of rocks and a massive moat. As he looked in all directions, there didn't seem to be anything of note except the path forward. It's quiet. The bridge leading to the spacious castle was long and wide. As Rusty glanced at the murky water below, he noticed bones floating around. Initially, he assumed they were remnants of adventurers who had fallen and met their demise. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that these were skeleton monsters lurking in the water, perhaps lying in wait to ensnare anyone who fell in further. It was a strange monster placement, but soon he would realize why they were there. While he had no ears, his hearing was sharp, and from the distance, the clear sound of a bow being drawn reached him. Reacting almost instantly, he pulled out his shield to protect his head, and just in time, an arrow collided with it, bouncing off and plunging into the moat. Suddenly, all hell broke loose as many adversaries appeared in the distance. Movement erupted on the castle's ramparts. He saw armored beings with heavy bows aiming in his direction. They looked similar to him, but their coloring was much darker. These weren't simple bronze armors anymore, they were their evolved forms, and all of them had seen him attempting to cross the bridge leading inside. There was no way to flee to the sides, the only option was to go forward. His body was sturdy enough to withstand multiple hits, but the real issue was protecting his helmet from getting knocked off his shoulders. If that happened and it landed in the moat, he would probably sink like a rock and be done for. Thus, after lowering his stance and placing his shield directly in front, he rushed forward. The armored monsters fired their arrows in his direction, and many collided with his shield. The arrows bounced off, and even those that struck his body bent out of shape. He could hear the system warning him about the loss of HP, prompting him to increase his pace. Even though they couldn't kill him outright, he would be stunned once his health reached a critical point. He sprinted across the bridge with as much speed as his metallic body allowed. His shield absorbed most of the impact, but the hail of arrows continued. This was a greater increase in difficulty compared to previous floors, which had been relatively mild at their starting locations. The closer he got, the more he could see the details of his enemies, living armors of a different metal variety. There was a gate in place, keeping him from entering further, but it was only closed on one side, allowing him to escape the hail of arrows. With a final burst of speed, he dashed through the entrance and slammed into the iron bars blocking the way forward. Rusty had made it partially inside, and while the path forward was blocked, there was a side entrance nearby. "I'm in." Rusty turned around and saw many arrows impaled on the thick wooden bridge behind him. It was quite the welcome, and a few arrows had even managed to pierce through his twilight bronze body. He started yanking the iron arrows out while surveying his surroundings. Through the castle gate, he saw a large number of enemies, all mostly of one type, the same dark armored living armors that had been shooting at him. Classification: Iron Armor EL3. Type: Magical/Spectre. Description: a living armor monster fully made out of iron. These monsters were patrolling around but quickly turned in his direction after he slammed into the iron bars of the inner castle gate. Not wanting to stand out, Rusty decided to quickly slip into the side entrance, where a lesser number of enemies awaited him. The interior was dimly lit and narrow, offering a temporary reprieve from the overwhelming number of foes outside. Despite the relative safety of this side entrance, there were still enemies here. Without any adventurers within the dungeon, he had to deal with all of them alone. His metallic footsteps echoed in the confined space, alerting the patrolling iron guards to his presence. With haste, he switched out his long sword to match his opponents who were made out of hardened metal. The sword vanished from his hand and was replaced with a heavy-looking mace. Soon, one of the living armors was charging at him with a large two-handed sword. Rusty braced himself for the impact, adjusting his stance to better wield the heavy mace. The charging iron armor raised its two-handed sword, ready to strike. Rusty dodged to the side at the last moment, swinging his mace in a wide arc. The mace connected with the side of the iron armor's head, sending a resounding clang echoing through the narrow hallway. The iron armor staggered but did not fall. Rusty swung again, this time aiming for the knee joint. The mace crushed through the metal, causing the iron armor to buckle and collapse. He followed up with a decisive skill-infused strike to the head, right where the core should be hidden away. The monster's helmet was flattened from the powerful blow and he received the system's confirmation of his victory. One was down, but another remained. The second iron armor swung its sword, but Rusty was quicker. The blow was parried by his shield, sending the monster staggering back. With a perfectly timed hit from his mace, a dent appeared in its stomach, and the monster was sent flying against the nearby wall. While the monsters looked sturdy, they were rather light, a weakness Rusty knew how to exploit. He quickly approached before the monster could gather itself. One of its arms had popped off, but the monster was unwilling to give up. With its remaining arm, it flailed wildly, trying to keep him at bay. However, before the monster could use its limb control skill, Rusty charged in. His mace connected with the remaining arm, pinning it against the wall. Then, his hand moved in a grasping motion toward the iron armor's helmet. Soon, it was being squeezed without mercy, bending under the might of his new skill. It's like fighting a slower and dumber version of myself. The monster's parts flopped down as its core was crushed by Rusty's gauntlet. He knew his own weaknesses best, so it was quite easy to exploit these enemies that were almost the same as him. While their bodies were made from a better metal, it didn't mean they were harder. Thanks to his passive skills and his bronze body being made of a rarer variant, he was just as, if not more, sturdy than all of them. Rusty stood over the defeated foe, briefly assessing the situation. The area was clear for the moment, giving him a chance to catch his breath and plan his next move. Luckily, the battle hadn't triggered the other monsters to enter this chamber. He had some time to examine their bodies and prepare for the coming battles. His enemies weren't as weak as the ones on the other floors, and he couldn't dispatch them easily with his elemental light. To navigate this area and reach his next evolution, he would have to proceed carefully. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that his enemies wouldn't simply allow him to lurk in this dungeon without trying to impede his movements. Time was of the essence, and once he was level 15 he would tackle the 10th floor and what lurked within. When was the last time we were here? I don't know, maybe a month or two. Everything sure has changed. It's no wonder the guild asked us to sweep through the floors before they open it up again. A group of adventurers looked around a desolate swamp area. They had expected a thick fog, croaking poisonous toads, and groaning undead. There was almost none of it here. The fog that used to keep people from seeing a few meters ahead was gone. The monsters that should have been guarding the many crypts were gone, and their interiors were emptied out. It was as if something or someone had systematically purged the entire area of its threats. I heard this was supposed to be a case of overhunting, but why would it continue even after the dungeon was closed? Perhaps they have a different way to get in here. I don't like the sound of that. Why's that, Kaon? The woman in light leather armor asked her companion while the others listened. It was a party of 4 people. One was a dwarven warrior, another a large man over 2 meters in height wearing bulky steel armor. The 2 talking were an archer named Kaon and the party leader, Levi. Well, if that's true, they could still be here. We can handle the monsters here, but if it's another party of adventurers, it could get tricky. They could be in a large group or have high ranks with them. Do they really expect us to do this for a few silver coins? Kaon replied, his voice laced with bitterness. This new mission they were sent on was supposed to be easy, just reconnaissance to see if the dungeon had jump-started itself back. This was supposed to be a fairly new dungeon still going through a growth period. The guild made sure not to overtax it because until it reached a certain threshold, such occurrences were possible. You think they'll pay us if we go back now? Ha, probably not. If we don't find the source of whatever has been causing this, we might not get anything at all. Levy frowned, scanning the surroundings. The absence of fog and monsters was unsettling. She had expected a routine check, not an empty, eerie silence. Their contract had a clause that in the event of unusual circumstances, they would need to investigate and report back before receiving full payment. Abandoning the mission now would result in no compensation and potentially damage their reputation within the guild. Let's press on. We need to figure out what's happening here. Besides, I don't think there is anything worthwhile left down here besides the boss chamber. Let's just go there, and if it's empty, we'll make the report. All right, leader. Lead the way. Levy made the decision, and the other party members just nodded. The group moved forward and navigated through the desolate swamp at record speed. Without the fog impeding their progress, it was quite easy for them to reach the entrance to the 8th floor. Soon, the adventurers descended to the 8th floor, but they couldn't help but feel the oppressive silence of the dungeon. The atmosphere was unlike anything they had encountered before. Usually, the air would be thick with the stench of decay and the sounds of undead roaming the halls, but now, it was eerily calm. Stay alert, something's not right here. The 8th floor isn't much better than the previous 7. The density of monsters is really dropping down. Could some bastard have damaged the dungeon heart? Now why would someone do something as idiotic as that? Kaon replied to Levy as the group moved through the destroyed chambers on the 8th floor, only to find 1 or 2 zombies crawling about. As they cautiously explored the 8th floor, the adventurers encountered only scattered remnants of undead, nothing more than stragglers barely posing a threat. The once menacing atmosphere of the dungeon had dissipated, replaced by an unsettling calm. Every corner they turned revealed more evidence of desolation, urging them to press on with their search. The big question still remained: who was responsible for this, and were they still lurking inside the dungeon? All of them remained on high alert. The threat wasn't obvious, but they anticipated an unwelcome surprise at any moment. Kaon, the archer, kept his bow ready, skillfully scanning for any potential hidden targets. Despite their cautious progress, as they reached the entrance to the 9th floor, nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. They were nearing the end of their exploration, yet the possibility lingered that their adversary might be lying in it. Boss, this place is too quiet. Do you think we're walking into a trap? Kaon whispered, his gaze fixed on the stairs leading down. I don't know, but we need to be prepared for anything. Keep your guard up. If we're lucky, we'll confront the boss and return. But stay vigilant, Dedrick, you take the front, keep your shield up. Levy responded, simultaneously issuing orders to the party members. They all understood that the difficulty on the next floor would intensify greatly, likely with a barrage of arrows awaiting them. The largest and most heavily armored man in the group nodded, extending his massive tower shield. Soon, the group descended the stairs and reached the next floor, where they immediately noticed a change. Do you hear that? Yeah. Someone is there. Finally, they noticed a difference. The expected hail of arrows from the living armors defending the castle gates didn't come. Instead, they heard loud noises, the sound of metal clashing against metal. Clearly, someone was already battling the iron armors on this floor. I think we might have discovered the problem. What do we do? One of the party members asked. The party leader began to ponder. She knew it was possible that dungeon poachers were ahead of them, a group that would probably not be easy to deal with. However, if the poachers were already fighting the living armors, it presented an opportunity. They could ambush the poachers from behind, using the monsters to their advantage, and potentially earn a higher reward from the guild for completing their mission. Prepare yourselves. We're moving in. Kaon, stay at the rear and cover our backs. Rystel, Dedrick, you two in the front. Finally some action. The dwarf called out in a hushed tone while the larger armored man just nodded. Soon the 4 were moving through the long bridge that was usually covered in arrows. The adventurers cautiously moved across the bridge, their footsteps muffled against the wooden planks. Driven by the sounds of battle, they continued onward. What they discovered further was a castle filled with empty hallways. This place was supposed to be overrun by living armor monsters at every corner, but instead, they were greeted by nothing but muffled sounds from afar. They nodded at each other and stealthily moved toward the source of the noise. As they approached the castle's great hall, the clashing of metal grew louder, resonating through the cold stone walls. "Hey, do you see that? Yeah, doesn't that thing look familiar?" Levi asked Kaon, who narrowed his eyes at the spectacle before them. In the middle of the great hall was a lone living armor, different from the ones attacking it. In one hand, it held a large bronze mace, while the other contained a shield. With each swing of its weapon, it dispatched the seemingly more evolved variants, smashing their heads and directly targeting their monster cores. The battle seemed to be over a minute into their arrival, and soon the creature stood motionless in the middle of the hall. "Yeah, it looks like that shitty armor that fell into the chasm. Did it manage to crawl out and evolve or something?" To their surprise, it was a monster they were all familiar with. Levi, their leader, still remembered the trouble she had selling its gauntlet that no one was willing to buy. It was now there, crushing the heads of the iron monsters like it was nothing. Even though these living armors were not their match, if they came in high numbers, even their party would have some trouble. "So, is this the reason? What do we do?" Kaon whispered while notching an arrow into his bow. He had a clean shot for the armored monster and knew that if he hit its helmet in the right spot, he could knock it off. They only needed to get to its monster core to win this fight. "This thing probably caused the previous disaster. We need to be careful, it knows darkness magic." "Don't worry, leave it to me, I'll just..." The archer turned his head towards the lone monster and stopped talking. He was aware of the power this monster supposedly had and was planning to use his archery skills to finish the job. However, to his surprise, after he turned his gaze away from the armor for a few seconds, it had turned in their direction. To make it worse, it was now holding something that resembled a spear in its hand. "Shit, dodge it!" The large projectile made an arch and closed in on Levi's head. The woman reacted slowly at the sudden attack coming her way. This spear had been infused with a strange dark substance and spiraling in their direction. Luckily, Levi was not alone and a large tower shield made of thick steel appeared in the hands of her party member. It connected with a resounding clang, and Dedrick, the heavily armored warrior, absorbed the impact. The force of the throw caused him to stagger back a few steps, but he remained standing. The spear bounced off to the side and its tip embedded itself in the stone floor and vibrated from the impact. "Get away from that, it's covered in black magic." While the projectile was deflected, it still posed a threat to them all. The foul magic it was imbued with was similar to poison but did not require them to ingest it. Being in close vicinity to this black mana would cause them to weaken tremendously. All of them scattered to the sides in fear of the after effects of this weapon throw. However, just as quickly as it appeared before them, the shadowy mist around it vanished into nothingness. What about the monster? With haste all of them turned to the grand hall where the battle between living armors had been taking place, but instead of seeing the bronze armor charging in their direction, they saw it retreating. Is that really a dungeon monster or is someone inside that armor? They paused out of shock as the living armor was acting very strangely. Normally, it should have attacked them instantly, but instead, it was fleeing. Irregular monsters were special, some even had intelligence, but this also depended on the type. This thing shouldn't be capable of strategic thinking, and the possibility of another monster wearing the armor was possible. It could be trying to lead us into a trap. Stay together. The four nodded at each other before giving chase. Despite the strangeness of this metallic monster, they were confident they could handle it. The chase was on, and tracking the noisy creature through the castle was relatively easy. Its metal body clanged loudly with each step, echoing through the corridors and chambers it traversed. "Where is it trying to go?" "I don't know, but, watch out!" Levi exclaimed as they rounded a corner and encountered an area filled with poison. The ground was littered with the bodies of small worm-like creatures that had exploded, a hazard typically found on the second floor and not something the monster should have brought down here. They paused briefly, navigating through the initial burst of purple smoke, then continued their pursuit. The adventurers cautiously pursued the mysterious living armor through the castle's corridors. When they gained on the monster, it lobbed a series of explosive potions native to the goblins on a different floor. Then, blocked an area with a strange ball of mangled bronze armor that should be here. "Wait, isn't this the way to the 10th floor? Is it trying to get there?" "It seems so, it must not be too smart if it's going there." They continued to chase and they soon arrived at a large staircase leading up to a set of massive doors. Just as they appeared there, they could see the bronze armor duck through the gates, which prompted them to halt in their steps. Almost instantly after it had gone through the threshold, the massive chamber doors started to close upon themselves. The dungeon recognized it as a threat. "What do we do now?" It went into the boss chamber. There is nothing much that we can do now besides waiting. The boss will probably kill it for us. The adventurers paused while looking at the closed doors that led to what would be the 10th floor of this dungeon, or what most knew as the boss chamber. Within would be a powerful monster that required a whole party of adventurers to defeat. In their eyes, the bronze armor was already dead, as they could not see it being able to survive against such a tough opponent. What now, Levi? Kaon asked as all of them settled before the large door. All of them knew that once these closed, they would not open until either the boss monster inside died or the one challenging did. We wait. If that thing is as dumb as it seems. There's no way it can handle whatever's in there alone. I think they aren't following after me anymore, but what is this place? I thought this was the way to the 10th floor. Rusty had been finishing up his grinding session against his iron counterparts when he noticed the adventurers. He was now level 14 and just one shy away from the new level limit. A new skill was gained during the leveling spree that allowed him to detect living beings in the vicinity, and through it he was able to discover his enemies. Then, after a quick decision, he made his way towards the 10th floor that he had previously discovered but not used. This place is different from the other floors. After going through the large chamber doors, he arrived at more stairs that started to lead downwards. He descended slowly and eventually arrived at a huge room that resembled something a king would inhabit. The ceilings were high, supported by grand stone pillars adorned with intricate carvings. Torches lined the walls, casting flickering shadows across the polished marble floor. At the far end of the chamber, a massive throne sat upon a raised dais, commanding the room's attention. There is no one there, but he had expected to find someone seated upon that throne, but it was empty. Yet, Rusty was not alone. Next to the throne, like a sentinel knight, stood a large armored creature. It towered over him by at least a head's length, its presence imposing. As he stepped further into the room, the armored figure's head turned towards him, its visor glowing with an eerie red light. A massive armored figure began to move, the sound of its metal joints echoing through the chamber like a death knell. Its movements were deliberate and heavy, each step resonating with power. Rusty could see that this creature was not like the other living armors he had faced. This one exuded a strange aura that he had not seen before. This was the first dungeon boss he had encountered, and even though the hero had warned him about the dangers of such beings, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. This was the challenge he had been seeking, the key to his next evolution. His level was now 14, and this monster would probably be enough to push him through the threshold. My luck wasn't good. I would have probably reached a higher level if it wasn't for those adventurers. But at least, they can't follow me here. Rusty knew that once a person was inside a boss chamber, it was impossible for anyone else to enter. Unless the adventurers chasing him had some digging tools, he would have time to dispatch this monster, reach the next evolution, and then either run away or confront his pursuers once he was stronger. The month was almost up, and this seemed to be the limit. If he didn't make it out of this battle, all of his planning would have been for nothing. Is that going to be my next form? It looks a bit disfigured. Classification: Iron Armor Knight E plus L15. Type: Magical/Spectre. Description: A living armor monster, its armor is much heavier than regular iron armors. There wasn't much detail in the description, but the monster's form was undeniably intimidating. It outsized Rusty in both height and width, its thick, reinforced plating suggesting it was built for both offense and defense. It held a massive great sword with ease, the blade looked more like a slab of metal than a sword. The edge didn't appear too sharp, but something that heavy would certainly penetrate through Rusty's slashing resistance. Time to see what you're made of and if all that skill training was worth it. Rusty muttered, tightening his grip on his mace. The battle would not be easy, but he was ready. His enemy was the same type of monster as him, which didn't bode well. The floor boss was larger and heavier, attributes that usually determined victory between living armor types. However, Rusty wasn't just a simple living armor, he had brains to complement his brawn. If he used what he had learned throughout these months, then victory could be his. As the Iron Armor Knight advanced, Rusty activated his inventory to take out the correct armaments for this situation. The mace would be a good offensive weapon for this type of enemy as it was weak to blunt damage. To his left side he held his bronze shield tightly and would use it just like he did against the other living armors. The plan was simple: block with the shield and hit with the mace. What could go wrong? The knight finally approached and swung its great sword in a wide arc, aiming to cleave Rusty in two. In response, Rusty raised his shield to block the incoming hit, just as he had done many times with other living armor monsters. Once he withstood the hit, there would be a window of opportunity to strike back. His mace just needed to connect with the enemy's knee joint. Once this was mangled, the boss would be unable to move quickly, and the battle would be won. This was the plan in Rusty's metallic head. To his surprise, it didn't quite go as he had foreseen. Once the large slab of iron connected with his shield, he was sent flying to the side. The immense force behind the Iron Armor Knight's strike sent him crashing into a nearby pillar. His shield, while having absorbed much of the impact, was now bent and rendered almost useless. Without even looking at his system screen, he could tell that even though the shield had absorbed a large portion of the hit, he still lost some of his HP. This won't be as straightforward as I thought. Rusty pushed himself upright, his metallic body groaning in protest. He quickly discarded the damaged shield by throwing it in the direction of the charging Iron Knight. His opponent didn't seem to mind as the bronze just bounced off without halting his charge in the slightest. While holding the sword with both hands, it produced another wide slash, which this time around Rusty ducked. He sought protection behind one of the rocky pillars, but this also didn't suppress his opponent much. The moment the huge great sword connected with the pillar, it blew right past it. Chunks of rock pelted his bronze body as he continued to back away. His opponent was on the offensive and not giving him any openings that he could exploit. Rusty realized he needed a different approach. Relying on brute force alone wouldn't work against a foe that outmatched him in strength and size. Something like this was easier said than done. His opponent would certainly not give him any time to reorganize himself. The Iron Armor Knight was hot on his heels and another pillar burst open. Rusty ducked again and realized that these stone slabs would not be able to protect him from this enemy. It was as if someone placed them here to be nothing but a trap. Soon, more and more of the rocky pillars were gone, and Rusty hadn't even hit the other armor once. Both of them lacked a stamina bar, so waiting for the monster to tire was pointless. Eventually, he would not have any cover left to protect him. Before that happened, he needed to strike. I'll get only one chance, I need to make it count. With only one pillar left standing, Rusty made up his mind and devised a plan. Even though the monster was blowing through the rough stones, they were halting its momentum. If he timed it right, he could knock his enemy off balance and launch a counterattack. To make this happen, he activated his inventory and took out a large iron tower shield he had previously taken from one of the other living armors. With it, he hoped to turn his plan into reality. While the monster was strong and could obliterate the environment with its huge sword, Rusty had noticed some weaknesses. To exploit one of its shortcomings, he needed the large shield and good timing. Holding the shield at the edge of the pillar, he waited for the right moment. Now! He shouted in his mind as the monster attacked the last column in the throne room. Normally, the monster would just cause it to crumble into dust again, but this time, there was another obstruction. Rusty utilized the large shield along with his shield bash skill, targeting not the monster but its blade tip instead. Once the great sword collided with the pillar, its momentum slowed, allowing Rusty to perform a perfect parry without being pushed back. His body's weight increased as otherwise, he would have been pushed back once again. The tower shield collided with the sword, and Rusty could feel his body buckling under the pressure. Despite the force behind the enemy's strike, he managed to hold his ground, using his shield and skill to absorb and redirect the attack's momentum. The collision created a resounding clang that echoed through the grand chamber, causing a momentary pause in the relentless onslaught of the Iron Armor Knight. Finally, the great sword was flung back along with the monster holding it, and the time for his counterattack had come. He discarded the tower shield by throwing it at the stumbling monster. Both hands gripping his mace, Rusty aimed a precise power strike at the Iron Armor Knight's knee joint. While aiming at its monster core within the helmet was an option, the monster's arms were raised to protect it. Just like him, each living armor had instincts to protect their helmet from harm, and targeting its legs was the better choice. The heavy mace connected with a satisfying crunch, but one hit was not enough to shatter the knee joint. The monster staggered back, its reinforced armor absorbing most of the impact. It used its large blade as a crutch and tried to regain its balance, but Rusty was unwilling to relent. With calculated precision, he swung his mace again and again, as many times as it took to shatter the joint. Even when the monster used its large fist to smack him away, he would not relent. Rusty's repeated strikes finally bore fruit. With a final, resounding crack, the knee joint of the Iron Armor Knight gave way. The massive creature staggered, unable to support its own weight, and collapsed onto one knee. Rusty didn't waste a moment. He knew this was his best, and possibly only, chance to finish the fight. He quickly maneuvered behind the fallen knight, where the great sword couldn't easily reach him. The iron armor knight swung its sword wildly, but the blows were erratic and lacked the precision needed to hit the nimble bronze suit of armor. Rusty darted around it, continuously hitting its body with his active skills. Even when his mace shattered, he just restored it and continued. With each powerful blow, more cracks formed in the knight's armor. The great sword flailed desperately, but the knight's movements grew slower and more uncoordinated as the damage accumulated. Rusty knew that if he was hit even once or grabbed by its large hands, the whole battle could shift in the monster's favor. His tactic might have been considered cowardly, but it was effective. The monster's helmet eventually flew upwards after one coordinated swing in an attempt to expose its core and end this. However, soon a problem arose as the monster core that should have been there, was nowhere to be seen. Does it have that skill to move the monster core? Rusty knew that such skills existed, but it was also possible that this type of knight armor variant had its core in a different location. Without knowing where to hit, this battle would become increasingly more difficult. He backed away from the chaotic swings, but the monster crawled after him. Its attack power and mobility had decreased, but even with one hand, a large great sword like that was a deadly weapon. Where is that core hiding? Wait, I still have one of those left, I should use it. The monster was now without a head and flailing around wildly. Rusty was forced to back away as moving in close was dangerous. Victory could only be achieved once the core was destroyed, and he had one option left. His light and darkness elements were ineffective against living armors. Even if he blasted light inside its head, it would probably not crumble the core inside. Instead, he would use a different explosive solution in the form of a yellow potion bottle. If this fails, I'll probably only have one other option, and it would be better not to. After making up his mind, he charged forward. First, to make use of his opponent's lack of a helmet, he threw his mace at its body. The monster reacted instantly after being hit and started smacking the area the weapon came from. It hit nothing but air and stone tiles while Rusty circled around it with the potion in his hand. Then, with a precise throw, he launched it into the living armor's chest cavity through the opening left by the helmet. The potion, once inside, instantly exploded and turned the monster's interior into a furnace. Smoke and flames erupted from the monster. Its arms popped off in a comedic fashion and flew to the sides. Rusty wanted to cheer, but something was wrong. Despite the explosion, the monster was still moving. The arms and helmet started to be pulled back as his enemy finally decided to use its limb-controlling skill. He couldn't allow the monster to reform itself, so he charged forward with a long sword instead. Once he reached the injured body of the Iron Knight, he began searching for the core inside. The smoke made it hard to locate, and the monster still had its legs. Even with his weight skill active, it was challenging to hold the creature down, but eventually, he found the core, right below the waistline and between the monster's legs. It was a strange place for a monster core, but there it was. With all his might, he thrust his blade through the neck opening, carefully aiming for the spot he had identified. The blade pierced through and found its mark, driving deep into the core. Rusty felt a sudden vibration from within the monster's body, which soon passed as the monster's body dropped. The arms and helmet that had almost reached it crumbled to the ground with a resounding clang. The battle was over. Congratulations, you have gained a level. You have reached the level limit, please choose a path forward. There it was, he had reached the final level and was now ready to advance toward his next evolution. While he had achieved victory, there was no time to relax as he was not quite safe yet. Now that the dungeon boss was defeated, the path to this place would open, and those adventurers would certainly appear. He was unsure of what to do, as he spending time in the Soul Forge would put him at risk. Time flows slower here than in the forge, but how much slower? It would be quite unfortunate if the adventurers discovered his unmoving body while he was trying to evolve. Before he could go through with this, he needed to find a safe location. Soon after the defeat of his enemy, he heard a strange click coming from afar. The throne chair started to slide sideways, revealing a ladder leading down into another location. Is this the path towards the next floor? Just as this new path opened up, another one that had been shut tight started moving. The large doors blocking access to the chamber were creaking apart. It was clear he needed to think fast, as his previous pursuers were right behind him. Would he go down these stairs into a potential dead end or a new monster-infested floor? Or would he try to evolve quickly and face the adventurers first? He looked at the ladder, then at the slowly opening doors. He could hear the distant clanking of the adventurers' armor and their muffled voices, growing louder as they neared the chamber. Do we really have to wait here all day? Maybe we should just go back and report this to the guild. Kaon muttered, shifting his weight from foot to foot. The oppressive silence of the dungeon weighed heavily on the adventurers, but it wasn't enough to make them drop their guard. Yeah, I bet those fuckers at the guild will say that we failed the mission otherwise. Levy replied in an annoyed tone. The adventurers stood outside the massive doors leading to the boss chamber. The sounds of battle from within had faded, leaving them tense. I still can't believe that thing ran in there. What is that suit of armor? Levy asked while giving the chamber door a kick. I don't know, maybe someone's tamed monster that lost its master? Or just a monster that wandered into the dungeon? Kaon replied as he tried to rationalize the situation, but it didn't quite make sense to them. They knew that natural-born monsters stayed far away from dungeons. This armor was clearly more intelligent than it was supposed to be. Yeah, it was definitely thinking. Dungeon monsters don't act like that. It's almost like... Like what? Levy asked again, raising an eyebrow. She waited for Kaon's reply, but before the archer could respond, the large door before them started to open. Dedrick, the heavily armored warrior, shifted his weight and moved in front of the party. The dwarf opened his eyes and smiled, ready to finally complete this mission. Get ready. Let's get this over with and go have a drink. I'm parched. The massive doors to the chamber began to creak open, and the party stepped through. They knew how the dungeon rules worked. If the boss was victorious, it would restore its health and be ready for them. They were aware of its rank, strength, and weaknesses. It was not something they couldn't handle, but what worried them was the living armor. If it managed to best the dungeon boss, it could potentially pose a threat to their group. All their weapons were raised as they crossed the threshold of the boss chamber. Inside, they witnessed an area with desolate columns, damaged during the monster battle. Once they saw this, they knew the boss monster had lost its battle with the bronze living armor. The room would instantly restore itself to its original form whenever the boss won. I don't see any of them. Did they kill each other? I don't think so, look there. Levy replied to Kaon and pointed toward the large throne at the end of the chamber. It had slid open to reveal a new path leading down. Did it go down into the treasure room? Possibly, but don't you think something is off? Yet. I don't see the boss anywhere. Where did its body go? The monster that was supposed to be in this chamber should still be here. Its body wouldn't just disappear into thin air, it would be farmed by adventurers for resources. The thick armor it wore was worth good money. Once defeated, adventurers like them would take it apart for later use. However, the large suit of armor was nowhere to be seen. It was as if it had been devoured by the other suit of armor, which was also missing. This is indeed strange, but there is only one way it could have gone. They all wandered around the area that mimicked a noble's home, but there was only one way to continue, down. The throne always slid to the side after the boss had been defeated, allowing access to the treasure chamber. There, the victor would receive an additional reward for their victory. Beyond it, there was nothing more, as this 10th floor, the boss room, was the final part of the dungeon. Found anything? Nah, I don't think it's here, it must have gone down. All of them moved towards the massive throne, their steps echoing ominously in the vast chamber. They exchanged wary glances, the air heavy with uncertainty. The adventurers had fought through countless monsters to reach this point, but something about this situation felt different. Down it is, then. Rystel the dwarf grunted, his grip tightening on his axe. All of them knew that their enemy wasn't normal and the treasure room was a closed space. It was capable of using black magic, something that affected living beings greatly. Don't worry, the guild gave us this as a precaution, even if it uses that dark fog, we should be fine. Their team leader took out a silver cross on which strange symbols were engraved. It looked like some sort of magical artifact and its function would allow them to dispatch this armored enemy. Soon they started going down the long ladder with Dedrick moving first and Levy being the last. The group leader was about to move, but then she heard something rustling in the corner. There a small rock bounced down from under a large pile of rocks. The boss chamber was well lit, but in one area most of the torches had been destroyed. It was covered in a dark shadow, that seemed a bit strange for some reason. Levy squinted while wondering what this strange feeling was in her gut, but before she took a step forward, someone called up from below. Hey Levy, is something wrong? No, I'm coming. She shook her head and ignored the shadows that were playing tricks on her mind. The woman assumed that perhaps her nerves were getting to her and it was better to focus on the bronze monster. Levy turned around and descended down the ladder to join her party, leaving the boss chamber and the secret that it held. That was scary. I thought that adventurer could see me for a moment. Rusty remained hidden in the darkened part of this boss chamber. He had been lucky that one of the pillars had collapsed towards the corner and created a pocket with darkness. With enough light missing, he was able to activate his skill and waited out until they finally headed down the ladder. He was lucky enough to level up, which restored his MP fully, but now, he needed to get out of here. They are headed towards the treasure room. If what Alexander said was true, then it's a dead end. Once they realize that I'm not there, they will probably climb right back up. Thanks to his guides, he was aware of the theoretical dungeon structure. They informed him that this place probably ended on the 10th floor, which was also the boss chamber. There was a possibility that an 11th floor could exist past the boss chamber, but this was not the case here. Once a treasure room was spotted, then it meant that the journey was over. At first, he was planning to pry the ladder of the wall once they had descended, but it was far too sturdy. At most, he could start throwing some rubble down the hole in an attempt to block the exit. There were some chunks of the pillars that would fit, but he wasn't sure if they would do the job. Instead, it was probably better to sneak out now and climb to the higher levels where many more hiding spots existed. What he needed to do now, was to find a safe location and evolve to a superior variant. Should I just sneak out now or try to block them from coming back up? Rusty thought to himself as he pressed against the wall, moving slowly to minimize noise. The ladder down was about 50 meters away and would take some time to traverse. He considered using the rest of his poisonous worms. They were safely stored in his inventory, but once removed, they would activate, releasing their toxic fog. It might buy him some time, though the adventurers could have countermeasures against it. Approaching the ladder was risky, but before he could make a decision, something intriguing happened. What is this light? His gauntlet sunk into the wall he was leaning up against, and a new option presented itself to him. Instead of running back towards the 9th floor, a path had opened up inside of the boss chamber. One of the bricks in the walls was pushable and revealed a secret passage. However, it also produced a lot of noise that the adventurers clearly heard and reacted to. He could hear their voices echoing from below, growing louder as they approached the ladder. What was that noise? Did you hear that too? It must have been that monster. Quickly, climb back up. Rusty was left with little choice. He quickly retrieved all of the poisonous items from his inventory and hurled them toward the ladder. The worms exploded on contact and also in mid-air, releasing a cloud of toxic fog. Without wasting a moment, he ducked into the secret passage that was beginning to close. He hoped that by the time the adventurers climbed back up, the passage would be hidden, allowing him to avoid them completely. The wall slid shut behind him, muffling the adventurers' shouts from the other side. They had encountered the poison mist at the entrance but continued forward. The narrow passage forced Rusty to switch to a shorter blade, allowing him to swing freely. After a few tense moments, the sounds of their footsteps began to fade. It was clear they assumed he had returned to the 9th floor. They left, but what now? He straightened himself out and looked into the corridor he found himself in. There was a lone torch in the distance where he probably needed to head to. Before moving, he glanced at his status screen and the newly gained skill he was unable to examine earlier. Name: Rusty. Classification: Twilight Bronze Armor EL15. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 104/172. Magic points MP: 44/153. Special points SP: 29/40. Strength: 54E. Agility: 32E. Dexterity: 30E. Constitution: 57E. Intelligence: 36E. Wisdom: 38E. Willpower: 37E. Durability: E++. Possession: Living Armor. Active skill: once the living armor is worn by someone, it enables complete control over the wearer's body. His level was 15 and he had also gained a new strange skill. From the description, it seemed that after allowing someone to wear his body as an armor, he would be able to gain control over their body. He was not sure what the point of this skill was, but perhaps he gained some type of bonus if a person was inside of his body. There were obvious dangers that came with this skill, as whoever was inside would have access to his monster core, making this something that could backfire. I'm not sure about this one, but first, I need to see if this place is safe. Rusty wanted to start his evolution but was unsure about his safety. There was no cave filled with monster-repelling crystals, or gleam to watch over his unmoving body. First he needed to examine the area he found himself in and then decide. Thus, he moved through the narrow corridor forward and followed the seemingly straight path. C. B. C. It's the voice again. He came to a sudden halt after walking for a minute, a familiar voice echoing inside his metallic head. It was something he had never forgotten, a worry that persisted since his return to this dungeon. The heart that created all of this was trying to say something to him, and through this tunnel, he was getting closer. S. A. Y. A. C. K. The further he advanced, the more resistance he encountered. The voice grew louder, transporting him back to a time he thought he had left behind. His steps slowed as a familiar force began to exert itself upon him. Control over his body was slipping away, seized by the very entity that had brought him into existence. Stay back! It was the dungeon heart, he was positive. The voice had turned from a whisper into a deafening roar, reverberating through his entire being. Rusty stumbled, nearly losing his balance as the force of the command pressed down on him. He could feel the dungeon's will trying to overpower his own, seeking to reclaim control over its creation. But Rusty had evolved since his creation, he had gained strength, intelligence, and a sense of self. I won't be controlled again, he muttered, each step forward feeling like wading through thick mud. His mind raced, trying to focus on the path ahead and not the overwhelming pressure trying to dominate him. The narrow corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, the torchlight flickering eerily in the distance. Rusty's metallic feet clanked against the stone floor, each step echoing in the confined space. He focused on the sound of his own movements, using it to drown out the oppressive voice. Finally, the passage drew to a close and it opened into a hidden chamber. Rusty attempted to move forward, but suddenly his body began to quiver. The voice inside of his mind was rampaging, not allowing him to progress any further. He was forced to take a step back as his senses became overloaded. I can't go further, it's just too strong, but this isn't over. If I can't move now, I just need to get stronger. Rusty had realized that this was a hidden corridor towards the dungeon heart. It was not something that the heart would reveal to the outside adventurers that could not be halted as the monsters here. There was nothing that he needed to fear here, and the boss he defeated had been the last hurdle. Now he just needed to take a few steps forward and all of his problems would resolve themselves. Soon he lowered himself onto the ground, and after making sure that no other monsters approached him, he activated his new evolution. The world blurred around him just like before, and he found himself before a familiar-looking castle. This was now the third time he had returned to this castle and the third time he would evolve. His form had started as a damaged and corroded bronze shell, something easily defeated even by a child. With time it grew into the bronze form he had now, but it was time to discard this shell of bronze. Rusty moved forward, through the long bridge, and quickly arrived at the Soul Forge where his two guides were already waiting. Look, hero, the prodigal son has finally returned. Ignore this idiot Rusty, welcome back, you did well. The hero Alexander scoffed at a burden the fallen Demon King, and the two floated towards him. In the middle of the chamber, just like before, he saw his new default shell. However, there was a slight difference. Instead of there being just one armor to slip into, there were three. Rusty had finally managed to reach the point he was after. It had been close to a month since the incident with Gleam. Before him stood the Soul Forge, where he had previously evolved twice. However, there had been some slight changes, just like before. In the middle of the main chamber stood three bodies, each different from the other. It was clear that he needed to make an important choice now, one that could dictate his entire future. That one looks similar to the floor boss in the dungeon. Yes, it was quite the surprise that it just appeared there. Did the Soul Forge react? Replied Aburden, the fallen demon lord, while his orb form floated around the three metallic frames in the middle of the chamber. The question was posed to the hero, Alexander. He was the one who had been given this blessing in his previous life, but the white orb of light was unsure. I don't know, this place is different from the Soul Forge I used, but perhaps if Rusty defeats stronger living armors, the forge could have copied the designs to some extent? Or maybe it's due to the monster parts. I think gathering new materials was a big part of this blessing. Alexander wasn't quite sure as his memory of his past life wasn't complete. Rusty nodded. Right after the victory against the floor boss, he had quickly grabbed its parts and weapon. One of the evolutionary options was quite similar to the monster he defeated. It was taller than his regular metallic frame, the armor was thicker, and it had a somewhat more demonic design. Small spikes jutted out from the armor, and even the helmet had some horns, which seemed to make the demon lord quite happy. "You'll go with this one, right? It's clearly better than the other two," said Aberdan while floating around the demonic armor with evident admiration. "Don't rush him. This decision needs careful thought. Did you forget what is at stake?" Alexander countered firmly and unyieldingly. "Do you mean that, Aunt? Are you still planning on going into the human city?" Aberdan chuckled in a somewhat amused way. In the demon lord's mind, there was no possibility of Rusty's plan working. "My dear Rusty, you're a monster. How about you start acting like one? Once you're powerful enough, I'm sure you'll be able to avenge your dear friend. For all we know, little Gleam could be no mo." "Shut up!" The whole chamber quaked as Rusty shouted in anger. Aberdan was compelled to hold his words back. Alexander sensed the danger from this emotional outburst and floated closer to Rusty in an attempt to offer some support. "Don't let him get to you, Rusty. Focus on what's important. I'm sure Gleam will be fine, there is still time." Soon, the quivering walls began to calm down as Rusty steadied his metallic nerves. He knew that the demon lord was an older being with much more knowledge. Aberdan was right to some extent, at least from the outside, the demonic-looking armor appeared to be the strongest option. However, there was one problem with choosing this path, and the hero quickly brought it up. "If you choose this path, Rusty, I'm afraid infiltrating the city will be impossible." "Why?" Rusty asked while also looking at the two other armor variants. The rightmost was the demonic armor. In the middle was one similar to the iron variants he saw within a dungeon. It was a direct upgrade of his bronze body and quite similar. To the left was something quite different, a body he didn't truly understand. The top half was humanoid, but the bottom half belonged to some type of beast with 4 legs. Rusty had never encountered this type of monster before, but he had seen some depictions of this beast on temple walls. If he wasn't wrong, the technical term for it was a centaur. This form was larger than even the demonic one on the right, but the lower body was that of a horse with metallic legs. It would turn him into a quadruped with a human's upper torso. While this form looked imposing, it would probably have limited function within tight corridors. Those other two choices make you look too much like a monster. Only with the middle one will you be able to walk among them, and even then, I'm not too sure about it. I think some people adjust those monster armors to be used as regular armor, but once they get closer to you, it will be over." The living armor monsters were quite distinct and would be identified as monsters quickly by Rusty's enemies. Once someone got close, they would notice the lack of a person inside. Even if he went with the most humanoid-looking one, it might still give him away. If this was the case, then perhaps going with the horned one was better, at least for the additional power it provided. "Aren't you two forgetting something?" While deliberating on the choice, the Demon King's restraint was lifted, allowing him to speak again. "Do you actually have some proper advice this time?" Alexander responded in a mocking tone, which made Aberdan react in anger. "What is that supposed to mean? I always give proper advice, but for some reason, it's not appreciated. Maybe if you weren't plotting something dubious each time, Rusty would trust you more." "I'm not plotting anything. I just don't want our precious friend to get injured." The two started going back and forth as usual, so Rusty decided to stop it. It seemed that Aberdan had some kind of idea, and if it helped him rescue Gleam, he was willing to listen. "That's enough. What did you have in mind, Aberdan?" "Ha, you won't regret it, Rusty. Now, where was I? Ah yes. Do you recall the skill you achieved once you reached level 15, my dear Rusty? The possession skill." "Yes, that one." Rusty had received a new skill once he maxed out his level but had not been able to test it out. "With the possession skill, you might be able to fool those pesky adventurers, even if you stride through their precious guild." "Oh, is that true? Will I be able to do that?" It sounded too good to be true, but Rusty was intrigued. The possession skill could potentially allow him to manipulate and control someone who wore him as armor. "You want him to use one of the adventurers, like some kind of reverse inner suit thing?" "That's right, my dear hero. We both know that if he attempts to get close to any settlement, he will get killed. But if he can manipulate one of those pesky adventurers well enough, then we can make the impossible possible." Aberdan cackled while explaining as if he was trying to formulate some type of dubious plan. Rusty contemplated, expecting Alexander to offer a counterpoint. The hero and the demon lord rarely saw eye to eye on plans. Alexander pondered a burden's suggestion carefully, his luminous form wavering slightly as he considered the implications. It could work, but will he be able to pretend to be an adventurer? Does Rusty even know how to behave like a human? Won't he be noticed if he acts like he does now? Rusty wasn't sure what the hero meant by that, but he continued to listen to their discussion with interest. If there was a way to safely reach this guild the two were talking about, then he would do it. Even with his new evolution, battling numerous adventurers would be challenging. Perhaps, but well, don't we have a previous adventurer here with us? Someone that could guide our precious Rusty through all of that. I suppose I could do that, but only if the guild hasn't changed much since then. Hey, you're the one that wants to save that ant. If you have anything better to suggest, now would be the time to do it. Alexander hesitated. He had just tried to reason with Rusty, a monster that was following his emotions to save a friend. While he appreciated the sentiment, he wasn't entirely convinced of the plan's feasibility. Avoiding human settlements altogether still seemed like the safer option, but the possession skill offered a potential solution. I'm not really too familiar with this skill, but would it be able to fool anyone? Possibly, but we won't know until he tries. But before that, he needs to make a choice. Rusty nodded thoughtfully as he evaluated the three evolution options before him. The one with the lower body of a horse was immediately dismissed. While imposing in size, he wasn't willing to transform into a creature part horse. This left him with just two choices, and only one if he prioritized Gleam's safety. The demonic variant appeared formidable, but it was a conspicuous form and would not allow him to blend in with other people. I'll go with the middle one. I see, are you sure? Asked the hero. Yes, but before that, I need to prepare. The decision was made, but he would not just enter the body and be done with this space. The Soul Forge was a place to advance his power and to strategize. His body had changed to iron, and thus he would be able to advance into the Iron Age of smithing. All his bronze weapons needed to be discarded and remade into a better form. With the help of this new metal, he would be able to advance even further. Are you going to be forging weapons again? While Rusty walked towards the smithing chamber, a burden gave a sigh. Not keen on blacksmithing, he quickly floated away to the library area instead. The hero, however, joined Rusty on this new journey. Once the chamber doors were opened, Rusty noticed that the place had become larger and that some reconstructions had taken place. Making Iron Age weapons was different from bronze. Instead of only using molds and smelting, he needed to use a forge alongside a hammer to shape the iron. The Soul Forge had helped him prepare the basic bronze weaponry before with an unlimited supply of bronze, but this time, the challenge would be greater. Rusty approached the forge, already lit and roaring with flame. Various tools and materials were neatly organized around the area, ready for use. Alexander floated nearby, offering some support and ready to answer any questions to the beginner smith that was about to unfold on a new crafting journey. First, let's see what we have here. They examined the materials available. There was a generous supply of iron ingots, various types of wood for handles, and a collection of tools like hammers, tongs, and chisels. It was quite an organized setup, but it was up to him to make use of this extensive smithy. Every weapon and tool he attempted to make would need to be made by his own two hands. There doesn't seem to be any shortcuts in this one. Alexander quickly floated through the chamber and examined everything. It seemed that the previous area had been more of a tutorial, and this was the true start. While there were some pre-made hilts for each weapon type, he would need to forge the blades, shafts, and assemble the pieces together himself. Rusty took a deep breath, or what felt like one in his metallic form, and approached the forge. He selected a hammer and an iron ingot, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia despite the process being new to him. The forge's heat was intense, but he felt no discomfort. He placed the iron ingot into the fire, watching it glow red hot, and then positioned it on the anvil. This won't be easy, Alexander commented, hovering close to Rusty and giving him tips. Iron is a lot harder to shape than bronze. You'll need to be precise and consistent with your strikes. Rusty nodded, raising the hammer and bringing it down with a powerful, deliberate swing. Sparks flew, and the ingot began to flatten under the repeated blows. Each strike echoed through the chamber, a rhythmic clanging that filled the otherwise quiet space. Rusty found a rhythm, hammering, reheating, and hammering again. The process was arduous, requiring patience and precision, but he persisted. After what felt like hours, Rusty had shaped the iron into the rough form of a short blade. It was his first iron creation, and he had already realized how much different this new metal was. The melting point was much higher than bronze, which indicated that his body would be even more resistant than before. Soon, he formed the tang of his new blade, which was the part that extended into the handle. That's a good base, now let's begin the heat treatment. Okay. To harden the blade needed to be heated to a high enough temperature and then quenched in water or oil to harden the iron. The Soul Forge provided him with all the required tools for this stage. To temper the blade further, it needed to be rehearsed to a lower temperature and then allowed to cool slowly. This reduced its brittleness and also improved the toughness. Once this step was finished, he could move on to sharpening the short blade he had produced. Just like with the bronze weaponry, he used a sharpening wheel to refine its shape and remove any irregularities. Then with the help of whetstones and other polishing tools, the edge could be finalized. Good, now just attach one of the hilts, make sure it fits in the palm of your hand just right. There were many wooden hilts around and also tools that would allow him to make them smaller. He was given various materials like wood, bone, and even antlers. For better grip, he could wrap it in leather or use some string. Each material was different and he was unsure what to use. Luckily, Alexander was here and gave him some good advice that he followed. Staghorn is tremendously hard and durable. Soon, the tang was fitted into the hilt, and the entire assembly was secured with simple rivets. In the past, he had begun with a basic knife, but for his first iron creation, he was more ambitious. Before him now lay a well-made short sword crafted entirely from iron with his own 2 hands. It had not been shaped from a mold but forged through his own skillful craftsmanship. Not bad for the first time, I could see an adventurer using this one in the dungeon. Alexander commented while Rusty nodded, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Then with a quick use of his identification skill, he realized that his skills had improved. The weapon that he made was quite good, but this was just the beginning as many more had to be made. Identification. Twilight Iron Short Sword. Rating. Intermediate, High. Rank. Uncommon. Identification. Twilight Iron Great Sword. Rating. Intermediate. Rank. Common. Something wrong. Well, it's not as easy as I thought it would be. It takes time to master the craft. You're already doing better than most apprentices. Rusty grumbled in a manner similar to a human while examining the large sword he had made. It was on the larger side but not quite as massive as the one the dungeon boss had used. He had gained some respect for his last enemy and wondered if he could emulate that power. His new body might not have the weight to wield a blade of such colossal size, but a regular great sword like this was still feasible. I know. Do you think I will have more time to practice? That's plausible. If my memory is correct, the Soul Forge was growing with me to a certain extent. Alexander confirmed Rusty's theory, but he wouldn't know for sure until this space threw him out. Previously he had been given enough time to forge many bronze weaponry and other pieces. He needed to do the same with the iron weapons and remake his arsenal like before. This was troubling as creating weapons through the use of molds was much simpler and quicker. However, through his work he noticed his smithing skills going up once more. Basic Smithing Mastery L7. Passive Skill. Increases proficiency with all basic blacksmithing tools like hammers during crafting. Basic Forging L8. Passive Skill. Unlocks the basics of forging. Aids in managing the forge, smelter, crafting, and spotting imperfections in created items. Just like with his battle skills, it was probable that these would turn into better versions once leveled past the 9th level. There was also one new skill that presented itself to him, one that increased his proficiency with the main blacksmithing tool. Basic Smithing Hammer Mastery L3. Passive Skill. Increases proficiency with all blacksmithing hammers and is a requirement to unlock other smithing skills. I wonder if blacksmiths gain any active skills. Within this space, he was allowed to gain these skills but he wasn't sure on how he was acquiring them. This one just popped up during one of his crafting attempts just as he was getting used to the new smithing methods. Some of the others he gained through reading books and none of them were gained through leveling. Well, I need to get back to work. Rusty continued his work with Gleam and her great status constantly on his mind. He had started his journey with a drive to become stronger and combat powerful foes. Although his focus had temporarily shifted, he still knew that to complete this rescue mission, he needed to gain more power. The reason might have changed, but he was still walking a similar path. As the days went by, his skills continued to improve. He crafted more swords, axes, and even some defensive gear like shields and armor plates. The forge's endless supply of iron allowed him to experiment and learn without fear of running out of materials. Alexander provided constant guidance, sharing his knowledge from his past life as an adventurer. They discussed different weapon designs, the balance between weight and durability, and the intricacies of each weapon type. Rusty absorbed all this information, applying it to his creations and making steady progress. However, at best, Rusty was only able to produce uncommon weaponry of slightly above intermediate rating. This is probably the best I can do for now. Identification. Twilight Iron Halberd. Rating. Intermediate, high. Rank. Uncommon. He had created knives, short swords, long swords, axes, maces, and even a bow for iron-tipped arrows. This iron halberd was the last main weapon type he desired, but it was not the end of his crafting spree. While he had all the weapons, smithing wasn't only about offense but also about defense. Ever since he saw adventurers with their unique armored plates, he started wondering if he could adjust his body in some way to make it even stronger. What do you think? Not bad. Are you going to try to adjust your armor now? Rusty nodded at the question posed by his smithing coach. Alexander had stayed with him the entire time, and the two were starting to form a bond. A burden sometimes peeked in to comment on their work and complain about how bored he was. He had been the one that brought up the possession skill, and to make this plan work, some changes to his body needed to be made, or at least some other parts. It's probably best to keep the base of your body as it is. With your current skills, I'm not sure if you can make it any better. You're probably right, Alexander. Rusty looked over a piece of armor plating he had created while training. It was a wrist protector, similar to the ones he had seen some adventurers using. They attached it to their bodies with leather straps and wore thicker clothing underneath. He did not have the luxury of using such things, as he needed his whole body to stay connected in some way. I don't think placing layers above my original body will work too well. Probably not. With one quick look, they would notice that you are a monster. Rusty's base body wasn't quite the same as the full plate armor the adventurers used. There were some gaps in the joints that revealed the emptiness inside. To alleviate this problem, he could try riveting some leather on the inside to mimic human clothes, but still, the shape wasn't quite the same. Something built from the ground up needed to be made if he hoped to fool them. Well, how about you use the new storage? Ah, there's that. I almost forgot. The Soul Forge had slightly expanded, and one of the new features was the extensive storage. Everything that he had been storing from the outside ended up in this space, and it was quite close to the crafting chamber. He just needed to take a few steps and open the door. How is this place so big? What greeted him was a vast empty space that looked like a storage hangar. There were rows of wide wooden shelves with various pieces of equipment he had previously gathered on his adventurers. All the parts he had taken from the other bronze living armors and iron variants were here. Among them were also pieces he took from various adventurers, and these were the ones he was focused on. I'll just take them all, there aren't that many in here. The place was vast and there was a lot of space between the shelves. To help him gather all of the equipment he needed, there was something that Alexander called a trolley. It had small wheels on the bottom and a large wooden box on top. Rusty began collecting various pieces of armor and equipment from the storage room, filling the trolley with items he thought might be useful for his plan. He picked out chest plates, gauntlets, greaves, and helmets, all in various states and of varying alloys. Alexander hovered right next to him, giving him some pointers at the better choices. That chest plate looks like it could fit well with your current frame. And those gauntlets, the fingers seem similar and don't require any leather gloves underneath. Alexander had a lot better eye for this sort of thing, and it allowed him to save many hours of going through all the junk that he had gathered. In his old life he was a hero who lived among the people of many intelligent races. If there was one person that could help him blend in, then it was him. However, his counterpart wasn't without a use, as soon enough he would present his own skills to the forefront. Think that should be enough? I think so too, with all of these I'm sure we can figure something out. Rusty took the cart with him into the crafting chamber and started placing the various parts on the workbench. They were laid out into a humanoid pattern on the main one, and he attempted to figure out the best combination. From what he could tell, the adventurers didn't always present themselves in uniform armor, so it didn't need to be fully symmetrical. This could take a while, I'm not even sure what to begin with. I knew you two would end up like this, you have been looking at those parts for hours now. What do you want a burden? If you don't have any advice to offer, then just leave us to our work. Alexander responded in an annoyed tone, but this didn't stop the dark orb from floating forward. Rusty wasn't sure, but it seemed that the Demon King had some advice to offer, and usually, he was right about many things. Do you know of a better way? Of course I do. Ha, what do you know about crafting? It's true, I'm not much of a blacksmith, to be frank it was always below me to even attempt such a thing, but that doesn't mean that I don't know a thing or two about the process. You two are missing something and that something is a plan. A plan? Indeed, now come with me for a moment Rusty, you won't regret it. This I promise you as the former king of all demons. A burden made some strong claims so Rusty was obviously intrigued. He looked towards Alexander but the ball of white light was unsure of what this was about. This is me shrugging, might as well see what that idiot wants, sometimes he brings up good points. Without waiting long they left towards the library where the Demon King resided. This place had also gone through a change. Next to the study area where the reading desk was, now stood a large board. Once they were there, it was clear what a burden was getting at. Is that a drawing of a piece of armor? Do you like it? I was quite the painter in my previous life, they used to call me. What did they call me? The dark ball of light was actually holding a very thin paintbrush with which a drawing was made. The drawing depicted a full suit of armor, complete with measurements, giving it an air of precision that only a master craftsman could achieve. A burden's orb floated nearby, almost smugly. This is incredible. Did you really make this? Of course, the artistry of a demon lord is not limited to destruction and chaos, you know. Rusty had to admit and wondered if the Demon King wasn't a master craftsman in his past life just like the hero. It looks a bit rough around the edges, was this the first time for you to make a schematic? Before Rusty could continue with his praises, Alexander floated forward to scrutinize the measurements. He could tell that there were a few errors here and there. He also noticed that some of the books containing the knowledge of crafting had been used. It seemed that while Alexander and Rusty were busted crafting weapons, he was studying the ways of making proper schematics and blueprints. First time or not, it gets the job done. A burden snapped back in annoyance. It was clear that he wasn't an expert at this craft yet but to bring this much to paper in such a short time was commendable. I've provided a foundational blueprint. Now, you need to help me refine it and ensure it fits Rusty's needs. Alexander nodded thoughtfully, floating closer to examine the details. It's a good start, but it does need some refinement but first, let's go look through the existing parts first. Soon the group of three were going back and forth between the two chambers while trying to figure out the correct fit for Rusty. He was able to exchange his body for existing parts but not everything fit well. Sometimes the pieces would produce giant holes within his armor which would give away his identity. They needed to modify the parts to align better with his frame. Over time, the process turned into a collaboration. Rusty stood in the center of the crafting chamber, surrounded by various pieces of armor and equipment. A burden floated nearby, overseeing the operation while Alexander instructed the new blacksmith on how to handle his new custom-made iron chassis. This chest plate, if we modify the side it will look like they are fitted through straps just like on a normal person. A lot of people use gambeson, luckily Rusty managed to get some from the last adventurer group. A burden, not one to be left out, chimed in with suggestions for making the armor not just functional but intimidating. Don't forget the aesthetics. A few spikes here, a menacing helmet design it'll help you blend in as a formidable adventurer. What are you babbling about? Just make it have a simplistic design if it looks too eccentric, they will think that something is wrong. Alexander protested the idea as adventurers had a keen eye for such things. People with strange-looking armor were looked down on. The adventurers could assume that he was a noble with a strange hobby, some would make him into a target. People with expensive-looking armor were many times targeted for robbery. After multiple hours that turned into days of adjustments, modifications, and a bit of trial and error, Rusty's new armor began to take shape. It was a mix of salvaged and newly forged pieces, each adjusted to fit his unique frame. One of the hardest parts to create would have been his gauntlets but everyone here decided that he could skip this step. His default hands were fine and went as one component together with the vambrace. What he needed to create was the elbow joint along with the rear brace that connected to the pauldron. These parts weren't as difficult to shape into and he soon got to hammering. As Rusty continued to hammer away, the advancements in his skills became apparent. The metallic clang of his hammer striking the iron was rhythmic and precise, a testament to his growing expertise. The transformation of his armor proceeded methodically, piece by piece and soon his skills had advanced past their previous threshold. Smithing Mastery L1. Passive skill. Further increases proficiency with all basic blacksmithing tools like hammers during crafting. Forging L1. Passive skill. Unlocks more advanced knowledge of forging. Aids in managing the forge, smelter, crafting, and spotting imperfections in created items. Rusty marveled at the notifications. His hard work was paying off. With the advanced skills, his confidence grew, and he knew he was on the right path. More and more of the parts had been made, his hammer shaping them all into his future shell. Once it was all complete, then he was free to leave, but perhaps there was still time to perform some upgrades to his original monster body that was hovering in the middle of the soul forge, waiting for his essence to flow inside. How does it look? Not bad. It would have been better if it didn't look so boring. Are you sure that we couldn't? We're not adding any horns or spikes a burden. Killjoys the both of you. 2 orbs of light, one white and the other black, floated around an armored suit. Rusty, the owner, looked different than usual since almost all his parts had been replaced. His body had lost much of its symmetry and was now fully made of iron. All areas that might reveal the hollow interior were covered by a combination of cloth and chain mail, making it look more like something a human would wear. That was the point. The humbler it looks, the better. No one will bat an eye at him now. I'll need to get used to this. Rusty felt strange with the material stuffing out his body. There was chainmail along with thick blue fabric covering his joints and emerging from under his waist. His helmet had also been altered to include quite thin eye slits, much smaller than those on his old one. The main plan was to use the possession skill initially to get through the first stretch, but he wasn't planning on keeping it up forever. He wasn't sure if he would be able to fight in the same fashion with someone inside his body. The increased weight could probably slow him down. A burden informed him it would be like controlling a flesh puppet, but Rusty wasn't quite sure what that entailed. This marked the first time he had altered his helmet design. It had been a strange feeling throughout, different from replacing all his other parts. First, he needed to transfer everything directly into his stash tab and pull the parts towards his main status screen. After being exchanged, his body and limbs were replaced almost instantly as they popped into this world. On the other hand, his helmet remained in place, and instead of being instantly replaced, it shifted around to fit the new design. The metal bent into the form he had created, and his monster core never lost its connection to the body. The chainmail isn't as constricting as I thought it would be, but I won't be able to use my skills with this shell. If someone realized that your armor is made from twilight iron, they could get suspicious. Responded Alexander while hovering around Rusty's head. Twilight iron had a slightly lighter tint than regular iron, and any blacksmith could tell them apart. At this point, Rusty didn't have any way of masking the material his body was made of. This meant he wouldn't be able to fully utilize his elemental skills, though his hands could still channel this power. In difficult moments, he could use his skills, but he wouldn't be able to use the rest of his body parts. Fortunately, this space provided a lesser version of iron, which he used to create his armor. Creating armor from regular iron weaponry wasn't necessary as he could just use the ones he received from the adventurers, which also included superior steel weaponry. Weeks had passed, and Rusty had grown accustomed to the constant work. The continuous, rigorous forging sessions had paid off, and the iron shell he now inhabited felt quite adequate. It was made from lesser metals but was thicker than his previous form. The added weight provided more stability but reduced his agility. He realized this after a battle in the training chamber, which opened his eyes to new possibilities. He could create variants of his body and use them depending on the situation. If he faced a sturdy opponent, he could produce a more reinforced frame to match them. If someone was too fast, a lighter form with flexible joints could help him win the battle. Inspired by the centaur's armored body, Rusty realized he wasn't as limited to this body shape as everyone had assumed. "Oh, what are you doing there?" "Just testing something out." Rusty had been stuck crafting for close to the time limit of his previous stay in the Soul Forge. Time was potentially running out, but luckily he had been able to fashion the basis for his new plan. With some potential time left, he decided to experiment with the joints and metallic limbs to measure the limits of this body of his. "That joint will snap off if you make it like that." "What about the elbow protection?" "Who decided that I need an elbow?" "Hey? What do you mean?" Alexander responded in surprise as Rusty examined an adjusted link to his forearm. Humanoid creatures had joint limitations in their elbows and knees. The living armors in the dungeon mimicked this appearance and had the same limitations. "Just look at this." Rusty presented his arm to Alexander. The usual elbow joint had been altered and replaced by something resembling a ball joint. With this structure, he could bend his entire arm back to nearly a 90-degree angle. No normal human could bend their arm back without breaking it, but with this adjustment, Rusty had almost unlimited range of motion in this joint. It looks kind of floppy. I'm not sure if you can use that without altering your wrists to turn with the elbow movement. The hero was intrigued. He had faced monsters that moved their limbs at odd angles, but those limbs weren't usually holding swords or using techniques dependent on the human form. While this type of movement looked interesting, Alexander wasn't sure if it could be used effectively in battle. Well, it's still not finished. And it doesn't need to only be used for battle either. Rusty imagined creating a centaur form for himself without changing through regular evolution. Even if he couldn't fight in such a form, beasts were usually faster than humanoids. He could use such alterations to boost his capabilities to escape or perhaps to hide. Creating a smaller form with limbs capable of grappling was also possible. Inside the library, he had seen many types of interesting creatures he had never met, and it seemed his crafting journey had only begun. Rusty's focus shifted as he examined the various designs and configurations he could create. The freedom to modify his form provided endless possibilities, each adaptation potentially offering new strengths and advantages. His excitement grew as he continued to experiment. However, creating something resembling a centaur body within the Soul Forge wouldn't be easy. It was a difficult form to shape, and first, he would need to see how easy it was to control multiple limbs. At first, he attempted cutting a hole in his backplate to connect one of the arms he had from the other living armors. It wasn't as easy as he had thought, the arm kept falling out, and his body didn't accept it as a part. It seemed that the new limbs would need to be remade from the ground up to integrate properly. Perhaps his project to have 4 arms would need to wait. Let's try something a bit different, Rusty said, grabbing some metal plates and starting to forge a new piece. His idea of creating additional limbs would need to wait as he was running out of time. All the weapons had been made, and his disguise was as good as it could ever get. Instead, he could focus on creating 2 other shells fit for different extremes. What are you thinking? Alexander asked, floating closer. An alternate form, something more compact and stealthy. I want to see if I can create a smaller, more nimble version of myself. But that's not all. Oh? Perhaps you are thinking about a form that is more defensive and robust. That's right. Sometimes the best offense is a good defense. Rusty began shaping smaller, lighter plates, fitting them together to allow for greater mobility and speed. He crafted joints that could swivel and bend in multiple directions, envisioning a form that could slip through tight spaces and move silently without generating as much noise as his previous body. How about this, Rusty? It looks like a snake. Indeed. A burden proved useful in this endeavor, as his schematic creating capabilities continued to improve. He could take an idea from Rusty and present him with some designs. Then Alexander, who knew more about crafting, could correct these designs. The process was a collaboration that played to the strengths of each participant. They played around with concepts of bodies that lacked an upper body or had insect legs. Rusty only needed his head to survive, so attaching a small base with just limbs to propel him forward would allow him to crawl through small openings in walls and dungeons. The tunnels the ants had used would be possible to navigate with a form like that. Such a form wasn't actually that difficult to make, as he just needed to alter his helmet and include smaller legs to it. The experimentations continued, and time ticked by as Rusty fashioned a new frame for himself. This one was slimmer, with longer upper limbs than usual. It was designed with agility in mind and more reach. The armor was light, made of thinner but sturdy plates, and the joints were modified to allow for silent movement. The torso was divided into segments, which in theory would allow him to contort in various ways during combat or while moving. Escaping in this shape would certainly be easier, and reaching platforms where he could hide would also be more feasible. This armor's hands included claws that could dig into hardened walls for better grip, and the feet were designed similarly. Soon after, the focus shifted to the creation of Rusty's defensive form, designed to withstand powerful attacks and provide unparalleled protection. With Alexander and Aberden's combined knowledge, a plan was quickly made, and the crafting process started. This one will be the opposite of the previous form, heavy, durable, and with maximum coverage, Rusty said while hammering an ingot of twilight iron into shape. Alexander, as before, kept watch over him and offered tips whenever needed. Make sure to reinforce the joints and double layer the chest plate. The key is to distribute the impact across the entire surface. Don't forget to make it look imposing. What if we add some sharp teeth to the head this time around? You could bite your enemies to death. Just stick to simple designs. Rusty isn't ready yet. Alexander said, scrutinizing the overzealous designer who couldn't grasp the limitations of the current soul forge and its current blacksmith. The chest plate was reinforced with additional layers of iron, and the joints were protected by overlapping segments to ensure high defense without compromising too much flexibility. The helmet was designed with a narrow visor and had become flatter. Rusty could envision ramming people with it, so to Aberden's approval they decided to add a horn onto the top. The horn, however, wasn't too extravagant. It was simple yet functional, giving Rusty a weapon that could be used in close quarters without impeding him too much. Alexander explained that having such modifications could backfire and one good hit to the horn could send his head flying. The rest of the body followed the same principles, robust and practical. His legs were reinforced with thicker plates, and additional knee guards were installed to prevent any joints from being easily targeted. The final step was to ensure the pieces fit perfectly together. Rusty took his time moving the parts into his inventory. With them there he could switch out into the iron forms and test them both out. This armored form was heavier, and moving around in it felt similar to the time he spent in the swamp area. His feet were sluggish, but the added weight would not allow his body to be tipped over even without using the weight skill. His slimmer form felt almost exactly the opposite of his usual build. It was lighter and quite nimble, but it likely couldn't withstand as much damage. With these changes in movement, Rusty began to wonder if these forms directly affected his stats. After confirming, he saw a notable change. The larger, defensive form reduced his agility stat while increasing his vitality, whereas the slimmer, agile form did the exact reverse. Interesting. I wonder what forms would increase the other stats. Could I be able to increase my intelligence or dexterity? As Rusty continued to work, he felt satisfied but also somewhat restless. There was not much time left and he could feel the end coming. The soul forge was giving him strange signals as if time was almost over. Fashioning these two armor variants would be the most he could do, and even then, he wasn't sure if they would be any superior to the pre-fashioned body he would be given. The moment Rusty finished with his tests, the soul forge began to tremble with a strange energy. It was pushing him toward the center of the forge where the three bodies stood before him. At this moment, he still had the option to change forms, and the bulkier demonic one felt particularly enticing. However, after more than a month of crafting, he realized something: his true form didn't matter as much as he initially thought. He had the ability to fashion his body into whatever he pleased with his own hands. The most important thing was to keep those skills alive. Looking at the hands of the other two bodies, he knew it would be a challenge. The demonic armor had bulky, clawed fingers that would likely reduce his dexterity, while the centaur form would risk knocking everything over within the crafting chamber. Thanks for the help. Sure, see you on the other side, Rusty. Just call when you need something. Just call me instead of the hero, we all know that I have more knowledge than him. Responded Alexander and Aberden while watching the end of this process nearing. From their point of view, the essence of Rusty was seeping into the middle-sized armor in the middle, and when it ended, the bronze shell crumbled into dust. Once that concluded, the middle iron armor started vibrating and shone brightly before vanishing from within this space. The two remaining forms then turned to nothingness as if they were never there to begin with. There he goes. Yet. The two balls of light were left behind in this space devoid of light. Once the owner was gone, they were able to roam without being impeded. The soul forge remained in eerie silence, save for the occasional clink of stray metallic fragments settling into place. Aberden and Alexander, now alone, floated amidst the remnants of Rusty's final moments in the forge. Well, that was something. Tell me, hero, do you think we'll ever get out of this place? I don't know, but... I see, so you're still clinging to some hope. Aberden replied in a teasing tone while floating away toward a previously closed chamber. Within was a rather small space with a large ornate orb in the middle. Once there, an image appeared on it, one representing the passage Rusty had previously been in. What will our little monster friend do to entertain us today? Within a seemingly empty corridor, a small rock tumbled down from the ceiling. It collided with a motionless suit of bronze armor that had crumbled to the ground. A faint clang echoed through this tunnel, and soon the place returned to silence. For a moment, nothing stirred, and the corridor remained shrouded in a dim, eerie stillness. Then, with a slow creak, the armor began to move. Its form, which consisted of bronze plates, started to gradually shift to iron. The metal creaked as the coloring shifted to the new grayish tone. Every joint and every plate started creaking as it continued to change into a new twilight iron metal. The change taking place was rapid, but still took around a full minute for it to fully encompass the whole body of the armor. Soon after, a glow appeared on the visor and the monster creaked to life. I'm back. Rusty felt as if he was waking up from a long dream as one of his digits twitched. His body, though not changing in form all too much, had gone through a massive change. The bronze that he had been born with was no more, replaced by a thick mass of twilight armor. He attempted to stand up but quickly felt that his body was balanced differently, the two metals clearly having a different weight to them. This might take a while to get used to. Rusty stood slowly, feeling the weight of his new body settle into place. Bronze was heavier than iron, but this new body had thicker plating. He moved his limbs around, adjusting to the different balance and heft. The new iron shell was actually slightly heavier, and he knew it would offer him more protection in the battles to come. The corridor was silent, and Rusty took a moment to gather his bearings. He had just gone through a new evolution and spent months inside of the Soul Forge. His current location was before the Dungeon Heart Chamber, in which he wished to alter his fate. However, first he needed to check his new status screen to see what he had turned into. Name: Rusty. Classification: Twilight Iron Armor EL1. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 237/237. Magic points MP: 198/198. Special points SP: 50/50ths. Strength: 84E. Agility: 62E. Dexterity: 60E. Constitution: 87E. Intelligence: 67E. Wisdom: 68E. Willpower: 67E. Durability: D. All of my stats have risen, but I'm only an E rank. There were some good things about his advancement but also some bad ones. His durability had broken into the D rank, but he was still only an E rank monster, not even rated as high as the boss he had defeated. In the past, he had skipped the middle evolution and directly achieved the F+ rank, but this time around it seemed like he would need to work more to enter a higher tier of being. I wonder if that scary-looking form was an E+ rank? Maybe I should have gone with it, but then I probably wouldn't have been as good at crafting. Rusty pondered if he had really made the right decision in going with the middle armor option. It looked the simplest of all of them but was also the most balanced option. His guides told him that sometimes it was better not to rush things, and going through more evolutionary options would allow him to gain more skills. Did I learn any new skills? Usually, after going through an evolution, he received some type of skill. This time around, it was the same, but he didn't get a new one. Instead, it was something he had previously seen before. Basic Mana Sense. Passive skill. Allows the user to sense the presence of mana in the environment, a requirement for spell casting. Isn't that the skill Gleam had? Does this mean that I can cast spells now? Just like with any other skill, once it was given to him, the information on how to use it was integrated with his being. It granted him the ability to sense mana and was probably responsible for the glow that his visor was producing. Once the skill was active, he was able to see tiny pale blue dots in the vicinity. It was mana. But I don't have the mana manipulation skill. While he was granted this skill, Gleam had more than just mana sense. Without a skill that could turn this mana into spells, it couldn't be used for battle or anything else. At most, it would let him identify places with high amounts of mana or enchanted items, as they had a higher concentration of it. Rusty's glowing visor flickered as he tried to get used to this skill. The first thing he noticed was a strange trail of mana particles. He saw them increase in size and quantity the further down the corridor he looked. They eventually became a mist of magical energy, which made sense since the dragon heart he was after was supposed to be there. The walls were different, they seemed to be pulsating with power like some type of organic veins. His visor stopped glowing, and the skill was suppressed. It was a passive skill that usually stayed on constantly, but luckily, it could be halted to restore his previous vision. The mana pollution was quite intense here, making other things hard to see. Now what? His body was undamaged, and the adventurers were not here with him. The plan was always to confront the dungeon heart and free himself from the voice. His new twilight armor body was more robust and seemed to be able to resist the voice. Before he evolved, he could still hear its whispers from this location. However, before advancing, he needed to see how his other forms would react to this world. Before confronting his final foe, he decided to test his two new forms. The transition between them was somewhat of a problem. He needed to go into his inventory and place each part into his stash tab. Then he had to replace every piece of his current main equipment individually. This also meant that his old equipment would be stuck in his stash tab, making it difficult to switch out later on. Wait, what is this option? Before he even started with the exchange, he noticed something. There was a strange new tab that hadn't been there before. It was not a word he was familiar with, but he pressed it instinctively. Loadout? Save and then apply? What does this mean? It was a separate window that was empty at the moment. The only function available was a save button. Rusty wasn't sure what this was about, but the button's label sounded promising, so he decided to press it with his iron finger. As he did, several two-dimensional icons appeared in a horizontal line, representing all the current equipment parts he was wearing, including the few accessories he had gained from the adventurers. Wait. I think I know what this is for. Although Rusty was a monster and not fully familiar with these terms, something in the memory he had absorbed from his guides reacted. To test it, he decided to replace his main hand weapon, a mace, with a longsword. Once the longsword was equipped, he pressed the save button again, and another row of icons appeared, this time with the mace having been replaced. To finalize the test, he pressed the apply button on the previously saved loadout. In a miraculous fashion, the longsword in his hand vanished and was replaced by the mace. This is great! With this, I won't have problems changing my body. With glee, he began replacing his parts and switched to the lighter variant of his body. The balance had shifted once more and holding heavy weapons became a hindrance. He created a new loadout, but before moving on he looked at his status once more. To no surprise, there was an effect on his stats. Name: Rusty. Classification: Twilight Iron Armor EL1. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 207/207. Magic points MP: 198/198. Special points SP: 50/50ths. Strength: 64E. Agility: 82E. Dexterity: 80E. Constitution: 57E. Intelligence: 67E. Wisdom: 68E. Willpower: 67E. Durability: D. First, his health points were reduced along with his constitution and strength stats. On the other hand, his dexterity and agility stats had increased, while the rest remained the same. He was slightly more nimble in this form but had reduced attacking power and health. Perhaps this form was best suited for quicker weapons like daggers and short swords. Dexterity also helped during archery, so it was better when using ranged attacks. The next loadout followed, and his body expanded in all directions. He was now in his bulkier form, and his stats had been altered as before. Both his agility and dexterity were reduced, but his strength and constitution went up. This form was the exact reverse of the previous one, a bulkier armor with slower movements but better potential for powerful strikes. Then he had the middle ground with his default appearance, an all-rounder. The last test involved switching out loadouts, and he soon realized a few drawbacks. One of them was the use of special points, SP, each time he switched, it cost him points. It seemed that for each piece of armor that was different, it would cost him 1 point. This meant a minimum of 6 points per change just for the armor, plus 2 more if he included the weapon and shield. Although his SP had increased by 10, he would run out of them quite quickly. Next was the time it took to switch. If he only changed weapons, it happened almost instantly. However, changing his whole body type took around 5 seconds for the agility-focused variant and 10 seconds for the bulkier model. 5 or 10 seconds might not seem like much, but in the middle of a battle, even a second could decide victory. Without disengaging from combat, it was best not to switch, as he also lost a significant amount of mobility during the transition. That's about it, I think. I've been postponing this long enough. After finishing all the tests and reviewing his status screen to ensure nothing was missed, Rusty turned his attention to the tunnel leading to the dungeon heart. The whispers had stopped, but as he started moving forward, the noise began to pick up again. He had no more time, the core of the dungeon needed to release him from his shackles. While he did not wish to destroy it, he knew that if it didn't relent, he might have no other choice. Once back in his default form, he equipped a large kite shield together with a long sword and moved forward. His visor glowed once more as he analyzed the magical energy around the area. The further he went, the more pronounced it was and the sounds continued to get louder. S, T, O, P, D, O, N, T, G, O. His old master attempted to use its power once more, but Rusty refused to stop. His new iron body was much more resistant to this effect, and eventually, he reached the end of the corridor and ventured through the entrance he had previously been unable to cross. Once inside, he finally spotted the source of his trouble, the core of the dungeon, known as its hearth. Rusty entered through the chamber's threshold with care. The clinking of his new iron form echoed softly in the vast, mostly empty space. The dungeon heart, a massive, pulsating crystal, was right in the middle, floating between two thick black columns, one emerging from the ceiling and the other from the ground. The air was thick with magical energy, and thanks to his newly gained skills, he could truly see what he was dealing with. Without the mana sense, he would only see the crystal, but there was far more there than met the eye. Massive tentacle-like energy constructs were emanating from within the dungeon core crystal. They entangled with the two massive columns, creating a strange energy net made of mana. Every second or so, a strange pulse would make everything brighter, as if the dungeon heart had blood circulating through. Stop, do not move any further. He was here now and wanted to step forward, but, just like every other time, he was stopped by the dungeon heart's voice. His body started to quiver as he attempted to resist. After taking a few more steps, the shouts became louder, and the mana within the whole area started changing to a more reddish coloring. Halt, go back, it is forbidden. Is this as far as I can go? Rusty felt more indignation in his armored form. He managed to get through the threshold but was still many steps away from the center of this large chamber. While he retreated, he knew this was not the end. After placing his shield down on the ground, an iron javelin appeared in his left hand. If he couldn't advance any further, then perhaps the heart would relent after it was struck by his metal projectile. He took aim and, with a surge of anger, hurled the iron javelin at the dungeon heart. The projectile soared through the air, producing strange sparks as it collided with the magical energy. His aim was slightly off, but if it continued on this path, it would connect with the smaller side of the heart. However, before the collision could happen, the mana veins around it expanded. His weapon collided with this energy net and promptly bounced off to the side. What? Rusty watched in frustration as the iron javelin clattered to the ground, failing to penetrate the protective net around the dungeon heart. The pulsating veins of mana had reacted instantly, deflecting his attack with ease. It became clear that a direct assault wouldn't be easy, but he wouldn't give up easily. Once the first javelin was down, another one appeared in his hand. Luckily, he had stocked up on a lot of iron before advancing and also had bronze reserves. To make things easier, he switched to his nimbler form with its longer arms and higher stats, producing an even stronger throw. It flew much faster but, just like before, bounced off without doing any damage. After a couple more throws, he finally realized that this tactic wouldn't bear any fruit. The barrier of mana was too strong and wasn't budging even a millimeter. However, he refused to give up. Drawing on his newfound mana sense, he began examining everything around him and focused on the strange mana strings connecting to both the ceiling and the ground near him. In anger, he swung at one of these energy constructs with his longsword. The initial swing caused no harm to the mana, but after a breakthrough, something finally happened. Out of sheer desperation, Rusty activated his elemental skill, giving his blade a radiant glow. Once his blade was clad in his own magical energy, a reaction took place and perhaps showed him a way to free himself. Hey, did you feel that? A small group of adventurers stopped in their tracks as they noticed something unusual. They had been searching for a specific bronze suit of armor that had wandered into this dungeon area. Their search had been unfruitful, and they were considering moving away from the boss chamber where the monster had previously vanished. However, before they could decide on a plan, something strange started happening. The whole dungeon quivered for a moment, as if an earthquake was taking place. Yeah, is the dungeon supposed to do that? I don't think so. Could it have something to do with that monster? How would that thing? Before a female adventurer could finish her sentence, the dungeon shook again. This tremor was more intense than the previous one. Pieces of rock started crumbling, along with dust from the castle ceiling. The adventurers instinctively crouched, glancing at each other with worry etched on their faces. The dungeon's usually stable structure was now trembling like it had never done before. They could sense that something was wrong and that perhaps, they needed to leave. Unbeknownst to this group of adventurers, the source of these tremors wasn't far away. Behind some rocky walls, there was a large cavern with the monster they were searching for. Rusty was his name, and at this very moment, he was slicing at seemingly empty air with a glowing longsword. Almost every time he made a sweeping motion, another small shake occurred within the cavern. "Stop! Leave! I won't leave until you release me!" Rusty shouted, attempting to communicate his desire to the dungeon heart. The being he was up against had created him, and he was tied to it. Unless this entity released the bond they shared, he would not be able to leave this place to save his friend Gleam. However, his actions were seen as threats, and the connection to the dungeon was what kept him at bay. To the heart, this bond was the only thing preventing this rogue monster from reaching its center and keeping it safe from harm. Thanks to his newly attained mana sense, Rusty could see the energy threads connecting to the dungeon core. With the help of this skill, he was able to imbue the longsword with his own energy and damage the threads. One by one, these mana tendrils were sliced off, and as they were severed, he could feel the voice's power over his body waver and decline. He didn't want to kill the dungeon heart. It had created him and given him life, in a sense, it was like a parent. His guides had also informed him about the potential collateral damage of doing so. The entire dungeon required this being for its survival, and the whole structure depended on its magical power to retain its form. If it were destroyed, the place would likely collapse on itself, potentially trapping Rusty inside. His aim was to scare the being into letting him go and severing the connection, but he wasn't sure how to communicate his intention. The cavern continued to tremble as Rusty swung his sword, each strike aimed at the glowing mana tendrils that connected the dungeon heart to its surroundings. His strikes grew more precise and he pushed onwards, one step at a time. Each time these mana veins were severed, they would turn into small energy bubbles that quickly burst. He could see them trying to reform themselves into place, but the process was quite sluggish. "I don't want to destroy you, but I need to be free, just let me go already." "No. Help, protect." The voice of the dungeon heart grew more frantic, its tone shifting from commanding to desperate. It seemed that it was becoming frantic, unable to stop Rusty from getting closer. This chamber was devoid of any monster guards, traps, or defenses. It seemed that the dungeon heart was at his mercy, but that was not true. "These tremors, they are getting louder. Wait, is that pillar moving?" In the middle of the chamber was the dungeon heart. It was between two thick pillars with the one above it now moving. The pillar started to move upward, slowly at first but then with increasing speed. Rusty wasn't sure what was happening, but it was probably nothing good. He had seen hidden chambers and traps within the dungeon and this was giving him the same feeling. The pillar accelerated, grinding upwards with an ominous rumble and came to a stop. He could see its circular form on the ceiling, turning around for some reason. The sounds were strange to his metallic ears, as if some large hidden cogs were grating against each other. Eventually, the sound stopped and to his surprise, an opening started to appear. The pillar was sliding to the side, revealing something hidden inside. Monsters. After a small crack had formed, a monster slipped out. It was a rather loud-sounding goblin and it came falling down from above the dungeon heart's location. It was not alone, as once the opening got bigger other beings came rushing out. There were skeletons, living armors, zombies, and even slimes. All the monsters he had seen on the other dungeon floors were coming out, and they were probably here to defend the dungeon core from harm. "Protect." The dungeon heart's voice was no longer as intense, but to the other monsters, the command was like gospel. They identified the enemy trying to attack their creator and threw themselves at him. Rusty's grip tightened on his glowing longsword as he prepared to face the oncoming horde. The goblin hit the ground first, snarling as it drew a rusty dagger. Behind it, skeletons clattered down, their hollow eyes glowing with a faint blue light, and zombies shambled forward, their decaying bodies emitting a foul stench. Slimes oozed from the ceiling, forming a wall of gelatinous mass that crept toward Rusty. Rusty quickly assessed his options. He was outnumbered, and although his new form offered him more agility, he couldn't quite use it properly. He lacked a few skills to make the most of it, one of them being dual-wielding capabilities. However, he could make use of another form that would offer him much more protection. Previously, he had created a few loadouts with prepared weapons to fit each form. Soon, his body was shifting and growing in size. His helmet became rounder and wider as he shifted into heavier parts. In his left hand, a massive tower shield appeared. Normally, it would be too heavy for the other two suit variants, but for this one, it was perfect. For his main weapon, he chose a new type that fell under blunt weapons but still had some piercing power, a war pick. The first wave of monsters reached him. Rusty brought up his massive shield to bash a goblin away and followed it up with a strike from his hammer to a nearby skeleton's cranium. 2 monsters were down but many more appeared to replace them, their weapons, claws and fists collided with his body but none could damage it. To Rusty's surprise, most of these creatures couldn't even lower his health pool by 1 measly point. Rusty's confidence surged as he realized that he had made so much progress. When he was created, even one of these enemies would have been a challenge, but now, he was easily smacking them away. Each strike he made with his war pick was precise, cleaving through the ranks of goblins, skeletons, and zombies. His massive tower shield deflected attacks with ease, allowing him to press forward with little concern for his own safety. Even when he was outnumbered, with the use of his light element, the undead creatures would burst into ashes, he could not be stopped. The monsters continued to surge from the opening above, but Rusty was relentless. The Dungeon Core's command had summoned its minions, but the Twilight Iron Armor's formidable defense could not be broken. He swung his war pick while having the light element activated. With a burst of energy, both undead and the mana veins were dispersed and he was able to continue further. Is this all you've got? Weak monsters that I've already defeated multiple times? Maybe I was worried for nothing. Despite his confident front, Rusty knew this was not the end. The Dungeon Heart, sensing the increasing threat, continued to pump out more and more monsters. They all seemed to be from the upper floors, with not even an iron living armor among them. It appeared that the upper pillar somehow connected to all the other levels of the dungeon. The Dungeon Heart was summoning all the monsters it had to defend itself, but Rusty's armor, now with D-rank durability, was holding strong. Although Rusty bulldozed through the relentless waves of creatures, the battle was far from won. He was expending a large amount of mana with each swing of his war pick, and eventually, he would become unable to continue damaging the mana tendrils. However, luck was on his side. As he was about halfway through, the constant flow of monsters suddenly stopped. It became clear to him that the wave of monsters was finite, and his month of spelunking had drained the dungeon of its reserves. No. Newt enough. Wait, it's doing something, what is this? He felt something within his very being trying to draw something out, but he stood firmly against this feeling. The other monsters were feeling the same phenomenon, but it was working on them. All the slime started falling down from the ceiling and crashing down before him. The zombies along with the skeletons started to crumble down to the ground, and even the goblins were dying. Is it directly killing the monsters? It can do that. Rusty was surprised as he saw the other monsters fall down to the ground. The goblins were clutching their chests as if they were in a lot of pain. With the help of his new skill he could see tiny fragments of energy flowing outside of their bodies. It was as if the Dungeon Heart was taking out the mana it had given to these creatures in an attempt to regain some footing. It was probably a desperate last measure and he knew that this would be it. After the monsters crumbled down to the ground, the tremors around the dungeon started to cease. A large veil of energy was now floating above the entire chamber, but Rusty wasn't feeling restricted in his movements. It seemed this boost of energy wasn't meant to restore the mana threads that he was cutting but for something else entirely. In a flash, the mass of mana condensed into a singular orb and flew out of the tunnel he had entered through. Isn't that where the boss chamber was in? What is it trying to do? This was quite a confusing matter as now he was left with no obstructions to the Dungeon Heart. It was a chance to move in and get this finally over with. He moved forward, his large iron boots echoing with each step as he approached the Dungeon Heart. The pulsating crystal, now isolated and seemingly weakened, was defenseless before his might. However, before he could get any closer, a strange noise resounded from behind him. I recognize that sound. Rusty instantly knew what was coming and quickly turned around. From the hidden corridor he came out from a silhouette appeared of someone he recognized. It was the 10th floor boss that he once barely defeated, and this explained the ball of concentrated mana. The Dungeon Core sacrificed the lesser monsters to revive the defeated boss. Its fur was the same as before and it was holding that huge slab of iron called a colossal greatsword. There aren't any pillars I can use here. This monster had been a tough opponent and he had only won thanks to using strategy. This place had an unfavorable structure as it was a wide open area. Rusty couldn't even use the pillar the Dungeon Core was on as he still was being suppressed by the voice it produced. There was no way of going around this, he needed to face his toughest opponent once more. I'm not the same armor as before. The boss charged at Rusty, its colossal greatsword swinging in a wide arc. Rusty raised his massive tower shield just in time to block the attack. The impact reverberated through his entire frame, but he stood firm, feeling the strength of his twilight armor plating absorbing the blow. He retaliated with a powerful swing of his war pick, aiming for the boss's exposed side. The weapon connected with a resounding clang, but the boss's thick armor absorbed most of the impact as well. I can do this. I've trained for it. With the adjustments he had made to his form, Rusty was almost as tall as the living armor before him. He had designed this configuration specifically to combat larger foes, and within the Soul Forge, he had spent a few moments in the training chamber practicing against this very boss. The attack patterns he was seeing now were all exactly the same as those he had faced in training. The boss roared, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. It swung its great sword again, this time with even more force. Rusty didn't dodge but instead angled his tower shield in such a way to force the blade to slide off. Once the monster exposed its flank, he charged in with his war pick. The flat side connected with the armor, the impact producing multiple cracks on the plating. While he couldn't rely on agility in his current form, using a more skillful approach was the key. His opponent was slightly superior in all stats but had fewer skills. Coupled with his knowledge of its attack patterns, Rusty was able to either deflect or minimize the damage to his own robust frame. The exchange was long, but eventually, the opponent was forced to back away, its body cracking and its joints wavering. Rusty pressed his advantage, exploiting the weaknesses he had created in the living armor. He swung his war pick with precision, targeting the already damaged areas. Each strike chipped away more of the monster's defenses, and its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Finally, with one last powerful blow, Rusty drove the war pick into the monster's groin area. It was the place where the monster core had been located the last time around. The force of the impact shattered the remaining armor plates, and the red glow in its eyes dimmed before flickering out entirely. The massive suit of armor collapsed to the ground in a heap, defeated. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Rusty stood over the fallen boss, his body dented and broken in several places. The battle had been taxing, but he had prevailed. He knew that he needed to continue and quickly his body started to shift, going through another loadout exchange as he switched to his all-purpose form. It's just you and me now. He called out to the being that created him. The heart's voice continued to call out in a desperate plea, but its tone had shifted from commanding to fearful. Rusty felt a hint of empathy. Despite everything, this being was his creator. But he knew what had to be done. The core of the dungeon pulsated erratically, its glowing essence dimming and brightening as if mirroring the beating of a frantic heart. Rusty took a firm step forward, the sound of metal echoing as he moved his frame. He took slow, deliberate steps towards the heart, each one bringing him closer to the conclusion of his journey. N-O-O-O-B-A-A-C-C-C-K. His creator was out of options. All the monsters that it threw at him were used to reawaken the boss who he defeated. The mana around this chamber had started to dim and the voice inside his head was now unable to stop his momentum. Rusty was sure that he could not be halted anymore and now it was time for him to gain his freedom finally. As Rusty approached the dungeon heart, he could feel the tendrils of mana writhing around him, weak but persistent in their attempts to re-establish control. However, they were unable to stop his advance. The core had been drained of power, and the dungeon had lost most of its power. There were possibly some leftover monsters above him, but if the boss couldn't defeat him, neither would they. You're still talking? Do you not realize what I want? Rusty attempted to communicate with the dungeon heart, but it started to give off incomprehensible noises. Its ability to communicate wasn't the same as his, and it didn't seem to understand his plea. He just wanted to be set free from the tethers binding him to this place. If he was set free, he would simply walk away and leave this being in peace. However, the dungeon heart was making things more difficult, which meant he would need to sever the connection in a different way. The dungeon core was still on top of a large pillar in the middle of the chamber. There were no stairs leading up, and the pillar was about 10 meters tall. Rusty thought about climbing up but then realized this was a chance to scare the heart into letting him go. From his inventory, he retrieved a large iron hammer, much thicker and bigger than the war pick he had used in the previous fight. This iron hammer was an imposing weapon but a bit unruly and heavy. Its weight was immense and unusable without using the heavier body frame. One side was flat while the other had a sharp nail-like ending. Rusty hefted it with both his hands and approached the pill. Soon the dungeon heart's frantic pulsations increased, almost as if it sensed what was coming. Just cut the connection, or I will have to destroy you and this entire place. Do you want that to happen? The tendrils of mana lashed out in desperation, trying to restrain him, but they were too weak to hold him back. Rusty shook them off and then swung the hammer with all his might. The impact shook the chamber, sending cracks spider-webbing up the pillar. The dungeon heart shuddered, its glow flickering wildly. Last chance. Rusty continued to warn this strange being while wailing on the large rock pillar. His hammer was strong and heavy, but even it was having trouble with this structure. After around 10 hits the shaft started bending and he needed to use up some iron to restore it. Luckily, after a few initial cracks had formed, he was able to plunge the spike in to create a large hole. Chunks of stone broke away from the pillar, clattering to the ground. The heart's voice turned to panicked whispers, pleading and threatening in equal measure. Rusty ignored it, focusing on his task. He struck again and again, each blow bringing him closer to his goal. Finally, with a resounding crash, the pillar crumbled, sending the dungeon heart tumbling down. Rusty watched the crystal representing the dungeon core fall down in his direction. The mana threads were sticking out of it, but they could not be used by this strange construct. This thing that had forced him to live his life in one way, was not powerless before the creature it brought to life. He caught it with both his hands, the core's pulsating light dimmed as he held it. The tendrils of mana flailed weakly, trying to re-establish their grip over him, but to no avail. Is this still not enough? Do you want me to crush you like this? The dungeon heart was quite big, almost as wide as his own torso and close to the same length. It was a strange pulsating crystal formation that when squeezed started screeching even louder. He could see cracks forming on its surface, making him realize that this thing would have probably shattered if it collided with the hard ground here. Is this not enough? Do I really need to destroy this thing to be free? There was only one way out of here, and even though a hole had been created above him, there was no way to reach that high. He had some rope in his inventory, but there was nothing to attach it to. Once this thing was destroyed, the whole structure would come tumbling down, and he certainly wouldn't be able to run through all 10 floors back to the surface in such a short amount of time. What if I put it into my inventory or just take it up to the first floor and then destroy it? An idea moved into his shiny iron head. Perhaps if he carried this thing all the way up and then destroyed it right at the exit, he would be free. This was a great plan, but he quickly realized it would be impossible. As soon as he started moving toward the edge of the chamber, his heart began to quiver in panic. It seemed that the heart was connected to this place through mana threads, and removing it too far might destroy it as well. Rusty pondered his next move, realizing the limitations of his options. The dungeon heart's connection to the dungeon was too strong to sever completely without destroying it. Carrying it out of the dungeon would likely result in its collapse, a risk he couldn't afford to take. Yet, he couldn't remain tethered to this place forever. He needed another solution, something that would allow him to break free without causing a catastrophic collapse. In the stillness of the cavern, a thought struck him, and he channeled his elemental skill into both hands. There was one thing he hadn't tried yet, letting the heart react directly with his elemental energies. First, with his right hand, he produced a faint light. Seeing no change, he conjured darkness with his left. He knew that mixing these energies would produce a chaotic reaction, but he was out of options. To his surprise, a reaction transpired. Argu, O, G, E, R. The heart cried out in a strange tone and then suddenly went silent. Rusty felt the pulsating core in his hands begin to change as he channeled both light and darkness into it. The dungeon heart's once frantic and dissonant energy seemed to stabilize, its light dimming to a steady, even glow. The mana threads that had been writhing around his body slackened, their grip weakening as if releasing their hold on him. For a moment, silence filled the cavern, broken only by the appearance of a system message. The Unbound title has been acquired. Rusty wanted to cry out in joy and almost let the pulsating heart fall down to the ground. After gently placing it down, he brought up his status window to confirm his new title and what it truly meant. Unbound. Title. A title gained by a monster who has managed to sever its ties to the dungeon heart, achieving autonomy and independence. When active, this title grants a tremendous increase in resistance against any mind-controlling skills and spells. Oh! I am truly free! He looked at his old creator, the dungeon core, which was now fully silent and calm. It was as if it no longer identified him as an enemy, though he wasn't sure how this was achieved. Rusty glanced back at the title's description, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He was finally free, unshackled from the constraints of this dungeon, and could leave. However, he couldn't take any chances. Before advancing from this place, he activated his skill to summon the demon and the hero. HOH, both of us at once? I see you're feeling adventurous, my dear Rusty. Could you not speak like that? It sounds off. What do you mean? Aren't you perhaps the one with a dirty mind? The two orbs, one black and one white, appeared next to him. Alexander, the betrayed hero, hovered above his right shoulder pauldron, while Aberdan, the fallen demon king, kept to the left one. Both of them started to bicker, as he expected. His mana reserves had grown, as had the call guide skill. With every level, the percentage of mana used was decreasing, and he just needed to keep the skill active to level it up further. That was quite the ingenious solution there, Rusty. How did you know that using both light and darkness would overload the dungeon heart mana preceptors and in turn reset its mind? Aberdan turned to him to praise him for his quick thinking, but Rusty wasn't sure what he was talking about. I read it in one of the books in the library. Oh, which one? Aberdan inquired while Rusty quickly changed the topic of their conversation. Now that he was free of the heart, he needed to leave this dungeon. To his knowledge, there was just one exit which was guarded by many adventurers. To go around this obstruction he needed to use his newly attained possessions skill. We don't have much time, I have summoned both of you to help me make a plan. You said I should use the possession skill on someone, but on who? Well, I'm not sure, why don't you ask the hero there? He is the one that was an adventurer. Alexander pondered for a while and then responded. It would be better to use an identity of someone that isn't known to the adventurers. If you use a current adventurer, you might be quickly discovered, but I'm not sure. What about one of those four outside? What if I possess one of them? I'm not sure if that's a good idea. At your current skill level it will probably be hard to control a body of that level. Aberdan chimed in, informing the two about the downsides of the new skill that Rusty had learned. What do you mean by that, a body of that level? While he was inside the Soul Forge he focused mostly on training himself and crafting. He wasn't the smartest tool in the shed and didn't have much experience to create a long-lasting plan. He thought that he could just take any meat of an adventurer and somehow control it. You'll only be able to control lesser beings and low-level adventurers. Even then, you'll probably have to beat them half to death for the skill to take hold. But, I'm not sure about the extent of your skill, perhaps you should try possessing a corpse first and see how it feels. Before Rusty could reply, Alexander also started talking from his right shoulder. It's probably better to avoid those four. I'm sure you'd be asked many questions once you're outside, you'd be discovered. Rusty tried to nod, but the bulkier armor kept him from moving his neck. I see, but where would I find the corpse of an adventurer? There was one at that location. His mind was filled with ways of rescuing his friend Gleam and he remembered a certain location. He still had an older adventurer card that he took with him, and before moving. After taking it out he presented it to Alexander to see if he would agree with his idea. How about this person, could I use this identity? That card could be enough. This person's features are quite average, and the class can also use heavy armor, it could work. Let me see. Aberdan cried out from the side as he felt left out of the conversation. The card depicted an average-looking man, whose stature would probably fit into the armor that he had made. The adventurer card was found on a body that a spider had captured and hadn't eaten yet. If his memory didn't fail him, then this body was in a mummified state and somewhat pale. He didn't get a good look at the face, but perhaps it would be enough to let him escape. Can't we find someone more handsome? I don't want our Rusty to look this average. What does it matter how he looks? It does matter. A plan seemed to have been made and Rusty had already made the decision to visit that area once more. Before leaving he also noticed a strange phenomenon of not losing as much mana as he was supposed to. He had used a lot of his skills during combat and even summoned these two, but he had not yet drained himself past the half point. He realized that his magic points were being restored at a much faster pace than usual, and this dungeon core chamber probably had something to do with it. This pillar, it has some mana on it. Classification: Mana-filled stone. Type: Mineral. Description: A stone filled with some mana. The pillar must have absorbed the ambient mana from the dungeon heart. The effect will probably dissipate with time, but it will help you regenerate your mana faster if you hold it. Alexander offered some insight as Rusty investigated the destroyed rocks. He quickly decided to pick out a few pieces and place them into his storage space. These fragments could potentially be useful in the future, either for crafting or for aiding him in combat. An item that increased his mana regeneration could prove invaluable for future battles and explorations. This should be enough. I'll call you two later. I hope so. It's so boring in that Soul Forge and you'll probably need us to guide once you're outside. Better to level up that skill, Rusty. I agree, you will need me to get through the Adventurer Guild. Rusty selected his default loadout to change back into his normal form. He knew that the two were right, as he had no idea what was waiting for him in the world above. The dungeon was what he knew, and probably getting this skill up so that he could have the two out at his disposal would be crucial. He could already feel the weight of the task ahead settling in, but for now, he had to focus on executing the next step of his plan. Once his two guides were gone, he turned his attention back to the dungeon. The way forward was still dangerous, and he was being pursued by 4 adventurers. With some luck, Rusty would be able to avoid detection. However, if they stood in his way, then he would not hold back and go through them. An iron-armored head popped out of a hole in the wall. The head turned in all directions as if it wasn't connected to anything, before disappearing back into the passage it came from. Soon after, an armored monster walked out, both hands pushing the helmet back down onto his neck. I guess they retreated. Rusty adjusted the helmet and took a moment to survey his surroundings. He was now inside the boss's chamber, which had been destroyed even more than before. The adventurers he expected to encounter were not here anymore, replaced instead by a lot of rubble. During his confrontation with the dungeon heart, several big tremors had probably caused this. He could only assume that his pursuers had retreated, but it was possible they were still inside this giant castle. While looking around, he noticed broken walls and several large boulders on the ground. He had no tracking skills, but the whole castle was eerily silent. Rusty moved cautiously through the boss chamber, his senses on high alert for any sign of the adventurers. He peeked out again to see if he could hear anything, but besides some cracking noises from the structures, he couldn't sense anything. Congratulations, basic mana sense skill has reached level 4. His reconnaissance attempt was interrupted by a system message informing him about his newest skill leveling up. He had been constantly using this passive skill during his battle against the dungeon core and continued using it up to this very moment. This whole dungeon was built from mana, which was quickly affecting the level of his skill. It seemed that the concentration of mana mattered, and perhaps before long, he might achieve a breakthrough. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Rusty could see in real time how small orbs of mana light evaporated from the rubble. They were slowly being transferred to the broken holes, which were starting to mend themselves. The process was quite sluggish and unnoticeable unless observed for several long minutes. Rusty realized that this was how the dungeon was restoring itself, by transferring its parts through some kind of process involving mana. If those guys are gone, then I probably have nothing to worry about, but they might have set a trap somewhere. Rusty knew that all the dungeon levels had one exit where those adventurers could be waiting. He wasn't sure how they operated, but if they weren't in this castle, he could ask someone who might know. After he was sure no one was inside this large castle, he called over one of his guides, Alexander. Rusty? Was there something more that you wanted help with? I'm not sure yet. Do you think I could use something from here? Alexander arrived and looked at the destruction on this 10th floor before explaining. You might want to look through the treasure room then. You might need some coins for what's ahead. Coins? Oh, you mean those round metal objects made from copper and silver? Yes, those. Rusty had taken some money pouches from adventurer corpses before. Previously, he wanted to use the copper coins for crafting bronze ingots but decided otherwise. If he understood it correctly, he would be able to trade those coins for something inside the Adventurer Society. Let's go then. Are you following Aberden's advice? The orb of light followed the suit of armor as they returned to the boss's chamber. Normally, Alexander would have been returned to the Soul Forge by now. Rusty had been given advice to level up his skill further before heading up, as the two guides might need to become permanent entities in his life. He knew nothing of the outside world, and without them, the chances of him getting caught were high. The treasure room was hidden under a large throne that had been sent flying to the side. Luckily, the collapsed ceiling only covered half of the entrance so he could still climb down. Once there, Rusty found himself disappointed with the lack of anything shiny. There were no copper, silver, or gold coins anywhere, and the chest that was at the end had already been opened. Everything was dark, but Alexander's light lit up the small room. Amidst the dusty remains, he noticed a few stray coins glinting faintly under the dim light. They weren't many, but he quickly gathered them into his inventory. Looks like those adventurers beat us to it, those types are surprisingly good at gathering treasure. Alexander remarked, floating closer to inspect the empty chest. However, once there, he noticed that something made from leather was sticking out. I suppose they didn't care much about this one. Hey Rusty, you might want to take this. Oh? What is it? Rusty pushed away from fallen stones and arrived at the chest. Once there he pulled out the long leather strap that turned out to be a belt of some kind. To this belt there was a satchel attached and once opened it revealed itself to be a small spatial bag. I don't think that I need this though. I have my own inventory. He was confused as to why Alexander wanted him to take this. Rusty had no use for spatial bags as his unique system provided him with all the storage he needed. Sure, but you won't be able to use it once you are in the city. It'll be better if you keep some necessities in this. You'll avoid suspicion from the people in the cities. Plus, this will go well with that adventurer armor variant you've made, it will fit perfectly. I see. This wasn't the first spatial bag that he found, but the belt would go nicely around his waistline. Alexander was right, as it would probably be suspicious if he started pulling things out of thin air. Instead, he could put things like coins, potions, and his adventurer card into this small bag of holdings he found. Even if he was searched, it wouldn't raise any eyebrows. After placing the leather belt into his stash tab, Rusty turned his attention to the task at hand. He needed to make his way to the adventurer's body he had found earlier, so he could possess it and attempt to leave the dungeon unnoticed. The path back to the location of the adventurer's corpse wasn't that treacherous as his battle left the place deserted. The journey through the dungeon was eerily quiet, the usual ambient noise of the dungeon replaced by an unsettling silence. Every now and then, the faint sound of shifting rubble or distant echoes would break the stillness, but there was no sign of the adventurers. Rusty and Alexander assumed that they had eventually retreated, as pursuing a suit of armor was not worth their lives. These adventurers didn't always have to finish their jobs precisely, and perhaps they have concluded that this had been enough to get paid. Finally, he arrived at the chasm where the adventurer's body lay. The place was devoid of most dungeon monsters, but these arachnids were not part of them. He needed to climb back to the hole he found the adventurer card, as it was better if the body fit the description. Rusty cautiously approached the chasm. The path was familiar, but he was still a bad climber. Luckily, his new agility-focused form allowed him to move with haste and reach the ledge where he found the mummified body. I see some spiders, but they seem to be avoiding me. He had seen some red eyes peeking out, but none of them decided to attack him. His level was much higher now, and perhaps the monsters had some type of danger sense. Once inside, he quickly noticed the mummified body still ensnared in a web. The corpse looked thin and the face was still there, but he didn't really know if it was good enough. To get some advice, a burden was now summoned instead of Alexander. Congratulations, Call Guide skill has reached level 5. A burden's arrival was accompanied by a burst of dark energy and a system message of the guide skill increasing again. With Rusty's heightened level, he could have his guides out for much longer than before. Soon enough he hoped that his mana regeneration would become equal to the skill's usage for a permanent solution. Ah, finally! A change of scenery. A burden said, his voice dripping with amusement. So, what do you wish from this demon lord? Rusty pointed to the mummified body still trapped in the webbing. What do you think? Is this body suitable for possession? Oh? Let me see. A burden floated closer, scrutinizing the corpse from various directions before answering. It's certainly not the most ideal, but it should suffice for your needs. The fact that the lower body is mummified could work to your advantage, as the weight will be significantly reduced. The face, on the other hand, managed to retain most of its moisture and the teeth and tongue seemed to be in place. Good, then, how do I possess it? Rusty was glad that this body was sufficient enough for his disguise, but he wasn't sure of how to proceed. Easy enough, first cut him loose and get rid of the net, and then just put that armor you previously prepared on him. Once that's done, just place your helmet over it and use the skill. Okay. Rusty was a living armor monster, which meant that his possession target needed to be fully encased within his body. Luckily, he didn't need to use the parts that he was using now, but instead the ones that had been previously prepared for this occasion. Now be careful, that body is very delicate, so try not to damage it. He approached the mummified body cautiously, carefully cutting away the spider's webbing that had ensnared it. The old strands gave way easily, revealing the corpse more fully. The body was indeed in a sorry state, with skin that had turned to a dry, leathery texture, but it was still largely intact, and the armor he had prepared would fit reasonably well. He donned the armor piece by piece, securing the fake leather and true metal plates around the body. The custom adventurer's gear was a bit oversized for the emaciated form, but this was all according to plan. With a lighter body inside, he would be able to move much easier. Finally, he placed his helmet over the corpse's head, aligning it to match the armor's neck plate. A burden floated above, giving a nod of approval. Looks like you're almost set. Now first, transfer yourself to the new armor and then, activate the possession skill. You should know how to do it if you follow your monster instincts. After his helmet was placed on the custom-made adventurer armor, he controlled it. The old body that he was wearing crumbled down to the ground as he switched out. Once the body was switched, he started to stand up with the mummified body still inside of him. The weight was quite bearable and soon he was standing upright. Then soon after, he gave the possession skill a try. The skill was activated and it produced a strange green glow. This light enveloped his metallic body along with the mummified corpse inside. A pulsating aura between the two started to form and continued to flicker around. Rusty could feel the energy transfer, a peculiar sensation that felt similar to the time that he had merged with his two guides. The remains within him shifted slightly as the consciousness of the mummified body began to meld with Rusty's essence. The transition was going by smoothly and he could feel it twitching within him. It was a very strange feeling. It felt like he was controlling some sort of flesh puppet within himself but also being hit with some information. This body has a name. Albert. Oh, you're a natural Rusty, you've already been able to feel the body's memories. Perhaps due to merging with me and the idiot hero, you've grown an affinity for dead spirits. A burden wondered while the process continued. Soon the eyes of the possessed body popped open along with its mouth. The sounds were incomprehensible at first but soon became clearer as Rusty adjusted to the new sensations. T-H-I-S-S-S is S-T-R.N. G. The body he was using still had its vocal cords intact, along with its mouth. Through the possession skill, he was able to control its speech and make it say what he was thinking. It was quite an odd experience, but the more he used it, the better he became at it. Mah, and name is Albert. S something like this. Well, almost got it, keep practicing, you're doing great for the first possession Rusty. A burden was surprised that Rusty was getting the hang of everything so fast. He could only assume that some of his past knowledge was integrated with the living armor and he was somehow using it. After you level your skill, it's going to feel like an extension of yourself, or perhaps like an internal organ. Also don't forget to dig into the memories, if this body has a chaotic past it might become a problem. A burden wasn't allowed to finish his sentence as he was forced to return to the Soul Forge. Rusty, who was using the possession skill, was running low on mana. He needed to use up a whole 100 MP to make this work, but luckily, the effect was persistent. This Albert person, I can see some of his memories. While a burden was away, Rusty knew exactly what to search for. Dead bodies often retain lingering thoughts and memories from their previous lives. One such memory was the deceased's gruesome death. He had fallen into a pit while hunting monsters and was subsequently captured by a spider. The monster injected him with poison, which quickly led to his death. Fortunately, the same poison had also somewhat preserved his body in its current state. The most important part was the head was almost perfectly intact. Its only defect was the pale coloring and the slight dehydration that had set in. However, once the skill was active, the man's face regained a little bit of color. Now he just needed to learn how to produce sounds without sounding like a zombie. Can I recall something different? This body might have memories of the outside world. Rusty tried to focus. The spirit within this body had long vanished and the brain started to decompose, but with the skill active, the process had been stopped. He was able to dig through some of the memories of this adventurer. He saw quite the sight of a bustling city and many people within it. The place seemed to be some kind of marketplace where this man used his coins to buy cheap food. This memory was quite vague and he couldn't really recognize any faces. Soon it shifted to a large building with many people everywhere and a board with many strange papers. He wasn't sure if that was it, but it sure looked like his next destination, the place called the Adventurers Guild. You might have to practice some more. But there is no time. I need to go. If you get out there like this, they will think that you're a zombie or a death knight. The armored figure stood in the dimly lit room, its metal plates glistening faintly as the white orb of light hovered around it. The suit's movements were stiff and awkward, each step producing a distinct clanking sound that echoed through the dimly lit corridor. Your movements also seem awkward, this might take a while. Rusty had spent the next few hours practicing his speech and movements, trying to become more accustomed to the new form. The dead adventurer's memories provided some help, but it was still a challenge to move naturally. Aberdan and Alexander gave him tips and encouragement, their ghostly presences hovered around and were starting to take on the forms of spectral mentors. Remember, Rusty, the key is to blend in. Alexander advised while floating around him. You need to move like a human, not a suit of armor. His advice fell on deaf ears, as Rusty didn't really know how humans were supposed to move. The body within his armor was quite stiff and sometimes flopped around, making movement quite difficult. Fortunately, there was one positive aspect of this possessed body. Once he had dressed it in adventurer-type armor, he was able to create a loadout with it inside. The body was considered dead and could be stored in his inventory without exploding upon retrieval. Oh? I think some uninvited guests are coming. Maybe we have overstayed our visit here, Rusty. I'll see you later. After the light vanished, Rusty stopped moving and saw some red eyes emerge from the corner. It was one of the lesser giant shade spiders that could be found in the chasm. It was not alone, as two others of its kind quickly appeared behind it. He reacted swiftly, changing his loadout to a more battle-ready form. These monsters might have threatened him when he was still in F rank, but he was now at his second E rank evolution. It would have been simple to scare them away with his light elemental skill, but Rusty chose not to. There was no need to waste more mana than he already had. With Alexander's disappearance, all light from the vicinity vanished, but he could see his three enemies crawling towards him clearly. In his right hand, he held a regular iron longsword, while in his left was a large kite shield. One of the monsters stuck to the ceiling while the others approached from the sides. Eventually one of them jumped forward, aiming to sink its venomous fangs into Rusty's iron armor. With a swift motion, Rusty raised his kite shield, intercepting the spider mid-air and smashing it against the wall. The creature let out a high-pitched screech as it crumpled to the ground, its exoskeleton cracked from the impact. The remaining two spiders hesitated, their red eyes gleaming with caution. Rusty took this moment to charge at the one on the ground, precisely swinging his longsword. The blade sliced through the spider's head, ending its life. Soon after another tossed itself in his direction, but even when it clanged to his body and bit down, no more than 1 point of damage was taken. Weak. Rusty swatted the remaining spider off his body with a quick, disdainful motion, sending it flying against the wall. The creature let out a desperate screech before collapsing and thrashing about. The third monster didn't even manage to approach him, as its body was impaled by a swift javelin throw. Rusty then approached the squirming monstrosity to put it out of its misery. My skills have improved, but how strong will a place filled with those adventurers be? He asked himself while taking a few items from the monsters' bodies. Alexander had reminded him to take things that could later be traded for money or information. He even implied that living life as an adventurer would be better than remaining as a monster. A burden was against that and was pushing him into a more chaotic life filled with battles and carnage. The memories of Albert were more recent, showing him a bustling city filled with people. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals, far too many for him to defeat by himself. His tactics of hiding in dark corridors and waiting would not work outside. There were too many open spaces and seemingly no ceilings, something he would probably have a hard time getting used to. After collecting some monster cores and fangs, he finally made his way through the chasm. Changing loadouts was starting to become second nature and was probably the best thing that came with his new evolution. He still had no access to the Soul Forge, but if that ever became possible, then his bodies could be customized to fit all possible situations. However, before that time could come, he needed to rise above this dungeon and find Gleam. Time to go, maybe there is something that could help me with that speech impediment. Rusty muttered to himself as he made his way through the winding corridors of the dungeon, retracing his steps upward. The path was still familiar, but everything felt different. His connection to the dungeon was now severed, and he felt unshackled. The monsters that had previously vanished were coming back, and starting from the 4th level, he couldn't see much of a difference. This meant the dungeon was beginning to heal itself, and this potentially meant that adventurers would eventually start returning. I should have a few days left, he mused. Rusty decided to wait and practice for now. He couldn't go outside while speaking like a zombie. Alexander had already informed him that his face would pass for human, but only if he got used to talking with a mouth. There was one skill the adventurers had that could alleviate this problem, but he wasn't sure about it. However, at this point, he was willing to try anything to make his departure safer. First, he returned to the 2nd floor, which he knew like the back of his hand. There, he used one of his old hiding places to train both his mannerisms and his guiding skills. With the help of Alexander and a burden, he attempted to absorb all the possible information about the world above. They painted a vivid picture in his mind and made him realize that the world was truly vast. Their tales ignited his craving for adventure and exploration, something he wished to share with his only friend, Gleam. Hours turned into days as Rusty tirelessly practiced. His movements became more fluid, mimicking the natural pace of a human adventurer. His speech, though still requiring effort, improved significantly, allowing him to form some words without sounding like a zombie. Aberdan and Alexander did their best, but time was running out and eventually, he decided to risk it for a drastic improvement. Just as he had speculated, people eventually began to return to the dungeon. The party that had previously fled might have been among the crowd, but he made an effort to avoid them. With his hiding skills, he could not be spotted and made his way to the first level, where the weakest adventurers usually resided. There, he finally encountered a potential victim who would be his ticket out of the dungeon. Those guys look like new adventurers, the guild master in this city must be an idiot. Alexander commented while looking through Rusty's visor. His little guide could lower the intensity of his light, but if he hovered above his head, it would still be noticeable. 3 adventurers who were probably in their teens made their way through the corridor. Rusty was using the shadows to stay still and silently communicating with Alexander. They were connected through their souls, so no sounds were required. Why do you say that? Well, only an idiot would allow newbies to go down a dungeon where an irregular monster was discovered. Those guys probably informed him about everything, and still, he opened the dungeon, damn bastard. Rusty noticed that Alexander was mad and that he also cared for the people he was hunting. The 3 adventurers were clearly inexperienced, their nervous chatter and clumsy movements gave them away. They seemed unaware of the lurking danger, their focus more on impressing each other than on their surroundings. Rusty waited patiently, and before he could strike, his guide spoke up. Rusty, do you really need to kill them? Kill? I don't really have to, but why? Wouldn't it be better to get their money and equipment? Rusty had been leveling his call guide skill ever since he had freed himself from the dungeon heart. The mana usage was becoming manageable, and without using any skills he could have one of them out for almost 2 hours. With so much time spent together, the two were finally starting to give their true opinions and trying to affect his decisions. You don't have to be ruthless to succeed, Rusty. If you can achieve your goals without causing unnecessary harm, why not try it? These adventurers don't deserve such a fate. But won't they just alert the other adventurers if I leave them be? Rusty wasn't sure what Alexander was getting at. Adventurers weren't that strong by themselves, but once one of them was left alive, they always came back in larger numbers. Aren't you going to leave anyway, and if you are worried about getting discovered, can't you just use one of those? Alexander pointed Rusty in the direction of a sluggish corroded bronze armor. He could easily wear the monster's suit as cover. His stats would not drop below a certain threshold even if he wore an old bronze suit, and these people were quite low-leveled. I see, so they will think that it wasn't me but another living armor that could work. Yeah, see? If you leave them alive, they probably won't even report this to the guild and feel dumb instead. It's like killing 2 bats with 1 mana bolt. 2 bats? I'll explain it later, but what do you want from those 3? They shouldn't have anything worthwhile. My speech isn't too good, but they might have a skill that could help me with it. I see, well then good luck. For another moment Rusty remained hidden in the shadows and observed the trio before backtracking. There were no corridors that he didn't know, and preparing an ambush was quite easy. After taking care of one of the lone bronze armors here, he quickly exchanged his clothes and got ready. Once the trio were in the right area, he exposed himself while acting as if he was his old self. Hey look, it's one of these. Let me take care of it, you had fun with the last one. Fine. One of the young adventurers approached him as he lumbered forward. The young adventurer, emboldened by his friend's encouragement, advanced towards Rusty, oblivious to the true danger he faced. Rusty, using the corroded bronze armor, played the part of a slow, mindless creature, his movements carefully measured to his old self. The adventurer swung his sword with a lack of finesse, striking Rusty's shield, and attempted to follow it up with a kick to the chest. It was a tactic all adventurers used and something he had grown accustomed to. With one quick step to the left, the foot of the man collided with nothing but air. He was certainly surprised by the sudden increase in numbness, but he wouldn't have much time to process it. Soon, a hard mace collided with his chin, sending him falling down to the ground, still alive but knocked out. What the? The adventurers exclaimed, their eyes wide in shock at the sight of their friend going down instantly. They were certainly newbies, and instead of backing away to reorganize, they rushed at him with weapons drawn. While his form was squeaking and much less resistant, his stats made up for everything. The second adventurer, a young woman with a short sword and shield, tried to parry his incoming strike. Rusty feigned an overhead swing, then at the last moment shifted his weight, bringing his mace down on her unprotected flank. She crumpled to the ground with a pained gasp, her shield clattering beside her. The last adventurer, visibly shaken, backed away, his eyes darting between his fallen comrades and Rusty. Rusty could see the fear in his eyes and knew that he had the upper hand. The young man raised his spear, attempting to keep Rusty at a distance. Rusty noted the trembling in his hands and quickly tossed his shield at him. While the man was busy deflecting the large projectile, he lunged forward. He closed the distance at a speed uncommon for the type of monster he was masquerading as. His mace connected with his chest, knocking the wind out of the adventurer and sending him sprawling to the ground. Rusty stood over the young man, his mace raised, but hesitated for a moment. He remembered Alexander's words and decided to take a different approach. Fine then, I'll just knock them out. His mace connected with the man's head with a more calculated and non-fatal blow. The adventurer crumpled to the ground, unconscious but alive. Rusty stood over the three fallen adventurers and began his plan. I hope one of them has it. First, he pulled the three unconscious people together and set them next to each other. His helmet was taken down and then placed on the head of the person he defeated first. He was given a small list of basic skills to absorb, but the one that he was looking for was not there. Compatible skills have been found. Please choose a skill that you want to learn. This one doesn't have it either. After moving on to the woman, he was disappointed again. He knew that the skills he could absorb were somewhat random and limited. Only 3 would show up at any given time and the one he was looking for was not here. Soon he moved over to the spearman he defeated last and to his surprise, it was there. Universal language. Passive skill. Allows a person to understand spoken words and writing of the universal language. Basic spearmanship. Passive skill. A skill that makes it easier to wield a spear, is required to unlock more powerful spear skills. There it is. Universal language, I hope it works. It was one of the first skills he could absorb in the past, yet he had always avoided it. However, it was something every adventurer possessed, and perhaps with it, his speech pattern and understanding of the adventurer's language would improve. Just like in the past, he absorbed it, and instantly his linguistic capabilities began to enhance. Now all that remained was to test it out, and perhaps now, going outside the dungeons would finally be possible. Finally, they opened this dungeon back again. I thought that I would starve. This will teach you not to gamble your money away, and don't forget that you still owe me 2 silvers. Yeah. A few adventurers passed through while ignoring a lone figure standing in the corner. An out-of-place looking adventurer was standing before the stairs leading out of the dungeon. His gaze shifted between it and the people there as they passed and wandered in and out through the entrance. They are all looking at me, but no one is reacting. Rusty had wandered into the area where no monsters were capable of going in. Coupled with his custom iron armor that made him resemble an adventurer from head to toe, he had successfully blended in with the crowd. His improved speech capabilities, thanks to the universal language skill, made it easier for him to listen and understand the conversations around him. However, he still wasn't perfect, and it was better to keep every conversation short. Do you think it's safe? Well, if they haven't reacted yet then probably, but we'll only know for sure once you have a proper conversation with someone. You shouldn't worry too much, there are all sorts of adventurers out there, and the silent types aren't that rare. The silent type. Within his body, Alexander resided and gave him advice. He was the guide who knew the most about adventurers and how they behaved in various situations. Rusty nodded subtly, mentally preparing himself for the next step. He took a deep breath and began to walk towards the dungeon's exit, each step feeling like a monumental task. He had been born within this dungeon, so the idea of leaving was quite stressful. There weren't that many people moving around and the stairs were quite wide. For a moment he stood quietly before the first step, slowly shifting his body forward. It felt like an eternity, but finally, his metallic boot landed on the first step and he started to ascend. His head was leaning down as to Alexander's proposal. For some reason keeping eye contact was frowned upon by some individuals. As Rusty ascended the stairs, the dim light of the dungeon gradually gave way to the brighter, natural light filtering in from above. The transition was almost surreal, the once familiar shadows of the dungeon replaced by the open expanse of the world outside. The sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, distant bird calls, and the murmur of a nearby stream. All were a stark contrast to the echoing clinks and groans of the dungeon corridors. So this is the outside. It is, what do you think? Alexander asked as Rusty stepped fully into the light, his senses adjusting to the brightness. He marveled at the vivid colors and expansive sky, so different from the dim, claustrophobic confines of the dungeon. He wasn't exactly sure how to express what he was seeing in words but eventually replied to Alexander's question. It's fascinating. I saw this in the memories but it's much more. Before he could finish the sentence he noticed someone approaching him from the front. It was a lone man with a large axe. His height was rather short but his width made up for it. What ya staring at? Rusty, it would be best if you moved to the side and let this dwarf through. Rusty quickly sidestepped to allow the dwarf to pass. The dwarf grumbled something under his breath but continued on his way without further incident. Most people were heading down as it was early morning. Soon he attempted to blend in with the small crowd and headed out to encounter his first real challenge, the guard checkpoint. There they are, remember to act natural and they should just let you through. At the moment he couldn't fully see the entire expanse of the outside world. There was a path leading up from the dungeon's entrance to a small outpost where adventurers checked in and out. It was there to keep unregistered people from getting themselves killed but also to control the flow of people. The outpost was a simple wooden structure with a few guards standing around, their attention mostly lax and divided. Just act natural, blend in and go. Luckily he arrived at a time when there was a group of 3 adventurers ahead of him, all chattering animatedly about their latest exploits. Rusty took his place behind them, keeping his head down, and tried to mimic their casual demeanor. The guards barely glanced at him, their focus more on the banter of the familiar adventurers in front. You know the drill, show us your cards and rank. One of the guards asked the first adventurer who nonchalantly retrieved his adventurer card. This was the key item that allowed these people to move between this checkpoint and be considered adventurers. Rusty had retrieved one such card that belonged to the person whose lifeless body inhabited his metallic shell. The guard nodded, making a note in a ledger before waving him through. The process repeated for the next 2 adventurers, each presenting their identification before being waved through without much scrutiny. Rusty's turn came, and he felt his heart, or what would have been his heart if he had one, pound in anticipation. He handed over the adventurer card he had taken from the deceased adventurer and stood there waiting. The guard took the card, barely glancing at Rusty before making a note in his ledger. However, one of his friends took some interest in him and seemed interested in something. His gaze moved from top to bottom and for a moment, Rusty wondered if his identity was revealed. There were 3 guards here, one looking through the cards and 2 holding spears on the sides. For a moment, he wondered if he should make a run for it. The path forward was almost clear, but he had no idea what to expect once he left this checkpoint. His only choice would be to run into the dense forest and hope that no one would try to chase him too far. Oi, this armor of yours looks pretty sturdy, are you trying to become a knight or something? Isn't it hard to breathe in that thing? To his surprise, the man only wanted to ask about his armor. His current form had been modified to look like an adventurer but it was still an unusual armor choice. To many he looked similar to a carrier knight, his armor looked heavy and dense. Rusty took a moment to compose himself and waited for Alexander to give him some advice. Just say that you are used to it and nod. Why yeah, it's hard to breathe but I'm used to it. He was finally forced to use his speech out in the open. His voice sounded rough and raspy but it worked in his favor as fear struck the man he was talking to. The soldier just nodded in response and the adventurer card was given back to him. All right then, take care out there. The guard replied, dismissing Rusty with a wave. Soon he walked through the threshold and was now officially out of the dungeon. Before him was a long pathway surrounded from both sides by a dense forest. The foliage was thick, and the trees stood tall, their canopies forming an arched tunnel that led further into this new world. Rusty moved forward without looking back, only once he was out of sight of the dungeon guards did he stop. He leaned against one of the trees as he moved away from the main road, the walking adventurers just making him more nervous. He could feel the breeze on his armor, hear the rustling of leaves, and see the sunlight filtering through the trees. It was a sensory overload, but he relished it. He had been confined to the dark, damp corridors of the dungeon for too long, and now, finally, he was free. So this is the outside world. So, what do you think, and the best part is, you haven't seen anything yet. Alexander teased Rusty, who was having a hard time describing his emotions. The cover the trees provided gave him some sense of security, but he couldn't deny that he was on edge. Within the dungeon, he had many places to hide, and not many individuals wandered those narrow corridors. Here, on the other hand, he felt like a fish out of water. It's overwhelming, I'd like to get used to it but I don't think we have the time, Gleam is somewhere out here and I have to find her. Rusty was now outside and his plan had been successful. Now he needed to continue into the city where his friend was seemingly being held in. Once there, the biggest hurdle awaited him. I see. If you follow the road, you should be able to reach the city. I don't really recognize this place, but maybe when we get out of this forest, I'll be able to identify it. The equipment the adventurers are wearing doesn't look that different, and the guards also have basic gear. However, I don't recognize the emblem they were using. Alexander replied while contemplating the geopolitical environment they found themselves in. He had died as a hero fighting for the people, but it was unknown to him how much time had passed. There were also other possibilities for their existence, such as this being another world entirely. However, he and Aberdan recognized the mana of this world to be the same as their old one, making that theory far-fetched. Rusty continued on with his journey, keeping to the trees and using them as protection. The forest was quite dense and he witnessed many strange small critters and birds. The main road was kept in sight as he moved and eventually, a large city appeared from the distance. It reminded him of the 9th floor with the castle area, but it was much larger. The sprawling city lay ahead, its walls towering and its gates bustling with activity. Rusty could see the stone structures, the battlements manned by vigilant guards, and the lively crowds of people moving in and out. His heart, or the closest semblance to one, raced with both excitement as well as worry. Gleam is somewhere in there. This city wasn't just large, it was humongous. The path leading from this dungeon ended before a large moat and then continued through a large drawbridge. To make things even more fascinating, he could see at least 2 more such bridges leading into different directions. His vision didn't allow him to peer too fat, but Alexander was quick to give him some advice. Those ways, could they be leading to other dungeons? Could this city be Argasa? But those flags aren't right. Isn't it that bastards? Rusty looked at the massive entrance gate between 2 watchtowers. Each watchtower had a flagpole with an emblem resembling a golden lion on a field of red. Rusty observed the symbol for a moment, trying to recall anything from Albert's memories that might match it. Despite its familiarity, nothing specific came to mind, nor did any memories from his 2 guides. Alexander, do you know what this place is? Where do those 2 other bridges lead? Ah! His guide snapped himself out of it and finally gave him an answer. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the city of Argasa. It has changed since the last time I was here, but those bridges are distinctive. They should lead to 2 other dungeons. Other dungeons? Yes, the other 2 are the higher-ranked dungeons and one of the reasons there are so many adventurers here. You can easily spend many years here and attain a D rank or even a C rank or gold rank. Ah, I almost forgot about those ranks. After glancing at the massive city, Rusty retreated back into the forest. He retrieved the adventurer card he had taken from Albert's body. It had a very distinctive copper outline, indicating that this adventurer had been an F rank. There was a whole series of ranking systems similar to those for monsters, and both were used interchangeably when referring to adventurers. By understanding this hierarchy, he could avoid causing trouble, as he knew that higher-ranked adventurers would look down on him for his low rank. Do you think I should wait until it's darker? Ah, yeah, sure, that would probably be better, but don't forget, they will probably close the gate close to sunset. I remember. Rusty nodded and sank back into the forest where he waited. He allowed himself to send Alexander back to restore his magic points. Once alone, he tried to recall the main plan they had discussed. In the dim light, his pale skin wouldn't be as prominent, and the shadows would help mask his unusual movements. The twilight hours would also reduce the number of guards and adventurers, making it easier for him to slip through unnoticed. After getting through the gate, he would have limited time to find the Adventurers Guild. That place was said to be open late, and within it, Gleam would be waiting for his return. Even though he was now outside, the grayed-out status of his friend still bothered him. It seemed he needed to get a lot closer for the connection to re-establish itself. However, it could also mean that his friend was not actually within the city, something he wished wasn't true. As the sun began to set, Rusty observed the city from his hidden vantage point. The bustling activity at the gates gradually slowed, and the guards' shifts changed, leaving the entrance slightly less monitored. This was his chance. He made his way closer to the road, keeping to the shadows and using the foliage for cover. His metallic body, despite its weight, moved with surprising silence without any of his joints producing sound. He waited until the very last moment and hid himself behind a group of late-returning adventurers. Just like at the dungeon exit, they began looking through some of their guild cards, but many were just left unexamined. The guards clearly recognized many of these faces, but when it came to his turn, they held their spears up to stop him. "You there, I don't think I've seen you around here before, got any identification on ya?" Rusty didn't respond and instead just reached into his spatial satchel to retrieve the copper-colored card. The guard took the card to examine it, his eyes squinting due to the lack of light. "F rank and alone? Did you arrive here recently?" "Why yes," he replied in a monotone voice while Alexander inside of his armor attempted to give him some advice. Sometimes fewer words were best and it seemed to be working in his favor. "Newcomer, hey? Just keep out of trouble and don't wander around at night." "Understood." He nodded quickly and attempted to retrieve the card from the guard. However, before he could, one of the others moved closer to swipe it away. It was a somewhat older gentleman with a beard who was interested in this particular card for some reason. "You, follow me first, we need to have a talk, and don't even think of running away," the man pronounced in a commanding tone. "Stay calm, Rusty. Just follow his lead and respond briefly. You can handle this." Soon he found himself in a secluded room, probably used for interrogating suspicious people. It wasn't looking good. A large armored man entered the dimly lit room, his steps echoing against the stone floor. The room was sparsely furnished, with only a wooden table and 2 chairs. The walls were lined with shelves holding various documents, and a small window high up on the wall allowed a sliver of moonlight to seep in. A lone man was already seated on one of the chairs and waiting for the armored person to take a seat. "Calm down, Rusty, we expected this to happen, just sit down and respond to the guard, everything should be fine, don't worry." Rusty hesitated for a moment before sitting down. His metallic frame creaked slightly as he adjusted himself in the chair, and he kept his head down, avoiding direct eye contact. He was aware of Alexander's presence in his armor and that the people here could not hear his words. Before leaving the dungeon, he had conducted a series of tests. The hero and Demon King could be seen by adventurers to a certain degree. Their light could affect the environment, but it didn't seem like anyone could precisely identify its source. This led to the discovery that no one could hear what the two were saying, and if the light was hidden within his body, it couldn't escape. They could converse with each other without a problem, as the people here could only understand him through the possessed body. The guard placed the adventurer's card on the table, sliding it back and forth between his fingers as he studied Rusty with narrowed eyes. His expression was unreadable to someone like Rusty, to whom human expressions were meaningless. It seemed that there was a problem with his adventurer card, or at least the last date it had been used. "So, Albert F. ranked adventurer, hasn't reported to the guild in over half a year, what brings you back to the city, and before you answer, show me your face." Rusty knew this was a crucial moment. His cover had held so far, but any misstep here could unravel everything. It was normal for adventurers to go missing for long periods of time, and he was not in trouble yet. Alexander's voice echoed in his mind, confirming and calming the situation. "Don't worry, they are probably just curious where an F-rank adventurer vanished for half a year. Your armor is a bit too good for such a rank, they might be assuming that someone took on the identity of a dead adventurer, just stick to simple responses and raise your visor." "All right," Rusty replied while also scanning the room. He wasn't alone with the guard, another was leaning against a corner. The only exit was the door he had entered through. There were no windows large enough to escape through, and the walls seemed thick and sturdy. It was clear that if things went wrong, running wouldn't be an option. However, if he could get outside and perhaps toss his helmet into the moat, he might survive. Breathing underwater wasn't necessary, and Alexander had assured him that not many people would dare to swim after him. With a shaky hand, Rusty reached up to his helmet and slowly lifted the visor, revealing the face beneath. It was a pale, almost lifeless visage, one that bore a stark contrast to the lively adventurers the guard was accustomed to seeing. The eyes, though, were filled with a certain intensity, and the moment the guard saw them, he flinched in fright. The guard eventually calmed himself and leaned in closer, scrutinizing Rusty's face in the dim light. The other guard shifted slightly, his posture indicating heightened alertness. The man eyeballed the picture that was on the card and the pale face within the helmet, clearly not being sure if it was the same person. "So, where have you been all this time?" the guard asked, his tone skeptical. "Half a year is a long time, especially for an F rank. Did you get lost in a dungeon, or maybe you were taken by bandits?" Rusty hesitated, but the question was similar to something that Alexander had told him before. He just needed to repeat the words that he was told and focus on making the flesh body inside of his armor pronounce the words correctly. "Lost, in the lower levels. Rusty replied in his rough, monotone voice. Barely made it out. Found this armor, from an old knight, deep in the dungeon. Took me time to find the way back, I suffered an injury that left me like this. I still haven't fully recovered. Great, that wasn't bad, Rusty. Alexander cheered him on while the guard's expression softened slightly at Rusty's explanation, though his eyes still held a trace of suspicion. The other guard in the corner seemed to relax a bit as well, though he kept his hand close to the hilt of his sword. Lower levels, hey. The guard nodded slowly, as if considering Rusty's words. I suppose it makes sense. We've heard stories of adventurers getting lost down there for months, and you do look sick. Best you visit the nearby church and get yourself blessed. You might have been cursed if you look that pale. Now just stand still so I can take a look and then you can be on your way. Now it was the time for the last test. He had managed to get through the initial line of questioning. Just like Alexander mentioned, these people weren't very throughout, and if he just said something plausible they would let him be. However, one thing still remained, and that was the status identification skill. It wasn't something everyone had, but there were ways to go around this problem. The guard took out a pair of strange-looking glasses. The frames were rather thick, and once they were on his face they started glowing. Strange symbols appeared on the frames and indicated an enchantment being used. Rusty stiffened as the skill was activated, hoping that what his guides had told him previously was true. Are you sure the possession skill will hide my status? That's what a burden said, so I'm not sure. Alexander had no experience with using such skills, but he knew that there were ways of fooling the identification skill. In theory, once someone possessed a body like Rusty did, his status as a monster would be hidden. Instead, it would show the status of the body being used. Those glasses don't look new, it's probably a lesser identification enchantment, so it should be fine. If this guard is using a basic identification spell, it should only reveal surface-level information, like your name and rank. Rusty stayed still as he was examined by the man. The guard's brow furrowed slightly as he adjusted the glasses, but his expression remained unreadable. Rusty could feel his grip tightening on the edge of the table, his metallic fingers leaving faint impressions on the wood. He mentally repeated the instructions Alexander had given him, suppressing anything that could reveal him as a monster. Finally, the guard removed the glasses and the glow faded as he set them down on the table. He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest before speaking. Well, Albert, everything seems to be fine, but this armor that you are using, who did you exactly get it from? It doesn't look like something an F rank should be wearing. Damn, this bastard. Quick, Rusty, remember what I've told you before? Bring out that. By that do you mean? Rusty listened to Alexander and quickly moved his hand to his side pouch. The guard could see him moving for something, so he paused for a moment, his hand hovering near his sword, but Rusty calmly pulled out a small, weathered sack. The moment he tossed it on the table, the sound it generated instantly made the guards relax as they heard coins clinking together within. The man looked to his friend, who had a strange expression on his face. Almost instantly, the guard placed his hand over the coin-filled purse to hide it from anyone trying to peek from outside. What's wrong with their faces? Oh, that's just the look of greed. There isn't much in this world that can't be solved by money, Rusty. Alexander sounded disappointed to see the city guards pocket all the coins. I bet those bastards would have otherwise tried to take your armor and implied that you stole it off someone if you didn't comply. I see, adventurers are strange. They sure are. Corruption runs deep in places like this, especially when dealing with low-ranked adventurers. They're not above bending the rules if they see a chance for profit. This greed worked in their favor, so Rusty didn't care. To him the copper coins were useless, as he had many more copper ingots to spare. The guard pocketed the coins swiftly and the tension within the room dissipated almost immediately. His expression shifted to one of satisfaction, and he handed Rusty's adventurer card back to him. Well, Albert, it seems everything is in order now. Just be careful out there. With armor like that, people might think you're an E rank. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Rusty nodded, taking the card and slipping it back into his pouch. First, he lowered his visor to hide his face that was at its limit, then he stood up slowly. The other guard, who had been eyeing Rusty warily, now seemed uninterested, leaning back against the wall and relaxing his posture. You're free to go. And remember, visit the church soon to make sure you're not cursed. Wouldn't want to see you end up like some of the others who got lost down there. With a final nod, Rusty turned and walked out of the room. As he exited the small structure, he felt the cool night air brush against his armor. The city of Argasa lay before him, its streets illuminated by torches and strange-looking lanterns. The bustling activity was starting to dwindle as most stores were closing down. The only places that remained open were inns and bars along with the adventurer guild that he now needed to head to. Rusty took a moment to gather himself and couldn't help from staring at the wide world before him. This was his first time in a large city and also outside. The sky that had been filled with clouds and a bright ball of light, was now replaced with many tiny glittering stars. It was a magnificent sight and a strange-looking sphere was glowing dimly right above him. However, before he could continue looking he heard a voice from behind him. "Hey, get out of the way already! Hey!" He turned around to see an angry-looking man dressed in some shabby clothes. Behind him were two others, also late-coming adventurers that he needed to avoid. Rusty quickly stepped to the side and let the group through. "Rusty, this is good, follow after those three, they are probably headed to the Adventurer Guild." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, otherwise people might get suspicious when they find you wandering around the city. The faster we get this over with and leave, the better." Rusty watched the three adventurers pass by and quickly fell into step behind them. Alexander was saying the truth, he came here to get Gleam and not to see the sights. Once he had her, then they just needed to hide out in a corner of the city and finally leave at dawn. The plan they created was to allow him to survive as staying within this city was far too dangerous. The adventurers ahead of him eventually turned into a narrow alleyway, and Rusty followed cautiously, his armor clinking softly with each step. The alley opened up to a larger square where the Adventurers Guild building stood prominently. It was a tall, imposing structure with large wooden doors and an ornate sign hanging above them, bearing what seemed to be the emblem of the guild. "So, that's the Adventurer Guild. It sounds loud. It changed somewhat but it's the same building. It can't be that long since I've been gone, the wood and bricks doesn't look that much older." "Oh nothing, you can ignore that. Let us just go in and get this over with." Alexander had been behaving strangely since he had seen the large city. It started becoming obvious that he had been here before at some time in the past. Rusty hesitated at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, feeling something very human that he didn't fully understand. The building was bustling with activity, and he could hear the muffled sounds of laughter, clinking mugs, and the occasional argument through the thick wooden doors. His metallic hand hovered over the door for a moment, unsure whether he should push forward or retreat. "Rusty, we need to move. If you stand out here any longer, someone might start asking questions. Just keep calm and stick to the plan." "I know. This is all for Gleam." Ever since they arrived in the city, something had been bothering him. His status screen wasn't changing and Gleam's name continued to be grayed out as before. It was possible that his friend wasn't in this adventurer guild or even within the city. However, Alexander urged him to go forward as there was a possibility that they were still there. Rusty pushed the heavy door open and stepped inside. The interior of the guild was lively, with adventurers of all shapes and sizes gathered around tables, sharing stories and drinks. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, sweat and the faint clang of metal. He quickly scanned the room, searching for any sign of danger, but it seemed that most people were too engrossed in their own affairs to pay him any mind. The three adventurers he had followed were already making their way to the front counter, where a bored-looking receptionist was sorting through a stack of papers. "Just stay behind them and try to act natural, everything will be fine." "Okay." Rusty made his way toward the counter, doing his best to blend in. As he walked, he couldn't help but notice the glances he was receiving from some of the other adventurers. This was expected as not many people were wearing such extensive full-body armoring. Luckily, they soon turned away once realizing that it was still only something made from regular iron. After some time passed, Rusty finally reached the counter. The previous group had finished their business and the receptionist, a young woman with short brown hair and a tired expression, greeted him. She seemed unfazed by the unusual armor, having likely seen all sorts of adventurers pass through the guild's doors. "Name and rank? What can I help you with? Are you here to sell materials, report something, or complete a mission?" "Albert, F rank." "No, I'm here for something." It was finally time to complete his mission. Everything was going great and his cover had not been blown yet. Alexander had been right, everyone here seemed tired and sloppy. Now he just needed to ask for Gleam, get her out and perhaps tomorrow they would be free together. "I am here to inquire about something." "Yes. Were there any monsters recovered from the dungeon that might have been tamed but were missing their master? If so, then one of them could belong to me." "A tamed monster? Anything more specific?" What type of monster was it? It was a white ant, a gleaming mana ant. Gleaming mana ant. The woman seemed startled by the reveal of the name and for some reason started bowing before him. I must apologize, but something was wrong and Alexander didn't need to tell him that perhaps their plan was going to fail. The receptionist's abrupt change in demeanor sent a chill through Rusty's metallic frame. Her eyes darted nervously to the side, where a small door led to the back rooms of the guild. She seemed to be struggling to maintain her composure, her fingers trembling as they fiddled with some papers on the counter. It looked like a list of something but he couldn't really tell what it was. I'm afraid there might have been a misunderstanding, she said while glancing down at the paperwork, her eyes squinting as if she was trying to confirm something. Please, if you'll wait here for just a moment, I need to consult with my superior. Rusty stiffened, the gears in his mind turning rapidly. The atmosphere around the receptionist changed the moment he mentioned Gleam and her monster name. He was eventually left standing there pondering his options with Alexander talking to present him with the possible reason. Is everything all right? Did I do something wrong? No, you did everything right, you shouldn't be in danger but... Is there a problem? There might be. You probably noticed that Gleam's status is still grayed out, right? Yeah. A burden, and you said that it should turn back to normal once I'm close enough. Could Gleam not be in the guild? That's a real possibility, but there could be another one. They usually don't send found monsters out of the guild it gets placed in, but if the time runs out. If the time runs out? What happens if I'm too late? Before Alexander could answer his question, the door the guild receptionist vanished through opened and she returned with another person. It was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. The man looked different than the adventurers, his body was not meant for combat but perhaps for something else. He wore a dark, well-worn robe, and the smell of old books and old wood clung to him. A guild emblem was stitched on his chest, marking him as someone of significant rank, perhaps a scholar or an archivist. Is this the one asking about the gleaming mana ant? He asked, his voice carrying a slight edge of impatience. The receptionist nodded quickly, her nervousness evident. Rusty felt a knot tighten in his metal chest as the man's gaze bore into him. His mind raced, trying to analyze the situation that he wasn't familiar with. Luckily, Alexander's voice echoed in his mind, trying to calm him down. Stay calm, Rusty. He might just be confirming something. We need to keep up the act. The man sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as if dealing with a troublesome issue. Look, even a lesser or minuscule gleaming mana ant is rare and highly sought after. When one is found without a master, it's usually a big deal. But if it's left unclaimed for too long, the guild can't just hold onto it indefinitely. I'm afraid you've come too late, and confirming your status as its master won't change anything now. Rusty felt something rise up in his metal chest. It was a similar feeling when Gleam had been kidnapped and taken out from the dungeon. What do you mean? Where is Gleam? The man frowned, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Your ant, if it truly was yours, was identified as unclaimed, and the guild held onto it for as long as they could. But it's been a month already. You have to understand that resources are limited, and if a monster remains unclaimed for too long, it's put up for auction. That's what happened here. Rusty's body started shaking and soon enough his metallic fist landed on the counter. Surprisingly, the wood held through the impact, but it generated quite the loud ping. You lie, it has not been a month yet. The room fell silent as Rusty's voice, laced with anger, echoed through the guild hall. The sudden outburst drew the attention of several nearby adventurers, their conversations halted as they turned to see the commotion. Rusty's metallic frame trembled with barely suppressed rage, his fists clenching as the reality of the situation sank in. Rusty, calm down, don't even think about using any of your skills, there is no way you can win against all of these adventurers, please calm yourself or all of this will be for nothing. There still might be a way to save Gleam, just ask the clerk when and where the auction is being held. His metallic body continued to tremble, his thoughts spiraling out of control. The room's silence pressed in on him, but Alexander's voice cut through the haze of anger, grounding him. Rusty, focus. We need to find out where Gleam is now. There's still a chance. Finally, his rage started fading away and he managed to gather his thoughts. The two people that he had been talking with had taken a step back out of fright. His metallic of his frame creaked as he unclenched his fists. The gazes of the other adventurers eventually vanished as they sensed his killing intent vanishing. Where, when, is the auction? The man in the dark robe, who had flinched at Rusty's outburst, straightened up. His eyes were cautious now, as if weighing his words carefully. Ah yes, do not worry, you still have some time, the auction will probably take place in 2 weeks, maybe more. The precise date has not been announced yet as the auction house is still in the process of gathering more items. Rusty managed to relax, there was still time, 2 weeks or more. That was enough to come up with a plan. He just needed to find out where this auction would be held and how to get inside. The word auction didn't really ring any bells, but if Gleam was being held there, then there was still a chance to save her. Alexander was also telling him that this might be a good thing, and Hope was still alive. The man continued, likely sensing Rusty's desperate need for information. The auction house is located in the merchant district. It's heavily guarded, but access is granted to everyone that can pay the initial entrance fee. My apologies that this issue arose, but there was no indication for this monster's owner to have been alive. Merchant district, entrance fee. Rusty muttered, committing the details to memory. Alexander chimed in, offering guidance as always. Okay, we have at least 2 weeks, probably a bit more than that. They always push back on these things. The man in the dark robe, still cautious, took a step closer, perhaps feeling bad about letting the tamed beast out of his hands before it could be returned to the rightful owner. If you plan on attending the auction, you should know that these events attract all sorts, merchants, nobles, adventurers, and even some less savory characters. It's not just about having money. This gleaming mana ant is quite a rare monster, and it will probably go for a steep price. You seem to just be an F-rank adventurer. It might be better to give up on this endeavor. What? You want me to abandon Gleam? Rusty felt offended at the idea of abandoning his friend. I was just trying to give you some advice. Humph. Sir. Please calm down, let me handle the rest. The old man looked at the receptionist and nodded. Finally, he retreated back towards the door that he came from, and Rusty was left alone with the woman from the guild. While there was still hope for Gleam's safe return, things looked grim. Rusty didn't plan on staying in this large city. He had no idea what to do now, and also needed to find a safe spot to converse with both his guides to figure out what this auction was about. My apologies for these circumstances, but these are the laws. But, would you like to take back the items that you left behind at the guild? We still have them stored. My items? Sure. Rusty wasn't sure what the woman meant, but he nodded and agreed. It seemed he couldn't retrieve Gleam through normal channels anymore. Alexander had warned him about revealing his status to others, so he needed to be directly next to Gleam and have her status identified to confirm his claim. Since she was at the auction house and not with him, proving his ownership was difficult. The people here didn't seem to care one way or the other, and his status as an F-rank didn't help matters either. Here, this should be all. While he was contemplating his next move, the woman brought out a tray with a few items. Rusty recognized that these belonged to the F-rank adventurer named Albert, who had apparently left behind some of his belongings. It was normal for adventurers to leave items they didn't want to lose at the guild, and one of the items on the tray was clearly a key. Rusty picked up the key from the tray, examining it closely. It was a simple iron key, worn but sturdy. On one side he could see a 4-digit number, perhaps something that could help identify the lock it opened. The other items on the tray were a small pouch of what appeared to be basic adventuring supplies, a few vials of healing potions, some dried rations, and a worn-out map of what seemed to be the area he found himself in. There were scribbles on it with a big red circle in the area where the dungeon for F-ranks was situated. The receptionist, noticing his preoccupation, offered a sympathetic smile. If you need any more assistance or information about the auction, please feel free to ask. We can also provide you with directions to the merchant district if that would help. The key to your inn room should still be valid for another month. My inn? Yes, is this not a key to the inn where you were staying? Before Rusty could answer, Alexander chimed in and he just repeated his words verbatim. Ah, yes. I suppose it is. Could you remind me where the inn was situated? I haven't been in the city for a while. The receptionist, noticing the genuine confusion in Rusty's voice, offered a reassuring nod before continuing the conversation. Of course. The inn is called the Copper Lantern. It's located near the western gate of the city. It's not too far from here, and it should be easy to find. She pointed towards the map of the city that was hanging close by. Rusty relied on Alexander to take in this information and later guide him there. Soon he grabbed all the items from the tray and stored them in his satchel. Great, we've got a place to stay. For now, let us go to this Copper Lantern and lay low and use it as a temporary base. We will probably be stuck here until that auction, unless you want to leave, I'm not sure if we will be able to. Before Alexander could finish the sentence he felt something holding him back from continuing. Shut up, we will save Gleam. Just guide me to this Copper Lantern Inn. The Copper Lantern Inn, as indicated on the map, was situated near the western gate of the city, and he needed to get there quickly. Alexander's guidance, combined with the map provided by the receptionist, helped him navigate through the darkened streets of Argasa. At this point, the sun had gone down and the only people roaming the streets were guards and drunk adventurers. As he made his way through the city, he couldn't help but notice the change to the landscape. The buildings that were previously sturdy and well kept, were now gradually giving way to less maintained structures. The Copper Lantern Inn loomed ahead, its sign creaking gently in the cool evening breeze. It wasn't as grand as the Adventurer Guild building he glimpsed earlier, and some of the people inside were quite rowdy. This inn was quite a large two-story building that was much longer than it was wide. The sign swinging above the door read Copper Lantern Inn in faded copper letters. The exterior was unremarkable but sturdy, with wooden beams and stone walls that had seen better days. The windows glowed warmly from the inside, casting a welcoming light into the dark street. As Rusty approached, he noticed a few patrons stumbling out of the inn, their faces flushed and voices raised with laughter. The inn's main room was bustling with activity, but Rusty paid little attention to the scene. His focus was on getting inside and finding a place to regroup. The innkeeper, a burly man with a thick beard, light green skin and a permanent scowl, stood behind the counter, polishing a tankard with a rag. He looked up as Rusty entered, his eyes widening slightly at the sight of the armored figure. "Evenin' adventurer." The innkeeper grunted. "What can I do for ye?" Instead of answering, Rusty took the key from his satchel and held it out in the palm of his hand. The large man glanced at it briefly, then tilted his head to indicate where Rusty should go. "Just head up on the stairs there, the room will have the same number." Rusty nodded and trudged up the stairs, his metallic frame creaking with each step. Some of the patrons who were drinking noticed his loud steps but were more interested in the large key he was holding. Unbeknownst to him, they started looking at each other with intent in their eyes as if this key was something they recognized. Soon Rusty moved up the stairs and arrived at a long hallway. His room number was quite a ways off, so he continued walking until he reached the end of the hall. There, he found the door marked with the number that matched the key. He inserted the key into the lock, turned it, and heard a click. Pushing the door open, he saw that the room contained little more than a small bed and a tiny window. The room was probably no wider than 2 meters and about 3 meters long, clearly just a place to sleep and nothing more. "Looks about right." Alexander's voice echoed in his mind as he entered the dusty room. It was clear that no one had been here for quite some time. Luckily, Albert had made a down payment for this place, and no one had intruded during his absence. However, just as Rusty was about to step inside and close the door behind him, he heard a voice calling out from the corridor he had come through. Well, if it isn't our little Albert, finally decided to come back." The voice was unmistakably taunting, and filled with condescension. He turned slowly, his metal frame creaking slightly, and saw a tall, wiry man leaning against the wall. Behind him were 2 other men, both grinning widely while showcasing yellow teeth. Rusty's gears turned in tension as he assessed the situation. The wiry man, clearly the leader of the trio, had a cruel smirk plastered on his face. He was draped in ragged but functional clothing, the kind that suggested he was no stranger to a rough life on the streets. His companions, both stockier and wearing mismatched armor, had the look of seasoned thugs who'd seen more than a few bar brawls. "Who are these people, Alexander? What do they want from me?" His instinct was to ask his guide for help. He was still a living armor monster that had no idea how people operated. The man he was impersonating was Albert, an F-rank adventurer. It was normal for some people to have known him before he died. They must be old acquaintances of Albert, probably not the friendly kind. "Be careful, Rusty. They look like they could be part of the Thieves' Guild, or be rogue adventurers. First examine their status so we might get a better idea of what we are dealing with. If this is what it is, they probably want money. Perhaps Albert had borrowed some money, this could be troublesome." Rusty straightened up, his metal frame creaking as he faced the men. He activated his identification skills and was able to peek at their basic levels and classes. Name: Var. Classification: Thief L21. Type: Human. Name: Ethan. Classification: Fighter L18. Type: Human/orc. Name: Norman. Classification: Fighter L17. Type: Human. The information from Rusty's identification skills confirmed Alexander's suspicions. These men were low-level adventurers or criminals, perhaps seeking to exploit Albert's previous misfortunes. The wiry man was called Var and he had the thief class. The two that were with him were both fighters and one seemed to be a half-orc. Their levels are relatively low compared to mine. While Rusty had recently undergone a new evolution and his level was low, monster levels functioned differently than human levels. Humans wouldn't change their forms as monsters did, instead, they would gain new classes. Each class had its limits, which were identified during the identification process. Rusty had gone through 3 evolutions, amounting to more than 35 levels. In theory, he was much stronger than anyone here. I wonder what these guys want. I hope Albert didn't have some type of gambling addiction, otherwise, this could go badly. Alexander noted a possibility while Rusty wondered what a gambling addiction was. Var, the thief, seemed to be the leader, while Ethan and Norman, the 2 fighters, served as muscle. The man who was partially orc was taller than the rest and had more pronounced muscles, and the last one was somewhat average. Var's smirk widened as he noticed Rusty's hesitation. He pushed himself off the wall, taking a casual step closer, his hands resting lightly on the hilts of the twin daggers strapped to his belt. The 2 fighters flanked him, their eyes fixed on Rusty with the kind of hunger that predators reserved for cornered prey. "Albert, I know you're in that tin can, you can't fool me, I'd recognize that sniveling voice anywhere." Var strutted forward, his voice dripping with false familiarity. "You've been gone for quite some time. We thought maybe you'd skipped town, forgotten about your little obligations. But here you are, back in the flesh. So, what's it gonna be? You planning to settle up with us, or are we gonna have to get persuasive?" Rusty's metallic body tensed as he struggled to decide what to do. It seemed that Albert owed these people some sort of debt, or at least, that's how they saw it. He might have borrowed money from them or perhaps taken something that didn't belong to him. Either way, Rusty found himself in a precarious situation, one he would prefer to avoid. Since coins appeared to be highly valued in this world of adventurers, he decided to try bartering. "How much do you want?" Var chuckled darkly, exchanging glances with his 2 companions. The sound was low and mocking, as if the idea of negotiation amused him. "How much, you ask?" Var moved, taking another step closer, his voice oozing with sarcasm. One of his blades moved up in a strange motion that Rusty didn't understand. For some reason he started licking the blade before speaking further. "Oh, Albert, you've been away so long, you've forgotten how deep in the hole you are. You see, it's not just about the coin anymore. You owe us for time, for interest, and for the inconvenience of having to track you down. But since you're so eager to settle, let's say 50 gold pieces. Up front. That should suffice, right boys? 50 gold pieces. Is this thief insane? Is that a lot?" Rusty asked Alexander, who seemed offended by the sum the man presented. "Of course it is, they are clearly lying, or this Albert was a true moron to get himself into it. Well, considering where he ended up, he very might have been." Var smiled at the 2 other goons that just started laughing. It was clear that these 3 wanted to get something from him and wouldn't take no for an answer. "What? Goblin got your tongue? Do you not have enough? Don't worry if..." Rusty stood frozen, his metal frame rattling slightly as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. He probably didn't have 50 golden pieces, as most of his coins were copper and silver. These thugs were clearly trying to take advantage of him. "Rusty, stay calm. They're bluffing to some extent. We can't give them what they want and they probably know it. If they know it, then what do they want from me?" Before Alexander could answer, the leader brandished his dagger in front of his face to the extent of poking his metal helmet. "This armor looks too good for you, it will probably go for a few gold coins, it should be a good start, take it off." "You want my armor? Ha, look at this guy, he thinks this is the only thing that we want." Var chuckled while looking back to his men, who just nodded. He could feel the situation slipping out of control. The thieves were clearly intent on taking more than just money from him, and their leering expressions made it obvious they wouldn't leave without getting something valuable. This was starting to annoy him. All he wanted was to summon his guides and discuss Gleam's situation. He wasn't Albert, and Albert's debts weren't his. The armor he wore couldn't be removed, as it would reveal the dead body inside. Var, their ringleader, was getting uncomfortably close and seemed oddly at ease while scratching his armor. This was something Rusty had painstakingly worked on in the Soul Forge and wasn't about to relinquish to some low-level thug. Alexander suggested that he should temporarily back away since they didn't have enough information, but Rusty was becoming increasingly enraged. The fact that he couldn't immediately save Gleam had already made him angry, and he refused to be intimidated by this peculiar individual. Hey! The thief paused as he noticed that he couldn't move his hand. Rusty Hand used his metallic gauntlet to just grab the dagger the man was using. His power was clearly above his opponent's, so even when Var attempted to pull it back, he found himself unable to. Then to make things worse, a metallic helmet made its way towards his face and collided straight with his nose. Arg! A string of blood flew up as Rusty headbutted Var away. The room erupted into chaos as Var stumbled backward, clutching his nose, his eyes wide with surprise and pain. Ethan and Norman, taken aback by the sudden escalation, moved to draw their weapons, their expressions shifting from amused to alarmed. Luck was on his side, as the inn was built in a minimalist fashion with barely enough space for two people to stand side by side in the narrow corridor. The men were on the larger side, so with their arms spread out, they needed to approach him one by one. Rusty took advantage of this and readied his shield. Seizing the opportunity, he bashed his shield into the leader, who was unprepared for his victim to fight back. "You bass, arg!" Var's chest almost caved in as Rusty's shield connected with it. The wiry man was shoved backward into the half-orc henchman, who tried to stabilize him. A contest of strength ensued, with the two men pushing Var from the other side in an attempt to topple Rusty. However, with his current evolution, Rusty's stats far outmatched those of the two fighters, who were now being pushed back. Var, though initially confident, was now in a state of shock and pain. The headbutt had left him reeling, and the clash with Rusty's shield had only made matters worse. Eventually, the group of three were pushed away and tumbled together to the ground. Var shook his head and instantly went for his nose that had been broken by the collision with the iron helmet. However, just as he was about to get up, a pointy sword found its way towards his eyes. There he saw the person he was trying to extort, ready to take his life. Wait! Don't do it, Rusty! Rusty responded while glancing down at his foes. He could easily sink his sword through the man's skull and be done with it. The other two men behind him weren't a problem either, and they didn't seem too eager to confront him either. The only reason that he stopped himself was Alexander's warning. "You can't kill people openly in the city without reasonable cause. If the guards get here, your identity will probably be revealed. Just let these scumbags go for now, they probably won't be coming back. Leave if you don't want to die." The thugs quickly realized they were outmatched and that their target had undergone several level UPs. In a world where power was determined by levels, resisting would be unwise. Var was sent flying by another shield bash, crashing into the wall. His back slammed against a wooden beam with a loud thud, knocking the wind out of him. He slumped to the floor, dazed. "I'm not going to repeat myself, leave." Rusty did his best thug impression while repeating the words that Alexander whispered to him. The two men looked at each other and then quickly helped their leader up to his feet. They let him lean on their shoulders while quickly retreating, their previous bravado replaced with fear. Var, still clutching his broken nose and gasping for air, glared at Rusty with hatred but also disbelief. Blood trickled between his fingers, but the look in his eyes made it clear that he knew they were beaten. "You'll regret this, don't think that this is over." Var hissed, his voice muffled by his injured nose. "You think this is over? We'll be back, and next time, you won't be so lucky." "I won't," Rusty replied while taking a step towards them. Instantly, the three took off running as if a flesh-eating monster was after them. Rusty didn't bother to follow but instead put his sword back into the scabbard and the shield onto his back from where he previously took it. People are strange, was it really wise to let them go? They even said that they will be back. "Don't worry, Rusty. All low-level criminals talk big, but as long as we stick to the main streets, they probably won't do anything rash. They likely only tried this because Albert was an easy target. They can't afford to cause a scene in the inn either, so we just need to be careful from now on." "If you say so. But for now, let's head back to the room. We don't want to draw any more attention than we already have." As they spoke, a few doors creaked open, and some curious onlookers began to peek out. Rusty turned away from the escaping thugs, his footsteps echoing down the narrow corridor as he made his way back to the room. The onlookers quickly averted their gaze as he passed by, not wanting to get involved in whatever had just transpired. Once inside the room, Rusty closed the door behind him, the noise of the latch clicking into place a welcome sound of temporary safety. The dim light from the small window cast long shadows across the floor, and the stillness of the room reminded him of the dungeon. He was now in Albert's old room and could finally relax. You handled that well, Rusty, but you need to be more cautious, don't just start attacking before knowing everything. Ha, don't listen to him Rusty, you should have at least gouged out that impudent swine's eye out. Now they will think you are weak, they might even try to use a child to get closer to you before they stab you in the back. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't listen to him, Rusty. Once Rusty was inside of the room he sat down on the lone bed and called a burden out. His second guide had seen the whole scene play out and from his perspective, Rusty had been too lenient. You need to strike fear into the hearts of men. You cannot show any weakness in these situations. Showing mercy isn't weakness. Ha, this is why you were betrayed by your allies' hero. So. You were abandoned by yours. Do you two always have to argue? Even though he was a monster who didn't feel any fatigue, the whole situation involving Gleam was exhausting. He had no idea what he should do or where to even start. This auction that they were speaking of seemed like the last hope, but perhaps there were other ways of going around everything. It's just part of our charm, Rusty, so what do you wish to know? Explain to me what this auction is and how am I supposed to save Gleam from it? I'll leave that to you, little hero. Alexander didn't respond to Burden's taunts and instead started explaining everything. Just like the name states, it's an auction, but this one is far from ordinary. It's an event where the rich and powerful gather to bid on rare items, creatures, and sometimes even people. These auctions are sometimes secretive, illegal, and usually well guarded. The only way to access such an event is through a fee of probably a golden coin. Once we are inside, we will have to wait until Gleam shows up and bid for her with the money you have. So it comes down to these coins. How many do I need? As many as you can get. Rusty nodded and quickly accessed his inventory, retrieving every copper, silver, and gold coin he had managed to gather. With the help of his two guides, he counted the coins several times. Judging by their reactions, it was clear that this amount wouldn't be nearly enough to bid on something as valuable as a gleaming mana ant, he would need to get more. So, 10 silver coins amount to 1 gold coin. Yes, but the copper coins are divided into 2? Big and small. That feels a bit unnecessary, why isn't it also just 10? Because simple food costs just a few small copper coins, a silver coin is worth 100 of them, so they decided to make a larger one to simplify transactions for goods of slightly higher value, like tools or better quality food. It's all about convenience, though I agree it can be confusing at first. If Rusty had a face then he would be frowning now. Between his metallic fingers were 2 copper coins, one thicker and larger than the other. Alexander along with a burden were just teaching him about this strange currency and how the people of this world operated. They were trading these small pieces of metal for other goods, even weapons and armor. He now found himself in a situation where he needed to gather several of these to comfortably win the auction Gleam was in. How many of these do I need for Gleam? That's hard to say, the more the better. Gleam was still only an F-rank monster, even though rare. I don't think it should go over 20 gold coins. I'm not sure. Gleam had a bond with Rusty which had not yet faded. Going by the rules of this world, he shouldn't have to pay anything. However, it seemed that things weren't equal and the strong dictated which rules were enforced and which weren't. Even though the bond had not been cancelled, it would be with some form of magic after the auction was over. Then, Gleam might not be able to adventure with him anymore, something that he didn't want to happen. What can I do to get more coins quickly? Have you tried making some with the copper you have? Asked a burden, his black light form pulsating inside of the room. Yeah, it doesn't work for some reason, I can only recreate weapons and armor. Rusty took out a bar of copper from within his inventory. Compared to the small copper coins it was much larger and heavier. If it were possible to turn this into coins through his system then his troubles would be instantly over, but it wouldn't be that simple. Well, our Rusty can recreate anything that he previously crafted, right? So in theory, he could sell everything he made. A burden proposed while Alexander chimed in from the side. That's not a bad idea. He could probably get rid of all the bronze weapons, and we still have a lot of those monster parts lying around. All of them could be melted down into ingots and repurposed into weapons, but... Rusty liked the sound of this plan. He had stored large quantities of living bronze armor parts and some iron variants in his storage space. At this point, he was able to recreate both iron and bronze equipment pieces. He could make a large number of bronze swords and shields, but Alexander saw a problem. Bronze weapons aren't something adventurers use much. You probably noticed, even at the lower levels, they prefer crude iron weaponry or jump straight to steel. That's true. He tried to recall the gear that adventurers like to use, and it was usually iron armor and leather. Most of the material in his storage was bronze, which meant that he probably wouldn't be able to trade it in for that much. We can probably still sell them in bulk, but that probably won't be enough. Are there any other methods? You could take on some quests, maybe gather rare materials or hunt monsters. Adventurers often get paid handsomely for bringing in difficult to find items or taking out dangerous creatures, but... Why is there always a but? Sorry, but for you to take on quests that are worthwhile, you'd need to go through a rank up test, and I'm not sure if that will be possible. Rusty prodded for more answers, and Alexander began to explain. In this world, adventurer ranks corresponded to monster ranks. Albert was a copper rank adventurer, or as most people called them, an F rank adventurer. For Rusty to enter a higher tier E rank dungeon, he would need to become an iron rank adventurer. This posed a problem. Typically, the main way to achieve a higher rank was by having one's status evaluated by the guild. The guards used a low-quality item that couldn't detect the possession skill, but this wouldn't work within the guild. Even if the skill managed to deceive the guild's device, it would only display Albert's old status, that of a lower-level fighter, much weaker than the thugs he had just faced. With such a low level, he wouldn't be able to convince the guild to grant him a higher rank. His options would then be limited to the F-rank dungeon he had just come out of, which would yield a much smaller amount of money. I'm also not sure how they handle things now. I think it was possible to ask for a personal test and fight against a higher tier adventurer. If you won, then you got the higher rank, if you lost then you needed to pay a fine and couldn't take another one for at least a month, but... What did I say about buts? Well, you still need to reach a minimal level to be eligible for that test, and with Albert's body being like that, it probably won't work. Hey, isn't there an easy solution to that problem? As Alexander and Rusty were conversing, the bored Burden called out to them. He sounded bored as he didn't have the opportunity to talk much. Alexander had been human and also an adventurer in his past life, but the Demon Lord had some insights as well. Oh? What's the solution? Quite simply, if the body is too low-leveled to fool the identification device, then how about we get another one? Oh, that does sound simple. Rusty liked that idea, but Alexander instantly tried to stop this line of thinking. No, you can't. Why can't I? Yeah, why can't our little Rusty not just get a better, stronger body? There are many E-rank adventurers in this city, just pick one, and no more problems. That's what I thought. You just want him to kill someone and take his identity. Why, of course. Why shouldn't he? Rusty is a monster. We could solve this entire problem in one day if we just target the right person. Rusty wasn't sure what to think. The idea of killing another adventurer and using their body instead made some sense. Albert's identity was becoming troublesome, especially since he was being targeted by criminals. If Rusty could switch to someone else, it would solve a lot of problems in a short amount of time. And time wasn't something he had in abundance, so this tactic seemed to have some merit. Rusty, don't listen to this idiot, a voice interjected. It's not like you can just find someone thin enough to fit into your current body. If they have any close friends, they'll figure out something's wrong almost instantly. He had to admit that finding a dried-out body with a functioning head was rather lucky. This one was perfectly mummified by the spider's special poison and wasn't decomposing. If he took on a new body, it would probably start to stink and leak bodily fluids. Then what? Will you let him take the adventurer test and get identified? Or go to the other dungeon that is probably swarming with people looking for him? Well... Alexander was at a loss for words, unsure how to convince Rusty to see things his way. If things continued as they were, a burden might force him into unspeakable actions, like ransacking the merchant district and killing people there for money. He could even use his twilight metal body as cover during the night, and no one would know it was him by day. Congratulations, Call Guide has reached the maximum level. Congratulations, the requirements to upgrade Call Guide have been met. Congratulations, Call Guide has evolved into Lesser Familiar. Hey! While the two guides were at it, Rusty noticed that his Call Guide skill had gone past level 9 and evolved. He didn't expect it to go any further, as at this point, his two guides weren't using up any of his mana and he could have them out indefinitely. What a peculiar feeling. What's happening? Both Aberdan and Alexander started going through some kind of transformation. Their bodies were radiating brighter light, so to stop people from peeking through the little window he raised the bed to block it. Once the light subsided, they continued to look exactly the same, but something had changed. Name: Alexander the Betrayed Hero. Classification: Familiar Spirit. Type: Spirit of Light. Hit points HP: 1/1. Magic points MP: 5/5. Strength: 1G. Agility: 1G. Dexterity: 1G. Constitution: 1G. Intelligence: 1G. Wisdom: 1G. Willpower: 1G. Name: Aberdan Fallen Demon King. Classification: Familiar Spirit. Type: Spirit of Darkness. Hit points HP: 1/1. Magic points MP: 5/5. Strength: 1G. Agility: 1G. Dexterity: 1G. Constitution: 1G. Intelligence: 1G. Wisdom: 1G. Willpower: 1G. Rusty was quick to notice a new window inside of his system that presented itself to him. Through it he could identify his new helpers, and both of them had actual stats. All of them were at the lowest and they both seemed to lack any skills, so he wasn't sure if this had been a helpful change. Ha! I can feel it, Mana. Does this mean? While Rusty was looking through the status screen, Aberdan started cackling. The Demon Lord had always made it clear that he wished to leave, and now he had been given some power along with a body capable of storing some mana. Instantly he attempted to use it, and to Rusty's surprise there was a spell forming. Yes. Yes. Why, He sounded excited, but suddenly his voice started to break and his form burst into nothingness. When looking at the status screen, Rusty noticed that the 5 points of mana that Aberdan was given had gone down to 0. The moment they did, he was whisked out of existence and vanished from the room. Idiot! What happened? Not much, he used up too much mana so his form could not sustain itself. This happens to familiar spirits that overtax themselves. Don't worry, you'll be able to resummon him again after a cooldown period. I see. Rusty looked at the status screen again and saw a timer of 30 minutes ticking down. He now had the option to summon Aberdan as either a guide or a familiar. Summoning Aberdan as a familiar required a higher upfront cost of MP but did not seem to generate a constant drain on his mana. The bed wasn't worth using, so he decided to leave it at the window to prevent anyone from peeking in. However, the problem of needing more money remained. First thing in the morning, he planned to visit some stores, as Alexander had suggested, to sell the excess bronze and iron weaponry. Once that was done, he needed to consider whether Aberdan's advice was the right path forward. He didn't feel guilty about killing adventurers in self-defense, but the situation felt different now. Alexander was trying to convince him that it wasn't worth the trouble, but Gleam remained a priority. If there were no other viable options, this might be a course he would have to consider. Are there really no other ways? You could try buying some armor from the stores, turning it into more weapons, and then upselling them later. But I'm not sure the merchants will appreciate you flooding the market with cheap iron weapons, it could become troublesome. That's not good, if only I could hide my status and take that adventurer test. Hide your status. Wait, maybe there is a way. There is. Yes, summon that idiot again, he might be the key here. The timer finally reset so he was able to summon Aberdan again. A moment later, Aberdan reappeared in a swirl of darkness, his form solidifying into the familiar Demon Lord. One change that Rusty noticed was a set of red eyes in this new form, one set that Alexander also had but that was golden. That was uncomfortable. I shan't do that again, blasted form of a familiar. Aberdan returned annoyed at his vanishing, which seemed to have been an uncomfortable experience for him. His familiar form was still somewhat ethereal but solid enough to interact with the physical world. The red eyes glowed faintly as he looked around the room. Aberdan, you can use some of your magic now, right? Not really, I only have 5 mana points. Do you know how much mana I had when I was the Demon King? Rusty, can you make him shut up for a moment so I can ask him something? Aberdan, can you be quiet and answer Alexander's question? The Demon Lord was still compelled to follow all of Rusty's orders. He was forced to quiet down and Alexander was able to ask him one important question. Good, You only have 5 mana, but that should be enough to cast Alter Body status. Can you do that? Alter Body status? I suppose I could do that, but it won't last for long. Alexander, who now had eyes, wiggled around in joy. Rusty could tell by this spell's name what it was all about. Can you change my status? Well, not yours, that would use too much of the mana I'm lacking. However, if it's the body inside you, I could probably make it appear as a higher level fighter. But why bother? Why don't we just hunt down a rich merchant and get this over with instead? Shut up, Aberdan. That will just get Rusty killed. He isn't an assassin or a thief, he'll get noticed. Soon, Alexander explained the spell Aberdan could use. It required barely any mana and was commonly used by necromancers on dead bodies. The spell had limited purposes but could alter certain aspects of a body's status. Some used it to conceal the cause of death or disguise a person's true identity for various unsavory reasons. All they needed to do was make it appear that Albert was a level 25 fighter, which was the minimum requirement for the E-rank test. Once that was accomplished, the higher tier dungeon would be unlocked for them. Inside, they could potentially gather much better materials or even ambush adventurers to seize their loot, something that Aberdan was for. I see, thank you too, we will begin first time in the morning. Oh joy, I can't wait, I haven't been in a human city in a while, or in one that wasn't destroyed. Rusty, just get rid of him, he'll just get us killed. Ha, if you listen to this idiot hero this will take a year. Remember Rusty, always cheat if you can, and if someone discovers it, just get rid of them. The two argued for a while, but he had already begun to make up his mind. As dawn broke, Rusty decided to put the plan into motion, but with caution. First, he would visit the merchant district to dispose of all the weapons he had created. Once that was done, his career as Albert the Adventurer would officially start. Then, perhaps with some luck, in 2 weeks, he would have enough gold to save Gleam. As the morning sun filtered through the cracks of the worn-out building he called his temporary home, Rusty prepared for the day's mission. He sorted through his inventory, selecting the best bronze and iron weapons he had crafted. Though they weren't the most valuable, they were functional and would fetch a reasonable price if sold in bulk. Once he had selected the weapons, he used his SP to generate multiple copies of the same quality. His guides had warned that it could be dangerous if they encountered an exceptionally skilled craftsman. All the replicas were identical, which might raise suspicion. If that happened, they advised him to claim that he had received them from a peculiar craftsman with a unique skill that allowed him to produce such identical items, or just keep his mouth shut. Remember, Rusty, we need to keep a low profile. The merchants might get suspicious if you sell too many weapons at once. Rusty nodded, understanding the need for caution. Aberdan, however, was less worried about subtlety. Just sell them quickly and get out. If anyone asks questions, just remind them of the last merchant who pushed too far. Aberdan cackled menacingly, but Rusty wasn't sure what the Demon Lord meant. He had not attempted to sell any weapons before, so there was no last merchant who pushed too far. There was a merchant that pushed too far. Our young Rusty doesn't seem to understand wordplay or jokes. Don't worry about it, you'll eventually understand. I meant that in a more hypothetical sense, of course. You know, as a warning. Merchants of the lesser races can be quite nosy. It's best to keep them in line. Lesser races? Of course. Every race is below the demon race. Is it? Rusty glanced in the direction of his other guide Alexander, who was quick to dismiss Aberdan's assertion. Don't listen to him, Rusty. There's no such thing as lesser or greater races. It's just the way some beings try to justify their power or actions. Treat everyone equally and they will respect you. Ha, just like you did, hero, and got stabbed in the back? That worked out well for you, didn't it? Shut up. Rusty sighed as the two guides continued their bickering. He found their banter entertaining at times, but it often made his decision-making more complicated. With the plan now set, Rusty stepped out into the bustling streets, the sun casting long shadows as the early morning light filtered through the narrow alleys. The city was beginning to stir with activity as merchants set up their stalls, filling the air with the mingling aromas of freshly baked bread and sizzling meats. Rusty's monster senses picked up the scents, and though he couldn't fully appreciate them, he was made aware that the body hidden within his armor could taste food if he allowed it. Rusty's metal frame clinked softly as he moved, his form was nothing out of the ordinary as he blended in with some of the other early rising adventurers. Now that the sun had risen, he had the opportunity to look over this large city. It was much different than the underground dungeon he came from, but there were also some similarities. The city's layout was a chaotic yet functional mix of winding streets and towering buildings, much like the dungeons Rusty was familiar with. The side alleys reminded him of the narrow corridors and the stone buildings of the temples on some of the other floors. The buildings were constructed with stone and timber, their roofs overlaid in red and brown tiles. The streets were uneven, worn from years of foot traffic, and the occasional clatter of hooves echoed as carts passed by. Rusty observed everything through his visor, taking note of the market district's layout as he walked towards it. So this is the market. Who should I go to first? He had arrived at the main square with many street vendors and merchants around. Some of them were just sitting down on rugs filled with items, others had wooden stalls with food. It was early in the morning, so the customers hadn't arrived. This made it an ideal time for Rusty to do business. His deposition of not needing any sleep was very handy when it came to shopping, as most people were just waking up or getting past a hangover. Look for a smith or an armory stall. They're more likely to buy weapons in bulk, and they might not ask too many questions if the price is right. But first, we should look around and get an idea about the prices before we make a decision. Yes, yes. Find someone who looks like they could use an influx of goods. And remember, Rusty, if they get too nosy, we can always persuade them with a slight nudge. A nudge? Rusty asked, but before a burden could answer he was interrupted by Alexander. There will be no nudging. The two started arguing again and he was forced to order them to stop. Examine the prices then and figure out how much the bronze and iron weapons should go for. For Rusty, this arrangement was quite convenient. After his call guide skill evolved, he could summon both guides in either their familiar form or their previous forms. The mana cost for the skill had become so low that he could slowly regenerate his MP even with both guides active. They could see whatever he saw, hear whatever he heard, and give him constant real-time advice. While their bickering was annoying, he needed both of them in this city. Rusty approached the stall, which was adorned with an assortment of weapons, swords, shields, and other metallic goods. The man on the other side didn't look like a full-fledged blacksmith. He looked quite young and sleep-deprived, his hands slowly polishing a large sword while his head tilted to the side. Is that a blacksmith? He asked and got a reply from Alexander. No, that's probably a blacksmith's apprentice or maybe his son. They usually get them to sell weapons outside the smithy where more people gather. We won't find any enchanted weapons here, but it's enough to get rid of the bronze and iron weapons you made. Rusty approached the stall, his metallic steps echoing softly against the cobblestones. The young man behind the counter looked up with bleary eyes, his fatigue evident. Despite the disheveled appearance, there was a certain shrewdness in his gaze that suggested he had experience in the trade. Good morning. Rusty said as guided by Alexander to show proper decorum when interacting with the merchants. I have some weapons to sell. Could you tell me if you are interested? The apprentice's eyes narrowed as he assessed Rusty. Before him stood a man about 2 meters tall, clad in a full suit of armor. While the voice confirmed it was indeed a man inside the armor, the apprentice's attention was drawn to a peculiar bundle of items strapped to Rusty's back. It was wrapped in what appeared to be a grey bedsheet and secured with cheap string. Various weapons protruded from the bundle, revealing a large quantity contained within. We're always interested in new stock. What kind of weapons do you have? Rusty's spatial satchel was not large enough to contain all the weaponry, so he decided to use the bed from his in-room to assemble a backpack. Thanks to his crafting skills he was able to create something sufficient for this occasion. The apprentice's eyes widened as Rusty unwrapped the makeshift bundle to reveal an assortment of bronze and iron weapons. Swords, daggers, and sabers were inside, and even a few spears made their way in. He could tell that they were crafted by an average blacksmith, as none of them were particularly high-end, but neither were they low-end. These look decent, the blacksmith's apprentice said, eyeing the weapons with skepticism. But why so many? And why are they all bronze and iron? Usually, we don't see such a bulk of lower-tier items. Most adventurers prefer higher quality gear, especially if they're serious about their business. Rusty already had a sales pitch prepared that his guides came up with the previous night. I recently acquired these from a craftsman who was getting out of the business. He had a large stockpile he wanted to liquidate quickly, so I took them off his hands. I'm just looking to resell them to interested buyers. They're good quality for their tier, and I'm offering them at a reasonable price. Congratulations, possession skill has reached level 3. Oh. While talking, he received confirmation that his skill had evolved further. He had been using the body inside his armor for some time, and the more he spoke, the easier it became to move the flesh. The stuttering and pauses he once experienced had lessened, and the weight felt lighter. If this progress continued, he envisioned being able to fight comfortably with the mummified remains of Albert inside him. I see, that makes some sense. The young man began rubbing his chin thoughtfully. It wasn't unusual for blacksmith shops to close down, leading to old unsold stock being sold at a low price or even given away for free. While the weapons here weren't exceptional, they still had their uses. Iron could be melted down and repurposed into steel weaponry, and bronze was a decent choice for practice weapons. While there was a use for them, he had a limited amount of money and would be punished by his master if he overspent. The young apprentice scratched his head, clearly weighing the situation. Rusty couldn't tell much from the young man's expressions as he had not yet been among the people of the races. This was a simple human, but some of the merchants had animalistic features that would only complicate things. I might need to consult with my master before taking all of this off your hands. But I can give you a rough estimate of what we could offer. The apprentice pulled out a peculiar apparatus that Rusty had never seen before. It featured several rows of marbles connected by strings, each row a different color. The apprentice began shifting the small, round objects around as if performing a complex task. Ah, an abacus. Not many people use them these days, but not everyone has the skills to count without one. Alexander commented, and Rusty took the opportunity to glance around, observing other stalls and getting a better feel for the market. He understood the numbers and the writing but didn't really have a point of reference to know how much everything was worth. First he would need to try earning money to truly understand its value. Remember, Rusty, don't let them lowball you too much, these weapons are still worth something, even if they're lower tier. You have to negotiate. Yes, and if they refuse to pay a fair price, we might have to persuade them. No, we won't. Just as they were back to arguing, the merchant finally spoke out. All right, here's what I can offer for the whole lot. For the bronze weapons, I'll give you 10 silver coins. For the iron ones, maybe 15 silver coins. That totals to about 25 silver coins, which is equivalent to just over 2 gold coins. Is that good or not? Rusty glanced at the young man, feeling that the offer seemed a bit low but had no idea. After consulting with his guides, he replied in a monotone voice. I see. I was hoping for a better price considering the quantity and quality. How about 25 silver coins for the bronze weapons and 20 silver coins for the iron ones? That would be a total of 35 silver coins, or 3.5 gold coins. The apprentice's eyes widened slightly at Rusty's counter-offer. That's quite a jump. I'll need to check with my master. He's usually very particular about pricing, especially with bulk items. That's fine. I'll see if another merchant will offer me a better price, then I'll get back to you later. Yeah, just like that, Rusty. Make him think that another merchant might offer you a better deal, even if they won't. We can always withhold some of the truth. Oh. I see that even the great hero has a knack for a bit of deception when it comes to bartering. Aberton cackled. All right then, I'll check with my master and see what we can do. The man scratched his forehead but didn't seem particularly concerned. Rusty, on the other hand, ventured into the bustling marketplace, slowly investigating each stall. He visited every booth that sold weapons or armor, comparing deals. While each place offered a slightly different price, none were significantly better than what the young man had offered. With time being of the essence, he spent only a bit over an hour on this endeavor before eventually returning to the apprentice blacksmith's stall. When Rusty returned, he found another man at the stall, a short but stout figure with a beard, resembling the dwarves he had encountered in the dungeons, though dressed differently. The man was in the midst of lecturing the young apprentice, punctuating his words with a firm smack on the apprentice's head. How many times have I told you not to doze off? What if someone grabs one of the daggers and runs off? Rusty paused at the sight of the older man reprimanding the apprentice. The stout figure was clearly the blacksmith, and from the way he carried himself, it was evident he was someone of authority. The older man noticed Rusty and turned to address him, his demeanor shifting from stern to more professional. Ah, you must be the one my apprentice mentioned earlier. Listen here, even if you look around here, you won't get much better prices, at most I can meet you halfway, take it or leave it. Rusty's armor clinked loudly as he contemplated his next move. He placed the weapons he had brought onto the table once more, and the blacksmith examined them with a critical eye. The man clicked his tongue, an expression of mild annoyance, sparking Rusty's curiosity. Is there something wrong with them? Wrong? Not exactly. These are ordinary, but they're not worth the metal they're made of. I'd rather have some copper and tin ingots instead. The blacksmith replied in an annoyed tone as if he thought his creations were a waste. Ingots. He had assumed that selling raw materials would be less lucrative than presenting fully crafted weapons. However, he now realized that a more skilled blacksmith could forge a superior weapon from the same ingot and sell it for a much higher price. Additionally, the metal could be used in an alloy mixture or for armor, making the base resources more valuable to some than lower quality weapons. Wait, Rusty, we can probably profit from this, look there to the right. Ask the blacksmith if he would sell that to you. Alexander spotted an opportunity as he brought his attention to a barrel to the side that contained broken pieces of weapons and armor, many of them rusted and corroded. How much does that cost? Hey? You want that scrap pile? Yes. This isn't so bad. If we keep going like this, we'll have enough gold in no time. Rusty commented as he played with a large sack of gold coins he had earned in a day. There were already close to 5 gold coins inside, and he hadn't even had to work that hard for them. However, as usual, one of his guides was there to set him straight. It would be unwise to continue like this, Rusty. People might start getting suspicious if this goes on. They will? But I'm just selling ingots, and people don't have a problem buying them. There's a limit to what you can do, and we're not in a position to stand out. But you're the one who told me to do it. I know, and now I'm advising you to stop. 7 gold coins are already plenty. We should pause for now and try something else. After some time has passed, we can do it again. During his visit to the blacksmith's stall, he was advised to grab the barrel filled with scrap metal. He sold his weapons and used the gold to buy the scraps, which he then converted into various ingots. Once that was done, he returned to sell them off for a profit. It was an ingenious way to earn money, and it seemed there was no end to it. The city they were in had an abundance of rusty steel and iron, along with corroded chunks of bronze and brass. He could pick up pieces of old fences and discarded junk from the ground that no one wanted and turn them into fresh ingots through his system. Even if he used up all the living armor monster parts he had stored, he wouldn't run out of base materials for a while. The only problem was the suspicious looks of the vendors he visited. After being done with one blacksmith, he started visiting the others, and that's where the trouble began. The more Rusty moved through the market, the more people started to take notice of his repeated visits to various blacksmiths and merchants. The allure of easy gold had blinded him momentarily to the fact that merchants in a bustling city were a close-knit community, and word spread quickly. His rapid and unusual ability to produce high-quality ingots from seemingly worthless scraps raised eyebrows, and questions began to circulate about his true nature. Rusty sighed, staring at the sack of coins that felt heavier in his hands after Alexander's warning. It wasn't that he didn't trust his guides, but at this pace, it would be easy to gather the gold needed for Gleam's auction. Still, he had noticed the strange looks and whispers, so it was wiser to lay low for a few days. Perhaps this was a good time to visit the Adventurers Guild. His possession skill had advanced further, and a burden could now use a technique to alter his status, which should grant him access to the higher-tier dungeon. Alright, I'll stop for now, we can try visiting the guild before it closes for the night. That's a good idea, best we just ask one of the receptionists about the higher rank, I'm not sure how they handle things these days. Rusty tucked the heavy sack of coins away, leaving only a small amount in his outer satchel while stashing the bulk in his hidden inventory. If someone attempted to rob him, they would find only a modest sum. He then made his way through the bustling market, where a few gazes still lingered. It was clear that people were growing suspicious, and he considered changing his armor the next time he showed up. As he walked through the city, he kept an eye on his surroundings. One particular large statue caught his attention, something his guide, Alexander, seemed familiar with. It depicted a gallant-looking man clad in a magnificent suit of armor, wielding a strange sword covered in runes. They passed this large statue a few times already, and whenever they did, a burden would tease Alexander about it. They could at least clean it from time to time, is that moss I see? Such a shame, to desecrate the statue of such a great hero. Alexander didn't reply, but Rusty could tell that he recognized the figure depicted by the statue. Perhaps after they were done saving Gleam, he would ask him about it. For now, though, his focus was on gaining entry to the new dungeon. There, he could further his level and grow stronger. As an E-rank monster, his next evolution would push him to the pinnacle of that rank, maybe even allow him to skip straight to D-rank if he was lucky. Rusty made his way through the bustling streets, his mind occupied with thoughts of the new dungeon. As he approached the Adventurers Guild, the grand building loomed ahead. Now that it was still day, many more people were around, adding to the lively atmosphere. The crowds heightened the lively atmosphere, and the inside felt just as intimidating as before. Many of the adventurers had strength far superior to his own, and if anyone realized he was a disguised monster, it would all be over. As he made his way inside, Rusty noticed the variety of adventurers present. Some were heavily armored, bearing the scars of countless battles, while others were dressed in lighter, more agile clothing, carrying staffs or bows. The atmosphere was lively, with groups of adventurers discussing strategies, sharing stories, or negotiating rewards for completed quests. His goal today was to gather more information about the guild and familiarize himself with how things operated. As he began looking around, the first thing he noticed was a giant board filled with strange papers. Each paper had a stamp in the corner, displaying a letter representing a rank and a corresponding color. From time to time, an adventurer would take one of the papers down and bring it to one of the counters. "That's the Adventurer Mission Board," Alexander explained, his voice filled with the knowledge of someone who had been an adventurer in the past. "It's a good way to earn money while leveling up. People often request monster parts or items from the dungeon. There's no reason not to take one of those missions when heading into the dungeon." After familiarizing himself with the board, he glanced in the direction where some adventurers were being rowdy. There was a part similar to a pub area, filled with long wooden tables and benches, where adventurers gathered to drink, eat, and share stories. The scent of roasted meat and ale wafted through the air, mixing with the laughter and loud conversations. Rusty could hear snippets of their conversations, mostly boasting about recent conquests or strategizing for upcoming ventures. That might look like a regular pub, but that's where parties are usually formed and people discuss their next mission. If you want to discuss things in private, some rooms can be rented, even ones with magical enchantments that block out any sounds. Alexander was like a tour guide, explaining to him anything he glanced at. They were inside the main hall, but other rooms and facilities were behind closed doors. One such place was an infirmary, another the place Gleam had been kept for a month in storage. In the back there was a large training area where adventurers practiced their combat skills, honing their abilities before delving into the dangerous dungeons. Sparring with others was a good way of leveling up skills and much safer than fighting monsters in the dungeon. Though tempted to explore further, Rusty reminded himself that his primary goal was to inquire about gaining access to the higher-tier dungeon. He approached the reception area, where several receptionists were busy assisting adventurers. Most of the people here were human, but there were also a few other races, like elves and beastmen. Rusty chose a queue leading to a shorter woman wearing large glasses and waited his turn. While waiting, Rusty grew increasingly fascinated by the various humanoid races present. To a monster like him, they all seemed quite similar but unique in their own peculiar ways. They communicated in different manners, some waving their hands around as if it would enhance their results. For a creature who wasn't even a year old, it was all quite fascinating. The world was vast and filled with strange things, and he was beginning to truly appreciate his newfound freedom. "How can I help you today?" When it was finally his turn, Rusty approached the receptionist, a woman with soft features and rather large glasses. Her glasses made her eyes appear larger than they originally were. The combination made her very approachable to most normal adventurers. "Good afternoon, I'm interested in learning more about the higher-tier dungeons and the requirements needed to access them. I'm currently an E-rank adventurer and was hoping to advance further." "The higher-tier dungeons? Could I have your adventurer card?" Without replying, he just handed over Albert's card that was still only copper ranked, and the girl took note. "Copper rank, you wish to take the iron rank test then?" "Yes." After copper came iron and then silver. He wasn't sure what to expect, but with his guides here, he was sure that he would be able to get through any possible test. The young woman examined the card before giving it back and then eventually gave him the information he desired. "To access the E-rank dungeon you will have to be at least an iron rank adventurer if you wish to go alone. However, if you gather a party of at least 4 people with at least one iron adventurer, you will be permitted to enter the upper levels." This was new information to Rusty. It seemed that some of the rules could be bent if he formed a party of 4 people. This was not something that he could use, as adventuring with others around him would just be too dangerous. What he was more interested in was this iron rank test that the receptionist was talking about, and soon he received his answer. "As for the test, first please place your hand on the measuring orb so I can confirm your current level." "This is it, a burden, cast the spell." "Do I have to?" "Yes, you do. But it gives me a headache to use up all of my mana." Aberdan replied to Alexander as he wasn't too willing to continue with their plan. What he needed to do was cast the spell that would alter the status around Albert's remains, something that would cause him to vanish due to the lack of mana. Aberdan. Rusty needed to get involved and finally, the Demon King relented. Fine. Have it your way. Ugh. The spell effect was activated and focused on the body within his iron case. Aberdan faded away after spending all of his mana, but no one could see or tell that anything was happening from outside. This spell was only temporary, but it just needed to work for a few seconds to fool the magical orb he was placing his hand on. Fighter, level 21, this is indeed enough to take the test. But are you sure you wish to continue? How about you take some time to prepare? Do I need to? Technically not, but it would be much easier if you have your second class unlocked before taking the test. Rusty shook his head in refusal. He was already familiar with how human classes worked, thanks to Alexander and Aberdan. In the city, there were temples where individuals went to gain a new class. At level 25, the process could begin, allowing them to choose from several classes, much like how Rusty had been given multiple bodies to inhabit during his recent transformation. It's fine, I'm confident. Is that so? Well, then I'll schedule Mr. Alberdan for the next Iron Rank test, and by the looks of it, you are in luck, one will be held tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Do you have any further questions? Could you tell me about the test in more detail? Oh. The lady behind the counter was surprised about the question. Most people were already aware of how adventurer tests operated, and it was something a person would know before attempting to take it. Alexander gave him a few vague answers that didn't tell him much. He was a hero who skipped a few ranks and wasn't sure what they should expect. Hey, is this going to take much longer? Behind him a line was beginning to form as he was taking his sweet time discussing things with the receptionist. To avoid being exposed any further, Rusty decided to speed things up. He quickly decided to focus on the essentials and leave the rest for later. Never mind, I think I'll figure it out as I go. Thank you for your help, I'll be back tomorrow for the test. Alright then, good luck on your test tomorrow. Be sure to arrive at the training grounds on time. If you need anything else, feel free to ask. Training grounds. He muttered to himself as he headed toward the guild's exit. There were a few lingering gazes, but as usual, no one confronted him directly. Ignoring them, he focused on getting back to the inn where he had set up his temporary hideout. This time, there were no thugs trying to extort him, but he found himself with nothing to do. Before he could make any future moves, he needed to raise his adventurer rank, and leaving the city at night was ill-advised. The night was uneventful and he just continued to discuss things with his two bickering guides. They were constantly at each other's throats, but it made time fly by faster, and soon enough, the sun was rising again. He headed out early in the morning. With all the tips and tricks he received from both his helpers, he was determined to ace this trial. Once that was done, he could begin doing missions and farming monster remains for more money. Rusty arrived early, giving himself time to observe the training grounds before the test began. The area was surprisingly bustling with activity even as early as 6 in the morning. People of shorter stature, clearly not full adults, were swinging around wooden weapons and hitting training dummies under the supervision of more experienced adventurers. It seemed that the guild was not only a place for seasoned warriors but also for those just starting their journey. As Rusty watched, he noted the variety of training exercises being conducted. Some groups practiced combat formations, while others focused on individual techniques like swordplay, archery, and magic casting. Even a few adventurers were sparring with each other in a roped-off area, drawing a small crowd of spectators. The atmosphere was intense, filled with the sound of clashing weapons, grunts of effort, and the occasional shout of encouragement or instruction. Rusty found himself even more intrigued and even wondered how fun it would be to face some of these strong opponents in a fair fight. However, there was only one reason he was here, and that was to save Gleam. Eventually, time started passing and the Iron Rank Adventurer test was about to begin. Rusty stood near the entrance of the training grounds, watching as a small crowd of adventurers gathered for the Iron Rank test. He shifted uneasily. Despite all his preparations, the uncertainty of what awaited him gnawed at his nerves. This test was crucial, not just for his rank, but for the freedom it would grant him to explore more dangerous dungeons and gather the wealth needed to rescue Gleam. Thanks to his armor and possession skill, he was disguised well enough. It seemed that the identification skill he could use wasn't widely known. Even the archer classes, who could identify monster levels, only had an inferior version called recognition. This was why they relied on magical tools to gather information on statuses. His guides theorized that his superior skill came either from his monster nature or the fusion of the skill with his very being. Just stay quiet for now, it's better if you don't talk with the other adventurers. Sure. He leaned against one of the walls, glancing around. The people of this world seemed to gravitate toward one another for some reason, forming groups of various sizes with strange dynamics. Rusty noticed that these groups typically developed some kind of leader, whom the others listened to. These leaders came in many forms, some were stoic and reserved, while others were loud and boisterous. As the minutes ticked by, more adventurers trickled into the training grounds for the Iron Rank test. Rusty kept a low profile, avoiding drawing attention to himself. He observed his fellow test-takers with quiet curiosity. Many seemed confident, chatting amongst themselves, while others fidgeted nervously. Some wore flashy gear, no doubt trying to show off their experience, while others looked like they barely scraped together enough equipment to even qualify. A few adventurers seemed to be sizing each other up, eventually throwing some choice words at each other. Rusty wasn't sure what this was about but quickly realized that these adventurers weren't allied with each other like the monsters within the dungeon. First, they would always shout at each other, then sometimes push before weapons got pulled. However, before any true battle could start it was broken up by a loud chime. A group of guild officials stepped forward, led by a middle-aged man with a commanding presence and a large scar across his face. Though not particularly tall, he had a broad, muscular build, with a bit of fat causing his belly to protrude slightly. His weapon of choice appeared to be a large axe strapped to his back. A silver rank badge gleamed on his chest, and his voice boomed across the training grounds. Welcome to the Iron Rank test. My name is Garen, and I'll be overseeing today's proceedings. Those of you who pass this test will advance to Iron Rank and gain access to more challenging missions and dungeons. But remember, this test isn't just about strength, it's about teamwork, strategy, and adaptability. Teamwork. Rusty was somewhat confused by the man's words. He had expected a test of strength, perhaps a fight against one of the higher-ranked adventurers to prove he wasn't weaker than them. Instead, it seemed they would be doing a group exercise with people he wasn't familiar with. Gleam had been the only partner he had ever fought alongside, and she was different from these strangers. There was no trust between them, something essential for teamwork to thrive. Ah, it must be one of those tests. You're really unlucky, Rusty. What do you mean? Alexander quickly identified what this was about and started explaining. They will probably make you form a temporary party with the other adventurers. Then you'll have to complete some kind of task, probably in the E-rank dungeon. While this didn't sound too bad, for Rusty, who was trying to conceal his identity, it posed a problem. He would have preferred being tasked with hunting E-rank creatures, where he could safely use his twilight armor. Instead, he was forced to rely on his weaker iron form, which, if damaged too much, could reveal his true nature. If the party he joined realized he was a monster, they would likely attack him or report him to stronger adventurers. Can I do something about it? Probably not. I doubt they'd hold a special test for a random adventurer, and even if they did, you'd be exposing yourself to the guild. It's better to take the test as it is. Rusty listened intently to Alexander while Garen continued his explanation. The crowd of adventurers buzzed with activity, each person preparing for the challenges ahead. Some of them were friends and hoped to get on the same teams. However, the guild had other plans for this test. Your test will begin with the formation of teams. Each team will consist of 4 members. You will be randomly assigned to a team, and together, you will need to complete a series of tasks designed to test your coordination, problem-solving skills, and ability to handle pressure. Garen then waved toward a large table where numbered tokens were laid out. These tokens will determine your team. Each token corresponds to a number. You will draw a token, and the number will dictate which team you join. Once you've drawn your token, proceed to the designated area marked with your number. Those slimy little things. Is something wrong, a burden? Can't you see how they are cheating? They are cheating. The tokens were on the table and could be picked up by anyone. All of them were face down without giving away their number. Only the adventurer candidate that picked them up would be able to tell what they took. However, a burden knew better and could spell subterfuge from a mile away. I bet some people will get into better groups and have already paid for it. Those tokens are probably marked in some way, so whoever is running the scam will know how to assemble the teams. Which means? It means that you, as a lower-level fighter, will probably be a leftover case and designated to a weaker party. Rusty watched as adventurers hurried to the table, nervously picking their tokens. If what a burden said was true, then he might end up in one of the worst groups. Nevertheless, he needed to pick up one of the tokens and wait to be assigned. He approached the table and picked one at random, receiving a token marked with the number 6. Eventually, all the tokens were taken, and the Adventurer Guild moved to the next phase. They brought out a blackboard with a list of numbers, each representing a party that would be formed. Rusty looked at it to try to find the number 6 and found it in the last group. Initially, he was unsure how to locate the other 3, but the guild had assigned each team a separate number as well. Since he belonged to the 11th group, it meant that there were 44 people taking the exam. Please gather together into your assigned teams. Garen called out to everyone and the groups started to form. The adventurers raised their tokens in the air to call out to their temporary companions. To Rusty, that was trying to keep a low profile, this was a challenge. He watched as teams quickly formed, with some members eagerly discussing strategies while others simply clustered together in silence. Rusty's team, number 11, seemed to be one of the last to come together. Those are the only ones left, just go to them and try to act natural, Rusty. Okay. It was easy to find his party as they were the only ones left without a third member. Rusty cautiously approached his team, doing his best to suppress the nervous energy building up. 3 figures were waiting and all of them turned in his direction as they noticed his metallic footsteps. Are you Group 11? Yes, you must be our 4th member, welcome. A young man greeted him with a smile on his face. He was slightly shorter than Rusty and quite lean. A bow was strapped across his back along with a quiver of arrows. His sharp, angular features and keen eyes suggested he was the type to keep his distance in battle, likely a scout or ranger. His leather armor was worn but well maintained, indicating some experience in the field. This looks quite unbalanced, Alexander commented while Rusty examined the other 2 party members. To his surprise, one of them was a familiar-looking woman, also carrying a quiver. His guide's comments were starting to make sense, he was apparently stuck with 2 archers. The last person was rather small, belonging to a race known as halflings, who wouldn't be of much help in direct combat. The person had braided her and was also more on the feminine side, something Rusty was slowly getting used to being able to identify. Before saying anything, Rusty used his skill to identify them all, keeping his focus on the woman archer, whom he finally recognized. Name: Layla. Classification: Archer L23. Type: Human. Name: Norquez. Classification: Archer L24. Type: Human/Elf. Name: Odalette. Classification: Thief L22. Type: Halfling. They are all weak. Rusty complained internally while glancing to the side to identify one of the adventurers from another group. Name: Adgar. Classification: Fighter L25, Warrior L2. Type: Human. Most groups here had at least one more advanced adventurer, someone who had attained a 2nd class. Though he wasn't exactly sure how, a person could visit the church and undergo something like a baptism to achieve a new breakthrough. This ceremony was exclusive to the intelligent races, while monsters like himself could evolve on their own. They attained a new class with various bonuses similar to an evolution but did not change their appearance as they did with monsters. Rusty stared at his new team members, feeling uneasy. The group seemed underwhelming compared to the other teams, especially with 2 archers and a thief. As Alexander had pointed out, it was a rather unbalanced team. While they might excel at ranged attacks and stealth maneuvers, they lacked the raw strength needed for close combat. Thieves relied on someone to keep the monsters occupied so they could land their backstab attacks, while archers needed distance to effectively use their bows, rendering them far less effective in close quarters combat. Looks like we're the odd bunch. Layla, the woman Rusty recognized, muttered with a wry smile. Her tone was casual, but her sharp eyes betrayed the underlying tension she felt. Hey, don't worry about it, at least we have one fighter with us. The halfling, Odalette, chimed in with a cheerful voice, trying to lift the group's spirits. Despite her small stature, she seemed brimming with energy, clearly more optimistic than the rest. She looked at Rusty with hopeful eyes, her straw-like braided hair bouncing slightly as she shifted her stance. Yeah, you'll be our frontliner, right? Keep those monsters off us so we can do our thing. Odalette added, patting Rusty's armor as if to see how sturdy it was. Rusty on the other hand remained rooted in place, just looking down at the person half his height, not knowing how to react. How about we introduce ourselves first then? The one to break the silence was the half-elven archer Norkas. That's a good idea, replied the halfling girl. Norkas stepped forward as he took the lead. I'll go first. My name's Norkas, half-elf, as you can probably tell. He gestured to his slightly pointed ears. I'm an archer and I've been adventuring for around a year and a half now, mostly scouting and taking out enemies from a distance. I'm hoping we can all work well together and pass this test. Rusty was intrigued by the introductions, something he had never experienced before. While adventurers saw him as a monster, he didn't view them simply as enemies. Their culture was fascinating to someone as young as him. Thanks to Gleam, he understood that good companions could make life more enjoyable, and this group, in particular, seemed rather cheerful. Next up was Layla, the female archer who Rusty recognized. She had been one of the first humans he encountered in the dungeon and almost got herself killed when being assaulted by someone. Her level seemed to have grown since then, enough to take the test for the next rank. I'm Layla, a human. I like to think I'm pretty good with a bow and I'm also good at detecting hidden enemies but not too good with traps. She was more reserved than the other two, her gaze shifting around as if she wasn't feeling too comfortable in this group. Layla's voice trailed off, her discomfort clear in the way she fidgeted with her bowstring. Next, Odalette stepped forward with a bright smile, full of energy. I'm Odalette, halfling thief and trap expert. I'm small but quick, so I can disarm traps and sneak past enemies like it's nothing. Just leave the sneaky business to me. She had quite a bubbly personality, something the other two adventurers seemed to appreciate. Rusty on the other hand stood there like a stone statue not really knowing what to do, and only once Alexander gave him a nudge did he react. Introduce yourself, Rusty, you're making the other three uncomfortable, just say that your name is Albert. I'm Albert, he said, his voice and tone sounding strange and raising some brows. I am quite sturdy, so I'll fight in the front. Rusty proudly presented his large shield and long sword to the group, attempting to mimic their earlier presentations as best he could. His movements were a bit stiff compared to theirs, but fortunately, adventurers came in all shapes and sizes. A person like him, who barely spoke, wasn't anything unusual. They quickly assumed he was just the awkward, silent type. All right, now that we're all introduced, we should start thinking about how we're going to work together, Norkas said, taking charge once again, clearly trying to assert himself as the temporary leader of the group. Strength-wise he was below Rusty, but it was better if someone competent took center stage, as he still had no idea what was waiting for them. It's obvious we're not the strongest team here, but we can use our strengths to make up for it. Before he could continue, another loud chime resounded from the Adventurer Guild side and they all looked at Garen. It seemed that time for pleasantries was over, and now that the teams had been assembled they would be moving to the dungeon. All right, adventurers, it's time to move out. Follow the guild officials to the dungeon entrance. Once inside, you'll be given maps marking the dungeon route that will test your abilities to work as a team. Remember, this is not just about strength but how well you cooperate under pressure. Good luck. The adventurers, now organized into their respective teams, began gathering their gear and preparing for the test. Rusty's team followed suit, moving in silence. He glanced around without saying a word. His disguise was working a lot better than he had anticipated. If everything went well, then after this test was over he would be able to set off into the dungeon on his own. Can you get it over with before the day is over? Some people need to earn coin to survive. Don't scare the newbies, idiot, let's just go get a mug of ale and come back tomorrow. A small commotion was unfolding at the entrance of the E-rank dungeon, something many had grown accustomed to. A large group of people walked through a fenced-off area, while other adventurers were denied entry. The adventurer test was underway, and to ensure its legitimacy, the dungeon had been sealed off to prevent others from entering. Something like this didn't go too well with other E and D rank adventurers who used this place as a hunting ground. Their livelihood depended on getting monster parts and chests from within this place. Rusty could hear the grumbling from the disgruntled adventurers as his group neared the dungeon entrance. Despite the complaints, the small parties of 4 didn't care, they were far too busy being tense. They passed the checkpoint, guarded by a small squadron of guards similar to those at the F-rank dungeon. However, the people here were of a higher level, and their equipment was noticeably better. Rusty glanced up at the large arch he was passing through, which was connected to a sturdy fence. Unlike before, there was no tunnel of trees forming a pathway, just an empty road leading toward a massive rock structure, reminiscent of a mountain but not quite. I remember this. If I'm not mistaken, this dungeon is a giant maze with only a few floors, much larger than the one you came from, Rusty. Alexander's claim was quickly confirmed when the officials lined up the participants and handed each team a map, detailing the route they were expected to follow. It was just a snippet of the first floor, but even that was enormous. Large portions of the map were missing, and several red markings indicated strictly off-limits areas. It became clear that this dungeon was far more dangerous, and encountering monsters of various levels on the very first floor was a real possibility. Listen up, don't wander around, only follow the route specified by the guild. The dungeon is a treacherous place and you will lose your life if you aren't careful. Garen's voice boomed again, ensuring everyone understood the gravity of the test. Stick to the marked paths, stay with your team, and remember, this is not just a hunt for monsters. You're here to prove you can think, plan, and survive as a team. The weight of those words hung over Rusty's group as they moved closer to the dungeon entrance. Norcas, their self-appointed leader, furrowed his brows as he studied the map, muttering something to himself. Layla leaned in to get a better look, while Odalette, the halfling, was practically bouncing on her feet, too full of energy to stand still. You'll be entering in order of your teams, use this time to examine the maps and check your supplies, you might need them. The guild has given us a few low-quality potions, at least this is better than nothing. Layla commented as she rummaged through the small pouch handed to their group. Inside were a few basic health potions, barely enough to sustain them if they faced prolonged combat. Rusty watched her distribute them, handing each member one. He took the potion and examined it closely, the liquid sloshing inside the glass vial. His sturdy form didn't rely on potions at all as he used metal ingots to restore his parts. However, it was better to pocket it to keep up his disguise. All right, team. This is the route we're supposed to take. Norcas was done studying the map and he pointed to a section near the entrance. His finger traced a path to something that looked like a larger chamber. It looks like a straight shot at first, but once we reach this fork, we'll need to veer left. There's probably a checkpoint here, and that's where we'll likely encounter our first challenge. It could be a puzzle or maybe some monsters. Either way, we'll need to be prepared. Layla nodded in agreement, her gaze drifting from the map to the distant entrance. There she could see some of the adventurers going in, their formations giving her an idea about how they should proceed. I've heard this dungeon is full of traps. Perhaps, we should let Odalette take the lead once we're inside. The halfling beamed at the mention of her name. You got it. I'll make sure we don't step on any nasty surprises. Just watch my back, big guy. Rusty felt a gentle smack to his thigh that came from the small person. She smirked at him in a strange fashion that he didn't understand. He wondered if this was some type of attack and if he should retaliate, but considering that the other adventurers were just smiling, everything had to be fine. All right, leave it to me. He responded in an awkward tone, something the other party members quickly noticed. Fortunately, despite realizing he wasn't much of a talker, they didn't shy away from asking questions and working to strategize. Norcas brought up an important issue early on, asking about everyone's skills and directing the first question to Rusty. Albert, right? Can I ask you something? Sure. Do you have any taunting skills, by chance? Rusty paused for a moment, thinking about his abilities. He didn't have anything that fit the description. In his previous experiences with Gleam, he usually attracted monsters by engaging them directly, while his ant companion preferred to hide in holes to avoid being targeted. In this party, however, he would need to keep monsters away from the two ranged adventurers and the thief, something he had never done before. No, I don't. Ah, that's a shame, but how about this? The man had his own spatial satchel and took out a small pouch. The moment he did, the two girls from the party scrunched up their noses at the pungent smell. What is that smell? Egg, keep that away. Haha, you're overreacting. Norcas shook his head as he handed the pouch to Rusty, who lacked a sense of smell. Poison and disease didn't affect him, so a pouch that reeked of rotten fish wouldn't be much of an issue. Still, after taking the pouch and inspecting it, Rusty wasn't sure what it was for. It's a special mixture of herbs and monster parts. It should attract the monsters in the dungeon to you. Sorry about the smell, but I'm sure you'll get used to it. Classification: Smelly pouch. Type: Item. Description: a pouch filled with an alchemical concoction that attracts monsters. The effect will linger for a few hours unless washed thoroughly. Ha, this guy came prepared for the occasion, luckily you don't have a nose. Alexander didn't know what to say. It was a useful item for the occasion, but it made Rusty smell like a dead goblin and caused the other adventurers to keep their distance. Sure, no problem. Rusty was about to tie the pouch to his waist when Layla and Odalette quickly intervened. Why don't you put it in your spatial bag for now, and take it out once we're inside the dungeon? Why yeah, that would be better. Sure. Rusty wasn't sure what this was about but nodded and stored the pouch in his spatial satchel. The stench lingered for a few minutes before finally dissipating. Once the smell faded, the group visibly relaxed, though they kept a wary eye on Rusty's spatial satchel as if fearing the pouch might somehow escape. Norcas, ever the tactician, spoke up again, this time more confident now that everyone had shared their role. All right, with Albert up front, Odalette will take point when we encounter traps, and Layla and I will provide cover from a distance. We'll stick together, avoid unnecessary risks, and stay sharp. How does that sound? Layla and Odalette both nodded in agreement. Odalette, bouncing slightly on her toes, seemed excited about the challenge. Layla, on the other hand, appeared more reserved, her earlier discomfort still evident. Rusty nodded as well, adjusting his helmet, trying to appear natural. His acting had been steadily improving, and by now, he felt confident in his role as a human. Eventually, every other team entered into the grand maze and it was finally their turn. Rusty's group stepped forward, the entrance loomed ahead, a dark maw cut into the rock, the faint echoes of previous teams already lost inside. Garen stood by the threshold, giving each team a stern nod as they passed. Good luck, Group 11. Make sure you come out in one piece. Garen spoke, his voice gruff but laced with genuine concern. The team began entering the dungeon but paused briefly when they noticed Rusty hesitating. A strange feeling washed over him just as he was about to take his first step inside. It was eerily similar to the sensation he had experienced in the old dungeon, and unsettling fears floated through his mind. Is everything okay, Albert? Asked Layla. Ah, sure, let's go. Rusty replied. Alexander and Aberdan had reassured him that no other dungeon heart could trap him again, but the fear still clung to him. Rusty had once been enslaved to a dungeon and feared it might happen again. Still, after a brief hesitation, he steeled himself and stepped forward into the maze, gripping a shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right. The air immediately felt cooler, the sounds of the outside world fading into the distance as the stone walls of the maze surrounded them. The light from outside grew dimmer, and soon the only source of illumination came from the glowstones embedded into the walls, casting an eerie, pale light that barely revealed the path ahead. Rusty took the lead, gripping his shield tightly as the others fell into formation behind him. Odalette darted forward to examine the ground, her sharp eyes scanning for any hidden traps. Layla and Norcas, bows at the ready, kept their arrows loosely nocked, prepared for anything. The dungeon's oppressive silence was broken only by the soft footsteps of the party and the occasional distant drip of water. The path seemed straightforward at first, just as the map had indicated, but tension hung thick in the air. The walls were smooth, almost unnaturally and quite different to the layout Rusty was familiar with. No destroyed temples were anywhere, just flat stones with strange carvings he did not understand. Are all dungeons different? While moving forward he posed a question to Alexander. There are a few types, this one is a grand maze. When you reach the middle a boss will probably be waiting before you can proceed into the lower levels. I see. This was quite a fascinating discovery, there was more to dungeons than Rusty had originally assumed. He would soon come to realize that dungeons produced more than just undead creatures and magical beings. As the team rounded the corner and arrived at the area Norcas had mentioned earlier, they encountered their first enemies, creatures walking on 2 feet but with the appearance of lizards. The creatures ahead hissed, their reptilian forms standing between the party and their path forward. Their scales shimmered in the dim light of the dungeon, each holding crude weapons, rusted sabers and makeshift spears. Rusty stopped himself from going further into the chamber as he knew that once he was spotted, the creatures would toss themselves at his temporary party. Classification: Adolescent Lizardman L8F+. Type: Humanoid/Lizard Folk. Description: Lizardmen are a humanoid type of monster usually encountered in swamps or marshlands, known for their agility and pack mentality. They are dangerous when encountered in groups. They often use weapons of various qualities. "They're lizardmen," Norcas whispered, his eyes narrowing as he scanned their movements. "The strongest is only around level 8 and still at F rank, but they can be tricky if they surround us." Odalet grinned, already crouching low, ready to sneak ahead. "Let me scout ahead, I can flank them from the shadows and pick off the stragglers." Norcas shook his head at the proposition and pointed to all the light sources within the room. "That might be a bad idea, we should let Albert go in first and get their attention instead. If one of them spots you, it will be troublesome. Instead, use the chance to sneak up behind them, and go for that archer first. These monsters like to run and call for help, can you do that?" "All right. Layla, we'll support Albert while he attracts the monsters." "Of course." The party was prepared for their first battle, facing a group of 5 lizardmen. 2 wielded spears, 2 rusty steel sabers, and 1 carried a bow. Rusty's role was to make noise and draw their attention. It was also time for him to strap the smelly sack to his belt. With the sack secured, he moved forward with long strides, quickly drawing the attention of the monsters, who identified him as the enemy. As Rusty stepped forward, the pungent stench from the pouch hit the air, and the effect was almost immediate. The lizardmen turned their heads, sniffing the air with their elongated snouts, their eyes narrowing in on the source of the smell. Their hissing grew louder, signaling to one another as they readied their weapons. The archer, perched behind the group, notched an arrow and aimed it in Rusty's direction. Rusty lifted his shield to block the incoming arrow and charged forward. His job was to keep the monsters occupied, but he had other plans. Though he wore lesser armor made from standard materials, he was still an E-rank monster and a special one at that. His stats were far higher than those of the lizardmen, or even many iron-ranked adventurers. The arrow whistled through the air and clanged off his shield, harmlessly ricocheting off the stone wall beside him as he pressed his charge. The 2 lizardmen wielding sabers charged at Rusty, their weapons raised. He collided with the first one, sending it flying back with a well-placed strike from his shield. The force shattered some of the creature's teeth and slammed it against the wall. The second lizardman tried to assist, but after a wild swing that Rusty easily dodged, it found his sword thrust into its side almost instantly. His party was momentarily stunned as they saw Rusty in the disguise of Albert brutalize the monsters with minimal effort. Even when the 2 spear-holding lizardmen came to aid their friends, they weren't able to do much. Rusty's sheer strength and speed overwhelmed the lizardmen. As one of the spear-wielders thrust its weapon toward him, he sidestepped the attack with ease, twisting his body and bringing his long sword down in a swift arc. The blade backed by a skill bit deep into the lizardman's shoulder, cutting through its scaled hide. It let out a sharp hiss before crumpling to the ground. The other spear-wielding lizardman didn't hesitate, attempting to plunge its weapon into Rusty's back. Instead of piercing through, the spear bent to the side, as Rusty's iron armor was too thick to penetrate. Moments later, the creature found itself struck by 2 arrows, one pierced the back of its head, the other its heart. The last remaining archer began to retreat, only to taste its own blood as a dagger sliced through its throat. Odalet's blade flashed in the dim light as she darted in from the side, ending the first confrontation.